It's the number one e-beggar on the internet, Revelation News. I want to be the best e-beggar possible.
So, why do I make racist jokes? Well, I'm gonna be honest. Because I can.
Yo, 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 yo! Shanny been talking a lot of smack about your boy. So now it's time for them both to get owned. Shanny's a witch who got kicked from Twitch. She spent Rev's money when he was almost rich. She's 900 pounds of a reprobate whose god is oil called Delta 8. Shanny the Hut, my answer is no. Never show your money to that 5-cent hoe. You're nasty and trashy, you look like a booger. You 700 pound looking barracuda. Shit, you got cancer, that's a bold-faced lie. You're breaking PA laws, making money off lies. Shanny's been dying for the last 10 years. Ain't nobody falling for those crocodile tears. Shanny, you're a con, a 6-foot whoopie. Ram, kick her out, I'll buy you some cookies. Please take a shower, then get the weed. Go find a job and stop begging for weed. Then shut your mouth. I don't kiss butt cause you gave me a house. You beg for money just to get laid. Stop sleeping with Shanny before you get AIDS. Rev is a joke who's addicted to dope. He rather buy drugs than buy Shanny soap. You don't love Shanny, you don't love God. You lazy little boy who won't get a job. This is for Zach, Revelation News. Did you like jail cause you're going back soon for supporting a scam done by your hut who sold her body like a cheap slut? I don't play nice, but I do it sassy. We all know you ate that nasty, bad, nasty. She used you, Rev, and now you're broke. Now she begs G-Man to buy her smokes.
Talking about my wife. So, hey G-Man, what's up? It's Rev here. You know, I've been waiting for you. But anyway,
Hello everybody and welcome to the Sowing and Reaping YouTube channel. And today I'm going to be responding to at least one of these interviews that Jason did here on here. But mine's going to be a little bit different than some of these other interviews that people have been reviewing on here. I got something I want to confess on here, something that I want to admit. And if you're watching me live, you get to be a little surprised about this. Woo! Okay, so as a lot of you know, I was friends with Shanny and Rev, and I know a little bit more about these two than a lot of these people on the internet. Not everybody, but a lot of them. And some of the stuff that Jason is getting on here telling you guys in terms of confessions is malarkey, and I'm going to prove it. But for those of you out there who might be watching me for the very first time and don't know me very well, I don't know, perhaps you're one of the Dragoons or something like that. Yes, I'm mentioning you today, not in a negative light, because I see that Jules has been playing around with Jason, and we've been talking about this Izzy person. And I'm talking about all of this today. But I got something I want to show you guys. How many of you remember earlier in the year when a certain YouTuber got on here and showed all of you people some proof that Shanny was in the house? I want to show you something. When they had that little fake breakup. This is why I wanted him to come to my YouTube channel. Because I'm listening to these questions that people are posing to Jason. I'm listening to this stuff. I don't know where one person even brought the cancer scam. Not one person brought that up. It's a whole bunch of stuff that people didn't bring up, but I got brought up a couple of times. I watched the Repsian interview, and I got brought up a couple of times in that. And I also saw another person. Oh God, I forgot the name of them. They got like a little round puffy thingy or whatever, like a jiggly puff or whatever, as a as an icon or whatever. I watched that one, some of that one. Then I caught the Jules thingy with him when she was just messing with him, and I hear him talking about Izzy and how he's going around here acting like he has no masculinity or anything like that. But I want to show people something here, and when you see it, you're going to know something here in a minute. So let me just show you this here real quick. And if you haven't figured out this wasn't me, I don't know what to tell you. All right, this was me, 100%. Make no mistake about it. I'm not just dangerous when I'm online. I'm more dangerous when I'm offline. Let me show you something here. There's Shani right there. Hey, Jason.
Oh my God. Whoa, here.
I told you I was going to come over here. I want to give you back your EverDrives now.
Okay.
But if you're telling the truth about what you said.
Yes.
I should have played the first video first. That was about 23 seconds long. That's when I was walking past the house, and then that's when I decided to go on the porch and knock on the door. I gave that video to Draven, and that's how Draven was able to show all of you guys that. That was yours truly that actually did that. So you got to understand something. I can tell when Jason's full of it and when he's not. And there are just some things that's super fishy about some of the things that he's saying right now on these interviews when he was on it with Hussey. Because I'm paying a lot of attention now to what's been going on. The Hussey channel, and then Repzion and some of these other channels in which he's talking about Shani, calling her, all kinds of names and whatnot. You know what I mean? I don't know why he didn't call her the Minnesota Barracuda, because that's my personal favorite. But he was calling her a bunch of names and everything and whatnot, and saying that he doesn't want nothing to do with her. Then, as he gets closer and closer and closer to this eviction, he's getting kind of offended when people brings him up. I watched the Hussey thingy that I think that happened today, and he actually got offended a couple of times when Shani got brought up, and got offended when people was bringing up certain things regarding, and it wasn't because his name was going to be put into some bad light. If he wants to make himself look stupid, he can go get the stockings that he's been wearing. He can go get the little fake lipstick and the eyebrows and all that stuff and whatnot. And I'm gonna tell people why I'm being mean about this in a minute. Then we're gonna look at this Repzion video and those long stockings and everything and whatnot. If he wants to make a fool out of himself, he can go do that and he can do his thing or whatever. You know what I mean? So it had nothing to do with that. I don't believe that for a second. I believe that he was told by somebody on how to respond when he goes on these channels and talks to people. You got to remember that there are some people out there that don't like these particular interviewers or whatever, right? I'm sure you all figured that out, right? But what started opening my eyes is when I started looking at these interviews. So what's going to happen is we're going to look at this Repzion video, and I'm going to be responding to some of the things that he is saying on here, and why I'm suspicious about the things that he's saying, especially when he brings me up. Okay. I don't know Repzion. His name sounds familiar. I just don't know from what. But he looks familiar. But I did get brought up a couple of times regarding the house and regarding lying and some other stuff and whatnot. And I always said that if these knuckleheads brought me up, I was going to respond and I wasn't going to be nice about it. So we're going to get into that. Let me say hi to some people in the chat here, because I know you guys like to be acknowledged. Okay, so hi, Wildflower Girl 1069A _ K4. You know what? Let's just do this here and get you guys responded that way. Okay, so if you see your name up there, you're being acknowledged. I think Jason and Shani will get back. Oh yeah, we'll get back together. And I wonder if they plant this grift and are really talking together on the phone, and Jason's keeping it a secret from people he's asking for. I think he even knows that Ezzy is fake too. I think he knows that Ezzy is fake. And I think he's becoming a good actor. That's what I think he's actually doing. And I didn't believe this in the beginning. In the beginning, I actually thought, like, okay, maybe he needs my help or whatever. But I was suspicious about it. And I even made a video telling him to call me. I want y'all to think about this a minute here. Y'all know all the money I promised this guy that if he left Shanny and whatnot, right? All he had to do is contact me. He knows my phone number. He knows my email. He never contacted me, not one time. He never contacted me once. But he needs $200. Give me a second here. He needs $200 to get a hotel room. $200, right? Let me see something here. My penny bank right now, I have $200 right here. Jason, call me. Give me a call. You liar. Give me a call. I'll give it to you right now. No problem. Call me since you're going to be homeless tomorrow. There you go right here. Get permission from the Barracuda and call me. All right? Because you already know where I'm going with this. So put that back in the old penny bank. But I got $200 I can give you. I got no problem with that. You even got a couple of Magic the Gathering cards in here. I'll give you out of pity. I got no problem with that. You didn't contact me. You didn't call me. Got suspicious. You're getting on here whining about what's going to happen to your cats. Got suspicious. You don't care about those cats. Shanny doesn't care about those cats. All y'all care about is your egos and getting your little revenge on these YouTubers. That's all you guys care about. I don't care what nobody says. That's all you care about. All right? So, to contact me. Jason, I'll tell you what. Everybody's offering you $30. Somebody's offering you like $100. And dude, I'll give you $500 for a real interview. Because I want to know about the cancer stuff. I want to know the real stuff. And you're not allowed to get on here and give me some like you're a man. Because I'm going to remind you that you get on here acting like a little female. Complete with no masculinity whatsoever. I want you to come on this channel and try that. Everybody's being too nice to you. Come on this YouTube channel. Let's have a talk. Because you can BS these people on here. You can't do that with me. We both know this. You don't want me to start hitting play on stuff. You just don't want that. All right? So that's my offer for you. I'll give you $500. That's a whole week, I think, in a hotel. A whole week. Maybe a little bit more. As a matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, that'll get you at least 6, maybe 7, 8, 9 days or whatever in the hotel, depending on the cheapness of the hotel. I know all about that, don't I? So why don't you accept the $500 if I put the link out there and bring your butt in here? Go on my chat, request the link, and come in here. Because I want to ask you the real questions to see if you're lying. Because I'm not going to be nice about Shanny, and I'm going to keep it $1.50. Everybody's skipping around talking to you. If I'm paying you to be on my YouTube channel, you're going to answer my questions, or I'm not going to pay you. And it's as simple as that. Nobody's going to blame me if I don't pay you. I'm a little excited about this because I'm hearing that your house is going to be condemned. I actually entertained calling your uncle to buy the house until I had that vision in my head about some blood being, oh God, man, being on the bed and all that stuff and whatnot. That's just disgusting. You know, I don't know if that woman has HIV or whatever. You know what I mean? So I thought about it, you know, but no, thank you. And it's not because I can't afford it or anything like that. It's just that's just disgusting. I can imagine how that place smells, but actually, I don't gotta imagine. I know how it smells. But you're bugging out your mind, dude. If you think you're gonna trick me, okay? You're this close to sleeping outside, and you're on here asking people to look at your stockings to support your drag that you're actually doing with you dressing up like a. How can I word this? You know what? Too many people watching me right now. You dressing like a woman. I'll put it to you that way. If you want to call it that. Now, I got other words I would use, but you know, if you want to dress like a woman, my God, I'm compromising right now. You know, we can talk about that. You know, when you come on here and we can settle our differences. You know, since G-Man got on here and got on this camera and lied about you over and over and over and over again. You don't want me to go to, what's the name of that channel? XX, I think it's XX Archives, I think it's called. XS archive. You don't want me to go in there and remind you about what you and your girlfriend was saying about what you wasn't doing, that you ultimately admit that you was doing. You just don't want to go there because you just blah, 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 and don't realize what it is that you're doing. You're just stupid. But anyway, because I'm all over the place, I'm going to show this Repsian video. We're going to listen to how he's down talking Shanny and everything else in the book, and I'm going to interject with my own opinion on it. So let's actually do that first. And then I'm going to make some comments about what I heard on Hussey's channel today. So let's get to this here real quick. Again, I think I've heard of this Repsian guy before. I don't know if he's a dragoon or not. I don't know who this guy is, but he looks familiar. Oh,
prayer and fasting should be.
There we go.
This is taken from you guys.
Okay, here we go.
Porn.
I apologize for that. Come on, man. This is why I need my mouse. Where's my mouse at? Give me a second here, guys. Because if I don't do this, this is not going to be a very good stream. Give me a second here. I got to do this in order for this to work today. All right. Let's just do this. Here we go. Now, I'm going to back out of StreamYard here to make sure you can see this. Okay, now let's go back to the video here real quick. We're going to look at this Repsian video here real quick. Nobody has to donate to me. Do not donate to my Cash App. This is free. So let's take a look at this video. Fast forward this a little bit because this is boring.
Is YouTube gonna show this? Come on.
Here we go.
Around maybe in certain circles that I intend on going back to that. And I'm going to tell you right now, there's zero chance that I can have any relationship with this person. I said to her, look, maybe we could be friends. She said, I'd never be friends with such an asshole like you. So I said, okay, all right.
I mean, let's be honest though. Would you want to be friends with her after the fact? After everything that you've been through, would you want to be genuinely?
It's a similar answer that I have for Gary G-Man. It's no, because I know she lied about me publicly. How can I trust? I can't. How can you trust people like that, Rep? Right? You can't. How can you really trust a person that you know went out in front of tons of people, however many people you might be?
So basically, Jason's telling me why I should not be friends with him, because we're not going to get an example of what I said. We're not going to get a timestamp of what I said. He's not going to review of a video that I said. God knows there's a whole bunch of them out there. He ain't going to do none of that. So how can he trust G-Man if G-Man told lies about him in front of all these people? Yet we can't hear one stupid lie that G-Man said about him. But let's continue.
Talking to could be millions, could be two, but they lied to people about you directly to a camera. I
mean, that doesn't feel great for anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, if I don't do it today, I'm gonna do it tomorrow. I want to compare and contrast this video interview he's doing here with another interview he did where he had a totally different answer, because it wasn't because of G-Man lying or anything like that. It was totally for a different reason when he told on himself about being a racist. But anyway, let's continue.
Would you say that, have you ever lied for her?
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah?
You have, yeah.
Okay, that's great.
I go farther.
Did you lie about the cancer thing with Channy? Did you lie about the cancer scam? Drader was the one who really brought it out. Carrie dug it into the ground. But did you lie for Shanny regarding cancer? Does she have cancer, and is she dying of cancer? Yes or no? You're lucky he's the one interviewing you, not me.
But
you can't. No, you can. This is a free. What would be some things that you have lied about that now in retrospect you're like, wow, I should not have defended her?
The fact that she would get violent. I hit it completely. Well,
Channy lied about a lot of stuff, and the thing that he regrets the most is the fact that she doesn't get violent. That's what he regrets the most. And Channy's lied about a lot of things on here. She's lied about money. She's lied about liking other men and flirting with other men. She's lied about working. She lied about being a good mother. She lied about a lot of different things. But the thing he regrets is that she's not violent. I think I would make a much better interviewer than Repsian. What do y'all think?
Everybody, including authorities. I hit it. That time that she put a scarlet A on my head, you guys saw a shiner on me. She popped me. She did. It was a pretty good hit.
No, I didn't know that. He didn't tell me that she punched him in the face. Because had I known that and they were living in my house, I'd have threw her out of there, because that's a major no-no with me. You're a woman and you don't want a man putting their hands on you. You had better not put your hands on one of us.
Pretty good hit. She's strong. Not anymore. She's pretty weak now because her spirit is just evil, man. I don't know.
Little T-Rex arms. I don't know. I saw her throw some things just a couple days ago. So
she threw a 2-liter Dr. Pepper bottle right at my head, man. And if that connected, that might have not been too good. I'm just saying.
Did you say? Oh, so you lied about, or I should say, covered up domestic violence.
Violence.
Honestly,
yeah.
I would say that's a pretty normal thing if you're in a DV.
So then Jason's admitting that he's a victim. I mean, we all know this though, but he's admitting that he's a victim of domestic violence, and Shani was the person that was beating him. He talked about it in Colorado, then lied about it later on. He talked about it in the house that they were staying with me, and lied about it later on. He talked about it while living in a hotel and lied about it later on. He talked about it when he was living with his uncle and lied about it later on. And now he's finally admitting all those times were true, that Shani has a hand problem. So I wasn't lying, was I, Jason, when I said that Shani was beating you, huh? Still trying to figure out what I lied about.
Situation among people, if you are genuinely in a relationship.
Somebody's asking me, Brenda Barron says, G-Man, were they ever true Christians? I don't believe that that Shani was a real one. Not no more. I think Shani played the game. Jason, I'm not 100% sure yet. Because you got to watch his videos when he, before he met her. Completely different person. You can see the emotional and psychological damage that was done to this guy dating and being with Shani. This woman had the nerve. She had the gall and the nerve to think this was going to be me. She must be crazy.
No matter how toxic or bad the relationship is, a lot of men will lie about covering up domestic violence. It's a thing. And women too. Women too. It's just, this is not specifically a gender thing. Like, it's a very common victim thing. It's kind of embarrassing. It's humiliating, right? To acknowledge the fact that you let somebody hit you and you don't want to. It's embarrassing for a lot of people
to be fair, and I know a lot of you ain't gonna like me saying this, but I don't think Jason can beat anybody, to be perfectly honest. He's a very frail person. When I met William and Zachary, and Will, if you're watching this, you might not agree, but there's a good chance that I think maybe Will could have took Jason. I don't know.
Come out and talk about that.
The way that I felt about it was this. I justified it in my mind this way, that it's not her. It's her BPD. And
she has BPD?
Oh, she was diagnosed.
So she was diagnosed.
See, I got to remember something about Jason. Jason doesn't know a lot about a lot. All he knows is what Shani told him. That's why he's watching all of those videos and reviewing them and still defending her. So there's a lot he doesn't know.
BPD.
That's what she tells me.
I was watching an interview. Who was doing it? Matter of fact, I think it's this channel where they were looking at the Betty video. I think it's this video right here. They were looking at the Betty video. And he was sitting there defending her, saying that Betty was lying, even though Betty literally wrote the script. I mean, she didn't write it, but she was basically telling people the script. I don't know how many of you are Christians and do the Lord's Prayer where it says, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. A lot of us Christians believe that it's not something that you're supposed to do word for word. It's something that you're supposed to do as a format. Well, when Betty was talking about what happened when Shani lived with her, that is literally the blueprint of what it's like to have Shani around. And anybody who's been watching me long enough knows this, and I proved it God knows how many different times.
But in your 8-year relationship, did you ever see any, like a medical document or something that? Yeah, see, nope. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that, because BPD is crazy, dude.
She said that she was diagnosed in the military, and that's why she was kicked out of the military. I've heard
in the military. This is why I want to talk to you. I've never.
When Jason lost his virginity, to Shani. He just started to make it a regular religious practice to believe everything that came out of her mouth. You know, and Jason, by the way, if you disagree with anything that I'm saying, Jason, why am I even making this an offer? Nobody ever takes me up on this. But anyway, Jason, if you think I'm misrepresenting you, lying about you, or making stuff up, request a link and I'll bring you in here.
Never heard of this. She was in the basic military training.
Basic training for Navy, and they kicked her out. Yeah, they kicked her out because they gave her a mental evaluation, I guess.
By the way, I want to shout out Revelation News imaginary friend, Ezzy, the girl who doesn't exist. I would like to shout her out. Ezzy does not exist, I don't think. I think Ezzy is a figment of his imagination. He said he talked to her on the phone. Jason, you'll be surprised what you can do with AI, man. You need to get with the times. You'll be shocked what you can do with it. And a good voice modulator.
And it came out that she was BPD, and bye, you got to go. You can't be in the military and be BPD, I guess. Or at that time, you couldn't.
I actually don't even know do we have any military people in chat? That would be don't know. Can you go into the military if you have like a diagnosed? I know you can if you have diagnosed autism.
She said to me also that her mother was discharged from the military because she was bipolar.
I don't
know nothing about her mother being in the military. That's news to me. I have to look into that.
No, I can't really visualize Shani ever joining the military. When would that have happened? Had she like even basic training? When that would have happened? When she's like 19? No, you got to be like 21, don't you? Or 18? You got to be 18 to join them.
I'll think about going to Hussey's YouTube channel. We'll see. But some of the stuff that Jason is saying on here needs to be responded to because Jason is ignorant when it comes to Shani on a lot of things. Not with living with her and doing certain things with her, but her backstory and her history. He's insanely ignorant on Shani.
Military.
18. Yeah. As far as I know. So that would have been what year? She's 1 year older than me.
Yeah, so how old is she?
42.
She's 42. Really? Man.
42. Yeah. And I'm 41.
How old are you?
41.
Okay.
Right behind her. Less than a year.
I don't know if I believe the military thing. That's just
trying to imagine myself running away from a woman on video because I was afraid that she was going to tackle me like a football player or whatever. Just trying to imagine that. You know what I mean? I get that Jason's frail and he's a smaller guy and he's afraid and she's a big girl. I've been around Shani. I know how big Shani is. But I don't want the ladies out there to get offended with me. She's still a woman at the end of the day. You ain't got no business running, dude.
So look, we're going to watch this video, right? Now, Jason has never watched this video. I've actually never watched it all the way through. I've only gotten to around the 10-minute mark. But Shani for Christ's mother published a YouTube video.
For those of you out there that's wondering why I would never run from Shani or anything like that. How can I put this? The last time I was in good terms with I wouldn't even call it good terms. When I actually saw them on the porch, made a video a while ago, and I told the story about how I went over there. Shani and Red went live and said G-Man was there, blah, 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 blah. And I was on their porch. It was the daytime. And she wouldn't go near me because she thought I had a gun. She thought I had like a weapon. Because I made it super clear that, if you ever come after me, you're going to get surprised. She wouldn't come nowhere near me until I got patted myself down. I had to go in my book bag and show her I had candy because I was ultimately going to give it to Jason because, the whole cookie fight and everything. I was going to give her some candy or something. And she wouldn't come near me until she found out I had nothing on me. And even when I did, when it turned out I didn't have nothing on me, all she could do is sing that song. I don't want no scrub. And then she called me the N-word and she would just moving around really fast and whatnot, while this buffoon was sitting here talking about she was handicapped, and then turning around saying, and then Jason said that he's not a scrub if he can go to the bank and take out $5,000 whenever he wants just to play with it. It was just something hilarious.
Quite a few years ago, talking about Shani, and Jason has mentioned it, and Chris, I think, which was her ex-husband, right?
Yep.
We're gonna live watch this video together. Because I think from the little bit that I've watched of it, it's really telling. everything that her mom says.
One of the reasons why I think they're still together after watching this interview, the way he tries to defend Shanny and claims that the mother is lying. Like I said, my perspective on this is going to be interesting.
And talk about Shanny, and I just think it would be this video in of itself says so much about the person that you've been with for the last 8 years, because you've been with her, what, 8 years now? Correct?
It would have been 8 years this March.
Hey, Jason, if that's your wife, how come you didn't get divorce papers? Why is it that it's so easy for you to just tell her to get out your house if you were married? Huh? Oh, I forgot. That's right. You wasn't married. So the only person that's lying on here, Jason, is you.
That's a long time. My longest was 4.5 years.
I'm
I
sorry.
can't even, 8
Well, you
years.
make a video response and say, "G-man, technically, what is that mess called? That we're common law." No, you're not. Especially in the state of Pennsylvania, you ain't no common law married. Okay, you two are shacking up, committing fornication over and over and over again without actually being married, and you didn't want to get married because a woman didn't want to lose her food stamps. Like, let's just stop the nonsense and just tell the truth.
That is a wild.
And you got to. There's
hard.
There was narc abuse, and I was completely.
When you're in a relationship that long, for the most part, and speaking from experience here, you become codependent on a partner.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's my experience, Rep. Yeah.
Would you say that you were codependent on her? Completely.
When I went to jail, that was one of the hardest. Well,
I'll tell you this, though, and this is where I feel for him a little bit. When Shanny got involved with him, he had just lost his mother not that long ago. His mother had just passed away. And ultimately, Jason became her whole world and her whole moon and her sunlight and her stars when she found out that he had all of that money.
It's not great being in jail in the first place, but separation anxiety. Oh, yeah. I was really worried about her because I wasn't sure about the food situation. Were the kids going to go get food at convenient and stuff?
That ain't what you told me. And that ain't what you told everybody on YouTube. The reason why you was afraid you was in jail is because that you was there with bad charges. You was there for kicking a kid, which you would later deny that you did. You know what I mean? That you was in jail for kicking a kid, and you had to ask the police officers and say, "I don't feel safe in here." And they put you in a different cell. You are a liar, dude. Anybody can go watch XX Archive and go listen to what you said on there, dude. Like, honestly, you're a liar.
I was getting food at Giant driving. So I didn't know what the hell was going to happen with her. I was scared about that for her. Where is she going to get her food? Because
I got to get on my channel. I don't know if it's legal or whether or not he would do it, but I got to get Will on here. I'm telling you, the amount of times I can catch Jason lying and Shanny on here lying is just unbelievable if I ever get one of them kids on here. By the way, Will, if you're watching, how you doing? How you doing, Zachary, if you're watching?
And couldn't be there all the time. So you want to call it codependent? Absolute, Rep, because she yanked me out of my house in Scranton.
Hey, Jason, I think I was a better, if you want to call it, I was a better uncle to Zachary and William than you was as a dad. And if you don't believe me, why don't you ask William? Go ask him. Say, listen, was G-Man a better uncle to William and Zachary compared to Jason being a dad? I spoiled the snot out of those kids when I came and saw them.
Okay.
And put me out in Colorado like a fish out of the water. And the first day that we ended up there, I had a psychotic break where I was looking into the sun, crying into
the... By the way, William, if you need anything, you know to contact me. And Zachary, same thing. Oh, by the way, Zachary, I think it's you. You have a red Apple iPhone. I got it still. Okay. I think the issue is that nobody could charge it, but I got a wireless charger and I was able to charge it. So if you want it back, contact me. I can get it to a YouTuber and then they can get it to you. But I need to hear it directly from you though first. All right. I don't want no third party. I have to hear it directly from you, and I'll get the phone to you, and then you can do what you want with it.
Son, I see Jesus Christ's hand in the sun, just saying, "Take my hand," and I lost my mind, man. I completely lost it for a little bit, for a day. I ran in the house and I was acting like the fucking Joker. It was out of hand, dude. There was one. I'm surprised she didn't live stream it, because if you guys got a taste of that shit, that was really crazy. I was in a psychotic state, and it's because I was withdrawing from alcohol, and I have never felt anything like that, Rep. When you're slamming
alcohol is a huge alcohol addiction's rough, man. So
Okay.
have you ever
I got a whole bunch of relatives that know all about that? But anyway, let's continue.
have you ever been to rehab, like alcohol rehabilitation?
You could call what I've been to twice a rehab of sorts, but it was in a behavioral health hospital.
Okay.
So it was like a combo of rehab type stuff in the structure of a behavioral hospital. That's what I went to. And I recommend it to everybody. It's a very good thing. If you can stand being in a situation that's a lot like high school and sort of prisony, but it's not. The bad places are like a prison. The good places are kind of like high school. There's structure. You have to go to groups. They'll lock your room and lock you out of your room if you don't go to groups, stuff like that.
Okay. Interesting.
So very helpful, and I
got a question for you, Jason. I noticed that you went to Hussey's channel. You're on Repsian's channel. You even went to Jules' channel. And this is why I'm bringing this up, because I know that you know just how much Jules have actually done to you. And, Shanny, I'm not going to call her your ex because I don't think she's your ex, but to you and Shanny. If you can go on Jules' channel, if you can go on Hussey's channel, you can go on this channel, and you can go on these other channels that you've been on, stopping you from going on Carrie's channel. For crying out loud, when I stopped being friends with you and Shanny, you know how much I dislike Drag Knight. He was in my room, and I went to his YouTube channel. I want to know why you're so afraid to go to Carrie's channel. Is it because you only want to go to people's channels and who you think you can fool and who you can trick? You don't care about Shanny no more, then certainly you shouldn't care about what Carrie thinks about Shanny or anybody else for that matter.
Recommend that to everybody. But rehab, good rehab, costs money, Reb.
Yeah, no, it absolutely does.
It really
how long were you in there for?
First time I went, I was there a solid week. The second time I went, I was there 2 weeks, which was 4 groups a day, which is that's a lot of therapy, man. And it's good stuff. It's really good. Coping mechanisms, learning DBT with dialectic behavior therapy.
No, I've done DBT. DBT is pretty. It's very, very good.
Oh, it's awesome stuff. And CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy. I've been through a bunch of shit. And the only thing I need to get right is the medications, because they had me on a lithium dose that I don't know.
I have a question for you, Jason, because I don't think Repsian and the rest of these guys asked you this question. Was you giving your medication to Shanny when you was getting your prescriptions? Was you giving some of your medication to Shanny? I'm just curious. I mean, like, there's a lot of people out there that do that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So, I mean, like, I don't think there's anything that the police can do right now, like in the present or whatever. But I would like an answer for that, Jason. Like, were you giving your medication to Shanny? He goes, we both know you was.
And it made me feel weird,
Yeah, lithium's a wild medication to have. Man, you got a lot of haters in the chat right now. People are people do not like you.
That's all right, man. I understand why they don't. It's okay. And I understand that there's going to be a certain segment of people that saw what happened with that boy, and they think it's something it wasn't. And it's just
you're referring to the child, the kid, which she calls
Zachary.
Zachary, the kid kicker thing, right? Correct.
Yeah, correct.
If you guys want to know what happened regarding Zachary, because he was the one who got kicked, not William, right? If you want to know what happened regarding Jason and Zachary, listen to Will, because Will told me to my face that that they was both afraid of this guy. They was also telling me backstories of what it was like to be with him in Colorado. Now, this is when Shanny tried to give me the hard sell, for those of you who know what I'm talking about. So if you talk to William will tell you in detail what actually happened, because he did it with me. He'll tell you what happened that day. And Jason is not being truthful.
What is interesting about that situation is how Shanny completely refused to ever acknowledge that happened up until you guys broke up.
Isn't that funny? Wow. All of a sudden? Okay, hun. It's a bad habit. I got to stop calling her hun. But that's just dishonest. Because if I kick that boy, how could she stay with me?
I swear there's a clip of you admitting that you hit the
XX archive. XX archive. XX archive. Go look up the Scranton his why he got MPD. My goodness gracious. Yo, Jason, listen to me. This term is going to help you for the rest of your internet career, okay? The internet doesn't forget. Oh my God.
kid, though.
You're right. I admit that.
Him.
Yes. That
One minute he admits he kicked him, and the next minute he did. Next minute he's saying that he didn't kick the kid. Which one is it, Jason? Make your mind up.
striking happened. I do remember that, but it was just a couple pops on the head.
And that was because you wasn't man enough to get in Shanny's face, so you went in there and you took it out on the kid.
Hand. And is that too much? Yeah. You're not supposed to do that, especially with an autistic son. You just don't discipline that way.
No, absolutely. I didn't even know the fact that Zachary was autistic, and that actually
makes it worse.
That's fucked up. That's super fucked up to hit an autistic kid.
And that's why they were going to probably kill me in jail. That's why I had to go to solitary, because the whole floor was on fire. This guy fucking did something.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. The hardest part for you to be in jail was worrying about if Shanny had food. Jason, listen to me, man. I'm going to say some things to you that I said to you before. And she had, okay, during this time, for those of you who don't know, I was friends with these people that were living inside of my house, okay? When Jason was in jail, Shanny was trying to get with me. Trust you me when I tell you this, Shanny wasn't thinking about no food. She wasn't thinking about what she was going to eat, what she was going to drink, and neither were their kids. Your uncle, everybody knows the story by now. Your uncle gave me $500 to try to bail you out. Turns out I don't know a lot about this. So they wanted collateral. They wanted all this other stuff. And if you didn't show up at court, thank God I didn't do any of that. You know what I mean? I would have lost whatever I put up for collateral. They wanted me to put that house up for collateral, and that just wasn't going to happen. Okay? Shanny and them were doing just fine. Why am I bringing this up? Because while you're in jail for kicking Zachary, if those other inmates would have found out what you would have did, they would have broke you into a fifth. Matter of fact, you would have been somebody's prison woman. That's what you would have been. You would have been somebody's prison woman. I'm not prison woman, jail woman. I put it to you that way. They would have broke you. And that's why you went to solitary confinement. And I assure you, that was your biggest fear. It wasn't whether or not Shanny was eating or not, because you knew full well she was eating, and she was eating good.
Come to an autistic kid. Yeah, we're going to kill him tonight. They said that.
I mean,
I don't blame them, man. I don't blame them. Look, the circumstances of what were behind that night is that Shanny had been.
You better never go to jail. That's all I know. You better make sure you never go to jail, because, like I said, they don't forget this stuff.
Just harassing me the whole day with bullshit, saying you're cheating, you're an asshole. I can't stand you. All this shit.
Hussy, somebody who's I don't know if Hussy's watching this or whatever. Somebody's got to show Jason the XX archive videos where Shanny is talking about yours surely when he's in jail. Ugh.
So I was gaslit into a really bad mental state to start with, and I didn't have any medication. I wasn't drinking. So I was in a manic state, and it just happened, man. It just happened.
So you hit the kid with your hand, and you never kicked.
Somebody told me I'm just as bad as Shanny. Let's continue.
The kid.
The kicking didn't happen, and the reason that I know it didn't is because I was wearing steel-toed boots. So if I kicked him, he would have not just gone to the hospital, but probably would have had a very serious injury of some sort.
So now you didn't kick him. You kicked him, then you didn't kick him. You kicked him, but then you didn't kick him. He's going to get into the story.
Okay, he would have had a ruptured something.
I mean, yeah.
There's no chance.
We do agree here that hitting a kid is just like deplorable, and this should never happen, correct?
I totally agree. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, all children. You don't discipline that way. I don't agree with it. I don't.
Do you remember if you put any when you hit him in the head? Did you put any bruises or anything, or no?
Not that I was told about. No, Shanny said he was fine. We didn't even take him to the hospital. That's what Shanny told me.
Yeah, I need to go talk to William. William seriously needs to either go on who's a good channel, neutral. William needs to go on one of these YouTube channels, maybe Hussey or whatever, right? And William, and if he hasn't done it already, he needs to tell everybody what happened that day, because what he's saying and what William told me are two entirely different things.
Okay. Well, I just don't want it to be super downplayed. I'm glad that we agree that hitting a kid is not okay. It's just never acceptable. But
I fully take responsibility and I apologize for it. And no, you need to be going to anger management if you even think for a second.
Well, for the future, if you ever date somebody again, you should not date somebody with children. Okay, like
I completely agree with that.
Don't date somebody with children.
No. I agree completely.
Okay. Anyways, let's I want to ask you, how did you and Shanny meet?
Oh boy.
The origin of your relationship, was it through YouTube? Was it through Facebook? It was through YouTube?
It was through YouTube.
Okay.
I was a Christian end time prophecy guy. And I can see that you
Christian prophecy guy.
When these guys actually met, it was during the Great Debate days. So that's going to be important for when I respond to what he's going to say.
Yep.
Like, what do you mean? Well, you had Revelation News. Yes, I remember that YouTube channel
many years. Those of you who don't know this, Revelation News was a YouTube channel, and I don't know if Hussey knows this and the rest of these other people know this. Revelation News was a so-called end-time prophecy channel. We talked about Alex Jones and conspiracy theories and a lot of Republican style opinions. I'll put it to you that way, and views and whatnot. That's going to be important, because if you know anything about Shanny doesn't like the Republican Party. Let's continue.
Yep, that's me. And I had a radio show, and we got I can see that you feel different about me now.
Had about 16 when I first met Jason. He had about 16,000 subscribers, and it was in a room called Nadia. Blah 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 blah. You heard this a million times. Anyway, let's continue.
Our rep with the boy thing, and that's too bad, but I understand it.
Well, the past is the past, but it's also super fucked up. Like, I'm not going to ignore that and be like, oh,
he is going to tell the truth about is that he was in contact with Alex Jones and a couple of these other conspiracy people that existed back then. All right. I mean, they're not existed back then, but were talked about a lot back then.
You're the best person ever. I mean, there's just certain things that if you do,
Yeah, I'd love to have a
friendship. If I right now got up and kicked my cat that's in the background, I'm assuming you'd be like, wow,
what the fuck?
Yeah, you would. Your opinion would be just like, wow, that's really shitty, right? Like,
that's really shitty, sure. And it is really shitty what happened.
Everybody watching, including you would have, your opinion would be like, it would change a little bit. I'm still going to talk with you. I'm still going to be fair with you, and we still want to talk to you. So, but anyways, let's get back to the subject. Shanny, how did you guys meet?
Yep, YouTube, my Christian YouTube prophecy channel, Revelation News. I was one of the bigger prophecy guys in the beginning because the big guys weren't on there yet. So I was one of the bigger channels, and she was a commenter. And I talked to her a few times. We talked on the phone a few times about the Bible and stuff, and current events and stuff like that. So she came
to your YouTube channel?
Yeah, in the comments, yeah. That's where I met her. And then I can't remember how she got my number, but we exchanged numbers somehow. I can't remember how. And she called me one day and said, Rand Campbell, who was another Christian YouTube guy, his name on there was like God is on YouTube or something was his name. And she said, he needs to talk to you. So that's how I really met her and came into that community, which was the Great Debate community on YouTube.
The skeptic. So I was part of the skeptic community years ago on YouTube.
So that was Repsian. Okay, so I probably do know him. He was probably part of the Great Debate community, but I just don't remember talking to him. But if I had some of my other friends on here, they would be able to tell me who he is. I don't know yet.
It was kind of the opposite of it.
Yeah, it fits in with it, like Jacqueline Glenn, right? That she, her.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That type of deal. It was like atheist versus Christian debate.
Well, I'm a Christian. Somebody's asking me, do I believe in that prophecy stuff? I'm a Christian. Some of the stuff that he talked about on his Revelation News channel. Some of the stuff, like for example, Loose Change, when he talked about what happened with the the 9/11 attacks and everything and whatnot, and I was in agreement with him with that. And well, some of the things that he was saying, I was in agreement. I was in agreement with some of the things that he was saying, but I didn't watch his channel all the time because I was too busy doing my own thing during the Great Debate days.
Community thing. So
he came on my YouTube channel. Shani was on my channel. Like Shani was a regular on my YouTube channel when I used to do my hangouts and everything and whatnot. So
that's how I really met her. And then you flash forward a few years, you go to 2017, and Chris broke up with her in a way that was, I don't agree with it. He basically cheated with another woman. And
wait a minute. You don't agree with it? How did you break up with Shani, Jason? I'm curious. But didn't you cheat on her? You cheated on her, then you broke up with her. And then the way that she left that house, I mean, that wasn't necessarily the most flattering way she left. I would say that the way Chris broke up with her and the way you broke up with her is pretty similar, actually.
Do you know that for certain? Do you know that for certain, though?
I mean,
no, you don't.
You know for certain.
No, you don't, because you only know what she told you, Jason. That's why I'm dying to get you on this channel.
He said that it happened?
No, I have him stuttering on here.
Okay. In an interview with the Geek Room, he admitted to cheating.
All right.
Yep.
I'll have to go back and reference that when I make my official.
Chris did cheat, and Chris ultimately owned it. It was with Shani's best friend, apparently. Okay, and then something happened with Chris's brother or whatever, and Shani viciously tried to kill the guy with an axe or something like that. And I guess Chris filed for divorce or something like that. So, and then she was making all of these videos. And all of that and whatnot. So anyway, let's continue.
Video on Shani, but I didn't know that. So that's the first time I'm hearing that.
Yep. Yeah, he admitted it.
He came out of that one like a boss, though. I got to give him that. He came out of that one like a boss.
Everybody in chat saying Chris said he did. He did it. Okay, so yeah. All right.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
I didn't like that, but whatever. I made
because you did that with Izzy. Anyway, let's continue.
I promised her. She was feeling that something bad was going to happen with their relationship, and she said, "I need a Christian man in the community to stand up and say that."
It wasn't you, bro. She was talking about yours truly. She was talking about, if y'all think I'm being big-headed, go to Fundy Archive and you will see it for yourself. Go to Fundy Archive. I'm telling you, if you guys want to see a circus, yeah, I listen to me, Jason. I give you $500 to come on here for 3 hours. I'll have a lot of fun with you, man.
He'll help me. And I gave her a picture of a ring. So I took it. I took it. And
what I want to know is what happened that first night when Shani came in and, and brought her kids into the house. I'm pretty sure that she raped him. I'm pretty sure of it. I'm dying to know what happened that first day.
It was then a process to getting her to PA. I bought her a truck. It was a GMC Jimmy I bought her.
Yep, it was a green one. I actually know about it because that ultimately became mine after a while. As a matter of fact, I'll show you all what it looks like. Just give me a minute. That truck was ultimately mine. It's like a lot of other stuff was mine. But it was a green Jimmy in which all 4 tires lost the air and it couldn't even start, and it was a piece of junk. Let me show you here. I think I showed everybody this picture before. I'm going to show you guys this now again. And I'll show everybody what this Jeep looked like, the one that he claims he bought her. All right. So just give me a second here, and I'll show everybody what this, what this Jeep looked like. I think I use it as a screensaver, so I'm going to show you guys. I have to cut the old phone on. I believe this is the phone that was stolen, one of them. Okay, so here it is here. I got to make sure you guys can see this here. This is the green Jeep here. Hold on. It says Android is starting, so I got to wait before I can show you this here. Hold on. Okay, so this is it right here. Okay. I don't know if you guys can see that or not. That is, hold on, let me put this one on because I don't want the wrong thing to pop up on here. Hold on. Do not disturb. There we go. This is the Jeep here. I don't know if you guys can see this or not. I'll try to put that in the back here for you so you can see it. That's the green Jeep that Shani arrived there with. and it would stay in that driveway until I got it towed. And I have a video. I think I showed it on Drag's channel where I made sure Shanny was on the phone with the tow guy when it ultimately got towed. But anyway, let's continue.
Used one. She just packed up everything she could get, put it in that thing, and drove out to me. And a day before
her mother threw her out,
she drove out, I said, Shannon, I don't think you should come out here. And here's what she freaked out immediately and started having a really bad meltdown. I said, listen, you got 2 kids and I'm an alcoholic. You think it's a really good idea to have them underneath my roof? I don't think it's.
And let me tell you something about that. Y'all see the condition of the house that's over there now. For those of you who have actually been to that house, you'll notice that that yellow house that the uncle has, that the porch is actually coming down. You've seen things inside of the house where it's in poor condition. That's nothing compared to the conditions he was living in with the house that he ultimately gave me. The front roof was coming in. It was collapsing in. The kitchen ceiling had already collapsed, and rainwater was coming in. That place was falling apart. You know what I mean? And by the time I finally got it, there was a sign on there saying it was going to be condemned. That's why I'm not buying the garbage that I'm hearing about him having to move because the house is condemned. Just because it's condemned don't mean he can't stay there. Especially if you're sitting here telling me that the reason why it's condemned is because of a toilet in a basement. I can go over there in one day and fix that by myself. One day.
Idea. She said, no, this is God. I have to come now. And
thanks.
Okay. So she showed up at my doorstep. And the rest, you guys know, it's history, you know.
Thank you, Nikki, for the $5. Appreciate that. All right. So that's lore I didn't know. You guys met through.
Yep.
How fascinating. So what was, when you first met her, can you describe the overall first day that you met her? How was that? What was that like? How did she treat you?
What did you think when you first saw her in person? That's what I want to know. Like, what were you thinking? Like maybe Barbara Streisand, Vanna White? Like when you saw Shanny for the first time, what did you think?
Kind of like a star at first. It's like, wow, you're real. You're a real person. I think it was kind of like if she met, I don't know, some actor she kind of liked.
I'll tell you the difference between Jason now and the Jason back then. He wasn't worried about her trying to hurt him or nothing like that. You got to go watch some of the earlier videos when these two were together. That man had an assault rifle in his closet and he had a Glock. He was not worried about her trying to do anything to him. I assure you of that.
That's how it was at first. But it was pleasant.
This dude was really, 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 really into the Alex Jones stuff. This dude had food that can last like 20 years. That was in his house. He had guns. He had ammunition like crazy in the basement. He had a lot of that Alex Jones stuff in there. A lot of the silver, a lot of that stuff that could fix your immune system. He had a lot of that stuff all over his house.
She presented to me as a pleasant person. So
when I first met Shanny, pleasant person too. But I didn't forget everything that happened on YouTube at the same time.
Developed a relationship, yeah. I didn't really at first feel the feeling of, oh, I want you, that type of deal, because I'm really not into BBW women, but her spirit was something that was attractive to me at the time. So, yeah, it developed into...
I'll never understand this, because when I was on his computers and those laptops and whatnot that he had in his house, I've seen the girls that he was talking to and the girls he was friends with. And I'm still to this very day wondering, why did he pick Shanny? That's another thing I would like to ask him.
Call a relationship, and I
saw those girls, you'll be asking him the same question.
Did the best I could in the circumstances.
Okay, let me back up. So you eventually meet her, right?
Yeah.
How soon did you guys actually become like a couple officially? Was it like the first day, like you guys met and you went down on that pussy and like it was done, like like the first day? First day you guys met.
First day. Yeah. Likes to say I was stealing kisses at the door or whatever. Yeah, I was affectionate. Sure.
They was having sex before Shanny ever got to Scranton, Pennsylvania. They was having phone sex, and they were flirting. And how do number one, Chris would tell us, would tell everybody that Shanny would spend all of these hours talking to people on YouTube. I was one of them, Veckel, but apparently she was having phone sex with Jason. So they were, and she was very much married to Chris when these things were happening. Okay, and you'll see all of this stuff addressed on a Fundy archive. I don't think it's on XX archive, but I know it's on. I know for a fact it's on what's his name? Glute, I think his name is, on Glute's channel, Fundy archive, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
So it was immediate. It wasn't. We didn't wait because it was going to happen. I mean, there was like one really good bedroom that was going to be ours.
Would you say she ever narcissistically love bombed you? Like,
there was 2 bedrooms. I would say the room that you guys ultimately took that. Who room was that? Zachary's or Williams? The room that ultimately became Zachary's. That was the room that you 2 took. Bunch of stuff in it before I threw that stuff away. That room was decent. Your mother's room, however, that master's bedroom, Jason, had nothing but rainwater in it. But you had a whole lot of rare games in there, man. A lot of rare games that I have.
On the first day you guys met?
Oh, man. I mean, that's kind of been a thing from the start, I think. Love bombing, calling me like a perfect Christian guy and all that. That was bullshit. And when people started calling me like a perfect Christian type thing, I straight up drank whiskey live. And I said, no, you're wrong. I'm just a guy. I ain't perfect at all. You know?
All right. Let me stop you there. I have another question. Mm-hmm. So you guys meet for the first time. When you guys met, was she aware of the fact of your inheritance? So I'm trying to
Jason, I got a question for you. Did you ask her, did she have any sexually transmitted diseases? Did you ask her? Did you ask that at all? You know what I mean? Like you just don't meet somebody that you met on the internet and just jump on them. Did you ask her, did she have any sexually transmitted diseases? And how did she respond to you?
Mentally trying to create a timeline here, which will help me for my official Shanny video when it drops.
Okay.
Which you'll be mentioned in that too. But
cool. Not only does Jason knows that Shanny knew about the money. Repsion probably doesn't know this part. Again, if you go to Fundy Archive, Shanny is constantly talking about how much money he has. So Fundy Archive, we see the holy. Now I'm going to mention some dragoons on here in a positive light for once. But we see Dragnut, we see the Holy Spackle, especially Spackle because she was good friends with Jason then. We see let's see, who was it? Cliff Jumper, Alex Botten. Who was the other people? I honestly don't remember. There was a couple of Christians too. But there were several people warning him that Shanny just wanted him for the money. But I think the biggest mouth on this particular topic, I think at the time, was 2 people. It was Dragnut and I think the Holy Spackle, I think. Because Dragnut wasn't really, because Dragnut was covering me a lot. So I think it was him and maybe Spackle, but it was one other person that was covering him all the time. Covering her all the time. And it might have been Botten. I don't know. But I definitely know it was a Holy Spackle.
Did she know about the inheritance, the $700,000 inheritance?
Absolutely, yeah. From
when
the
you
start.
guys first, from the very beginning.
I let her know everything about my life because I felt like it was probably going to develop into a relationship. So yeah, I was sharing everything with her. Yeah.
So remember now, he's an alcoholic. He shared Shanny, but Shanny didn't care about the money. Shanny was just in love.
Yep. She knew about the money. 100%. Yeah. And people were trying to tell me that's probably the reason why she wants to get out to you. And I'm like, well, that's certainly part of the package, ain't it?
Jenny 999, thank you for the $5. Jenny has a question to you specifically asking, are you drinking right now?
I think he's doomed to make the same mistake again. I think if he became a millionaire again tomorrow, he will make the same dumb mistake again. I really believe that. I think he would make the same stupid mistakes again. Because it doesn't sound like he learned anything.
No.
Actually, before
she never cared about him. All she wanted was his money. That's all she wanted. She never cared about this guy. Okay, and if you follow Shanny's career, you would see what she does. She was extremely controlling. She isolated him from everybody, made him delete his YouTube channel. He had wet brain. She made him get off of that stuff, cold turkey and everything and whatnot. Shanny was just evil. And the first years, you think she's evil now? Go check her out when these two first got together.
I'm on here, was a day or two ago. I told him he can't come onto the stream drunk.
Yeah, exactly. You did.
I specifically told him that, and I told him if he is drunk, I will literally not have this conversation with him.
And I don't blame you.
No.
That's
and I appreciate you not coming on here hammered drunk.
no way,
Why?
dude.
It's
I respect you, Rep. There's no way I'd do that with you, man. I wouldn't do that with anybody. I wouldn't do that with Dragnot, and we had a history. You know, I wouldn't do that with people. It's not professional. It's bullshit.
That is a lie from the darkest, deepest pit of hell. Yes, he would. Oh, yes, he would. I don't know how many of you remember the note when before I sold the house and I made it look all clean and everything and whatnot, painted the place and everything and whatnot. I showed you the note. I read the note. They wished death on him. Now, I ain't innocent with that myself, so I don't want to sound like no hypocrite, because I would say that my desires were worse, a lot worse.
To do that, you know.
How are you doing on the alcohol, though? Like, realistically? So I saw a video from you a couple days ago when Shanny was 302'd, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you were like crying like crazy. I didn't watch the whole thing. I only saw a little bit.
I'm drinking that. That's what I'm drinking. Cheap ass
Dr. Thunder.
Dr. Thunder. Yeah, that's what I'm drinking. That's what I got.
All right. Well, just don't get too invested in alcohol, especially during this time, because when feelings and emotions are on the rise, it's very easy to just go to a bottle, right?
You're right.
And alcoholism will never improve any aspect of your life. Like, drinking's fine, but like actually like being drunk.
I agree. I totally agree that that it's okay to have a drink, but getting drunk, however, is a totally different story. So no a problem with that. But I still contend that Jason was a lot better, was in a lot before he met Shanny.
And you've admitted that you've been a drunk in the past, so it's you have the implication of easily just resorting to drinking all the time to suffocate emotions and feelings.
You're right. You're right. And I have to check that. Yeah. But honestly, the couple drinks I had were just celebratory. And I really don't feel like I have that much of a problem with it anymore. But should I stay away from it? Yeah. Not just for getting back into it could pull me back into the bottom like I was at one point. It's not just that, but it gives me such blaring headaches now. It's not even enjoyable. It's not something I even like doing no more. So I'm done with it. I am.
All right. Well, if you need resources for that stuff, let me know. Like, you have my number.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that big time.
So I saw you on like DP podcast. I think was it yesterday or the day before?
That might have been 3 days ago now.
Yeah. And you seem pretty drunk, but I don't know. I don't want you to hurt yourself or do something crazy.
I was feeling it. Because when I'm fully gone, you'll know it. Like the behavior is not okay at all. So like I know my line, and once I go past that, I get offline because it's not good. It's just not good. So yeah, alcohol in general for me now is stay away. But for the feeling in my body, even my body tells me stop that. Don't do it. It's bad for you, man.
Okay, let's move off of alcohol. So you guys meet for the first time. She knows about your inheritance. Tell me about the inheritance process. Specifically, why did you inherit $700,000? And what happened to that specifically? So you inherited $700,000. Why did you inherit $700,000?
Also explain why you're so lazy you won't get the rest of the money that your family has. For those of you who don't know, his father and his mother has equity in oil. And I think he has I forgot what it was called, but he was too lazy to look into it. But he still got money that he can tap into, but he's just too lazy to do it. The reason why I know this is because he showed me the documentation when he lived inside of the house. He's just lazy when it comes to paperwork, and I mean very lazy.
And
He
what
still got money, trust me.
do you think that Shani got with you specifically for that inheritance?
Okay, I didn't inherit 700,000. I inherited 250,000 that I turned 1,000.
So you turned it.
And I would say that that's not even true. He inherited the 250,000, and he had 2 houses. He had the house that he was staying in, and he had the house that he would eventually give to his uncle for $1.
Yeah.
How did you turn that? Well, not only is that a massive, like, that's a
return
value is crazy. Like if you had 250 and you made it 700,000, you better give me some financial advice, because clearly I'm doing something wrong myself, right? So how did you turn 250 into 700,000?
Apple stock.
Apple stock.
I kept rolling money into Apple stock, and eventually it split, and then it split twice, and then it split. My money was gone at that point, but it split 3 times. If we still had the money, we would have been millionaires, me and Shani. We would have been like 10 million, decamillionaire.
So you took 250,000, all of that you inherited, and you just thrusted it towards Apple shares, invested.
Slowly. Yep. I would take little amounts of the dividends that were coming in from other stocks, and I was piping it all into Apple. And that was a good move. It was it was a good move.
I missed out. I should have slid in your DMs and asked you what's some financial advice.
It went well for that time. It did. And where did it go? Mainly marijuana.
Okay, so you made $700,000, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
At this point,
I thought the trolls was the reason why you went broke. I thought the trolls was the reason why you lost all your money. So now you're admitting that drugs is what happened to it. Oh, okay.
When you
It's
had
going to be important for when Shani's mom starts talking and he starts denying everything.
a total of $700,000, how fast did you lose that?
Holy shit. 3 years in Colorado.
So in 3 years, you and Shani spent $700,000.
Correct.
That's wild. That's crazy, man. So I have to ask, how did you spend that much in such a short amount of time? Like three years and 700,000 is an astronomical amount of money.
It's wild.
So you said marijuana, but like there has to be other things. There's no way you can spend 700,000 on weed. Like I don't think that's humanly possible.
No, that wasn't all it was. It was regular living costs, which were higher because we were living in nice areas.
Okay, so when I first went, so everybody knows about the 2 different times when I got the house and whatnot. During the first time at the house, which he's probably not going to bring up, Shani was in charge of his finances when he had wet brain. There's a whole section of what happened to them in Colorado that he ain't going to remember because he had wet brain. At least that's what he tells everybody. Shani called me on the phone and told me that they lost $125,000 in 1 day. In 1 day. Of course, Jason's going to tell me I'm lying and whatnot, but I'd like to see him prove that, though. Considering he knows I have copies of his financials.
In Colorado. But also having to move so many times because of trolls calling landlords and getting us kicked out and causing problems with cops and blah, 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 blah. So there were a lot of moves too.
Nobody would have known that Shani had kids and Shani kept her mouth shut. Nobody would have known where you lived if you kept your mouth shut. As a matter of fact, I was busting out laughing when I saw you on was that Hussey's channel, and I think it was some other lady that was there today. And you just blurted out your address to everybody on there. I was just busting out laughing. And then later on, hey guys, I don't want you coming to my house. They would not know where you lived if you never said nothing.
And a lot of times we had to leave everything and then buy everything new again because of the circumstances were crazy.
And how many times did that happen? You guys leave everything, move to another one, leave, move.
3. And that was a huge chunk of money. I'm going to tell you that. Was it $700,000? No, but it was a chunk.
Let me show you guys something here. This is
money, and every time it's a deposit.
This will give you guys an example of just how stupid these two were with their money. Just give me 1 second here. I want to show you something. I think you'll find this to be interesting. I don't think I've done this on camera before, but I want to show people something here real quick. Okay. All right, so you're going to find this to be pretty interesting here, guys. When he left there, and Shanny drove him all up, and she got him to go to Colorado so that they could smoke weed legally. She could spend them into poverty. They left a lot of stuff there. One of the things, and I'm still holding this to this day, hoping this buffoon wakes up one day. It's a laptop right here. It's an Asus, and it's an Alienware. This right here. Okay? He didn't have one. He had two. So I don't know if you guys can actually see this here. This is the first one. You can tell because it's really dirty. Okay? It smells like Shanny, I think. And then this one right here. That's not even tipping the iceberg. All right. So yeah, they had a habit of buying the same stuff over and over and over and over and over and over.
Extra
How
money.
much, so the first, like, do you remember how much rent was at those places that you were saying?
The last one was crazy. It was
Jason,
$3 grand a
I
month.
still got those thousands of dollars of microphones too. I just want to let you know that I still got those things. All right. Just want to put that out there. All right.
Covell.
That is a lot.
$3 grand a month, but they had security, and that's why we went there.
Yo,
We
somebody
wanted-
put in the chat. Somebody put in the chat. She knows 777. She says you should sell him back his stuff. Yeah, I should sell him back his stuff. They said Shanny's food bills was $50,000 a year. Okay. This dude gave his uncle a house for $1. Everybody gets on my case for me buying a house for $1, but he gave it to the uncle first. But I spent a heck of a lot more than $1 on that place. I can assure you of that.
I'm more curious. So if you had all this, like, let's just go back to like your first move, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you get into this apartment. You guys have a lot of money. Trolls
Plenty.
screw up with your life. You guys get harassed through online trolls, whatever, what have you, right?
Yep.
Why leave everything though?
I know.
If you have,
Okay, so to find out about the harassing and all that stuff and whatnot in their personal life, go to Fat Courtney Love's YouTube channel. Go listen to the racist garbage that they were saying on their channels. Go look at what they were saying when I lived in a house and they threw me out into the cold. It's a lot of stuff this guy's not bringing up, and I am dying to talk to him about that in public with you guys, but he won't do it. Jason's a liar.
That's what I don't like. Why leave everything? Because I watched a video. I don't know if you know what video that is, but there was a video that of
See, Jason,
I don't know if it was a leasing agent or a land.
Sides to every story. You got on here and you said that I can get on here in front of all of these strangers and I can lie and whatnot. Yet you can't be specific about what I lied about. I see you don't want to come on this YouTube channel. I told you to call me. I told you to give me to email me, and you wouldn't do it. A lot of people started getting suspect. Well, why aren't they why isn't he contacting the G-Man? Why won't he? Because his butt ain't gonna be homeless. That's why. I think the uncle's gonna sell that place, and Rev's gonna get a portion of that money. That's what's ultimately gonna happen. Or he's about to get that house put in his name. Something like that is about to happen. Anybody believing that these two are going to stay permanently separated, or believes that this buffoon is going to be living out in the street, y'all seriously need to get hip to your Shanny and Reb's history.
And we're going through one of the places that you lived. And I will say the place was actually really nice. Like, the apartment is very nice. It is way nicer than what I'm living in right now.
Covell.
It is. And the stuff that I saw on there made me nearly vomit.
I know.
Living conditions of the house. It was a couple-story house, and it was just like horrendous. There was poop and shit, and grime, and the kids' beds. There was piss stains and like feces, and I just was like, "What?" So I guess my question is going back. So your first move,
wait a minute,
why
Let me
leave
not
everything?
be a hypocrite, because I believe Shanny and Rev, when they came to the house and they told me that the house was sabotaged. I actually believed it for a little bit, so I don't want to sound like no hypocrite or nothing like that. Then they got kicked out of my house. And how do you think they left it there?
Everything, though. That's what I don't understand.
Yeah, it was the circumstances, because every time that they would flood a landlord with so many calls at once, it became, no, you got to get out, not just, they have processes, right? Oh, you got to be out in this amount of time. They literally say
typically it's 30 days.
Typically, yes. But they would pull shit with lawyers, I guess, and stuff, and we had to be out in a week.
Hey, Jason, how did they know where you lived? How did they know where you lived? Just curious. I'm almost positive. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure everybody watching this, or 446 people in here, all know that Shanny was the one who told them where you lived. And
7 days gone. So the circumstances were such that a lot of times we couldn't coordinate getting like a U-Haul and all that stuff.
A lot of you who are new to this probably think that Shanny is evil now, but if you wasn't around when this knucklehead had that money and they thought that they could just say whatever they wanted to people back then, like the way that those racial slurs were just coming out of their mouths, degrading poor people. A lot of you don't even know about that, but those of you who donate to them, go look at how they talk to poor people. Go look at his opinion, how he was telling people about welfare and mocking people who was getting welfare when he himself was benefiting from welfare, which is the reason why those two didn't get married, because Shanny didn't want to lose her welfare.
I'm telling you, dude, living in the situation we were in together was so uncomfortable that a lot of times we would just get lost by smoking weed and completely not taking care of shit that needed to be taken care of quick. So what's the consequence? We leave everything, jump in the car, pack clothes and shit, and go to another place. That's what it was. Just mentally ill.
You did that 3 times?
3 times.
Yeah, when they left Scranton, and I always tell this story, when I went in there and I took over that house, the man's driver's license, a lot of Shanny's personal information, her panties, it was like all over the kitchen and everything. It's like, ugh. But anyway, a lot of stuff that a person would normally take was just sitting around there casually on the kitchen table, on the dining room table. I should say, not the kitchen table. The kitchen's over here and the dining room's over here. He had a lot of that stuff in the dining room, just sitting there casually. You know what I mean? So yeah, it is true. They just packed up and left because Shanny was rich.
It's crazy, man. Like,
Do
you understand in retrospect how crazy that is? So I saw I don't know how old this, I was watching something a couple weeks ago with you. You and Shanny were in the background, and I saw
How many of you saw the video
on a shelf.
How many of you saw the video when they was kicking me out and they was trying to embarrass me on the internet, and I got Shanny's panties and I did this and they showed everybody how big her butt was? How many of you saw that video? How many of you saw the video when I had a bra and I did all of that stuff? I think Dragnut was the one that reviewed that. Dragnut's got a lot of goodies on his channel if he ever decides he wants to show you guys some stuff.
Of a bunch of PlayStation 2 games.
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
And I was like, dude, I want those.
I know. I want
those. Where you left them? You left PlayStation 2? Do you know how much those games are worth now?
I do know that, Rep. And the deal is, I put everything I could into that Durango. It was literally puffed.
Ask him how many of those PlayStation 2 games he has now. Just ask him. Ask him, hey, Jason, how many of those PlayStation 2 games you got? GameCube games you got? Nintendo games you got? Genesis games you got? Ask him how many of those he has now.
Out with stuff. And it was really rare shit. So I kept that stuff. The PS2 games, I've thought to myself, well, bro, you can literally get huge lots of PS2 games on eBay for not that much money. eBay is amazing still.
It is. I use it for Pokemon card stuff.
There you go. Exactly. It's great for that. And Magic the Gathering's my shit. That's what I used to love. But yeah, man, I had all of that shit, and I built that up over a 1 year period, and I spent only $1,000 on all of it. Except the Neo Geo, because Neo Geo's shit is super expensive.
It is.
I had a Neo Geo in the freaking.
I believe the system's worth about $1,000 now, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe even $1,100 right now. I should know because this is in my closet.
Box, dude. I gave it to G-Man.
The G-Man seems to have a lot of things that he's taken from you guys. We'll get into that
later.
Okay.
Whoa! I take offense to that. I didn't take anything from this guy. These things were given to me because he loved me so much and he wanted me to have the whole world. He wanted me to have the sun, the moon, and the stars because he loved me so. Yeah, right.
He
so
has quite a bit.
Going
yeah.
back to you guys moved 3 times. You leave everything.
Mm-hmm.
What was the landlord's reasoning for why you guys like left? Like what? Yeah, like they have to give you a reason. Like, is you violating?
They considered us a nuisance to the community.
I mean,
that was always what
ever drives that he was bragging about during the time when he had the $700,000. He was bragging about all them ever drives and how people should have this and have. Please, I got every last one of those ever drives, and I still got them to this day.
It was always the reason.
That was probably very valid, right? I would assume.
Yeah, because the trolls would flood, literally, rep like 500.
So it wasn't because no rent was ever paid or anything. Was rent paid?
Always. Yep.
Always. Okay.
Always. I never had a problem paying rent.
They were calling me the N-word is I didn't know that Jason was only getting about $5,000 a month out of his Apple stocks. I believe it was between $5,000 and $6,000, which makes sense because it would explain why he and Shanny seemed to not have a certain amount of money when they wanted certain things and whatnot. And they had to wait to the end of the month. I didn't learn this until later on, but they only had about $5,000 a month. That would also explain why Shanny would make a YouTube video. Gee, man, I can't believe it. My electric bill is $200. I'll never forget that day. I'll never, ever forget that. As if that was my fault. Forgetting that, no, it wasn't $200. It was $400. Because these buffoons left the air conditioners on when they left to go to Colorado and tried to blame that mess on me.
Because we had plenty of...
buffoon had wet brain. And just like, yeah, Shanny,
dividends coming in, plenty to cover both places, Glenwood and the Habitat. The first two, we could cover them no problem. Covell broke the bank over time because it was $3,000 a month.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, it broke the bank. That was it.
And that was pre-COVID.
That's right. And I'm telling
yeah, you only get about $5,000 a month from your $700,000. What were you guys doing with the other $2,000? Oh, I forgot. My bad. Didn't she have like a $500 joint that she smoked? A $500 joint.
I'm telling you, Westminster's not cheap to live in. It's a bougie area. So,
all right,
it is what it is, man.
And the entire time that they're living in Colorado, they had a free house in Pennsylvania. Didn't go there.
All right, so that gives me a lot of clarity on things and stuff. I want to talk about
one of
G-Man.
the things. They're about to talk about me in a minute, but one of the things that gives me great satisfaction is that when these two went broke, who do you think they called to pay their bills? Who do you think they called? They didn't call Dragnut. They ain't called Jules. They ain't called none of these. They called me. Same person he was calling the N-word, and he was doing all this other stuff. I was sitting there paying his bills. But let's see with Jason Avocado, Jessica, or whatever the heck his female name is, has got to say about this next question.
Actually, since G-Man was brought up.
Okay.
So G-Man, from what I've been researching, G-Man sold a house from under you guys. Is that correct? Or sold something under Shanny?
I don't know if you'd put it that way. We gave him a house. My house in Scranton that I used to live in.
You gave him it?
For $1. Yeah.
Why?
He was homeless. And
Jason, I'm sorry, I gotta laugh at that. Because we both know that was malarkey. we both know that's malarkey. This is what I'm talking about, man. I gotta get him on my YouTube channel. I want to prove that this crackhead doesn't know what he's talking about. I want to prove it like unconditionally that this crackhead don't know what he's talking about. I'm not even calling him a drunk no more. I'm calling him what he is. He is a straight up crackhead, a dope head who doesn't know what he's talking about. Was not homeless. Okay? When the house was given to me the first time, you had wet brain. Shanny, and I don't know how many times I gotta tell the story. Shanny made a video. G-Man, we want to give you a TV. The TV that they wanted to give me, I already showed you guys in videos. It was a 50-inch, one of them big, heavy with a huge back before the flat screen TVs, I think was around or whatever. They wanted to give me that. Then literally the next video after that, when Biden and all them people were attacking Shanny, calling her a gold digger and doing all this other stuff. G-Man, we want to give you a house. I called Shanny up and said, Shanny, can you please take down that video? Because they know how I feel about my privacy. I absolutely hate it when people violate my privacy, because what I usually do as a receipt is I violate theirs. You know what I mean? So they sat there and said they wanted to give me a house. So I called them on the phone and I was like, where's the house at? I don't know nothing about owning a home, blah, 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 blah. I eventually went up there. They gave me permission to break into the house, which I ultimately did in front of the police and in front of the neighbors who all knew my name before I got there. And I stayed there for a couple of months. And then, Shani went on her racist tirade talking about somebody ain't pay no phone bill. So I got kicked out of there. Then later on, when I had my apartment and I was on here saying that I can afford the taxes, they and at the same time, these two were going broke. Hint, 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 hint. And they didn't have no money. Hint, 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 hint. And they knew they was going to have to go from Colorado back to Pennsylvania. Hint, 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 hint. Conveniently gave me a house for $1. This is why this coward will not come on my channel. I'll destroy Jason. I just don't know. I will absolutely destroy this guy.
Didn't need that house anymore. I intended on staying in Colorado. So I said, wait, G-Man's homeless? Screw that. We're going to give him the house for $1.
Jesus. Man, I'm in the wrong
That
place.
is not what happened. When I got the house the first time, I got kicked out of there in a very humiliating fashion. The second time, after going through all of that drama, the summer of me and all the other mess that I went through and whatnot, when the enemy of my enemy became my friend, is when I got the house.
I could have had a house from you for $1.
If I knew you then, rep. And
I don't understand why sell the house for $1 to him though. What's the motive?
Because I knew he could never afford paying for the full house. I mean, it's $160,000 house.
Actually, in the beginning, I think I was offered I was offered 90, and then I was offered 130 or 150, I think it was. And then I believe that day I couldn't bring the person in there because the house smelled like fungus feet mixed with sex. And I couldn't have nobody go inside the house. And you guys William about that day too, because I was mad that day. I yelled at everybody, kids included, clean up this place or you're going to have to get out. I was pretty hot that day. I was not a nice guy that day. And I almost had that house sold for about 150 grand. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
So he would never be able to pay me that. So I just wanted the guy to have a roof over.
It's one of those whisper down the lane thingies and whatnot. He's trying to clout chase right now. I gave G-Man a house because he was homeless. If you guys actually go take a look at the timeline, you'll see that this is baloney. This is baloney. Go look at the timeline.
His head, I cared about him as a
so
Christian.
You sold a house to G-Man for
$1.
$1.
The channel to look at is Fat Courtney Love. And I'm going to say this again. Fat Courtney Love. Go to that channel. They're going to call the police if I go back to the house. Shani said I used her credit card. Shani said I did this. Shani said I did that. They were calling me the N-word. This buffoon called me the N-word. He said he says he's gonna kill me. All this other stuff that was happening on Fat Courtney Love's YouTube channel. Go look at it. And you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. He's full of it. And then what was going on between myself and Drag when I finally got the house back. Go take a look at it.
Out of good nature because you just enjoyed his presence as a friend.
Lie. And anybody
just
who
because
believes
I
him,
knew
when he says this, you're gullible. You don't know your history the way you think you do. He's lying.
him from YouTube. I really enjoyed what he did correcting the doctrine of Black Hebrew Israelite individuals. I liked that content. And I was like, no way, there's not going to be a brother on this.
So something positive about him. He was giving me $500 as a tithe because of what I was doing with the Hebrew Israelites. I personally think Shani had a lot to do with that because I think Shani was with him for the money, but she wanted me physically. And I got a lot of reasons to believe that based on phone calls when I lived in there and my relationship with her before, stuff hit the fan.
Street. I can't give him the house for $1. I don't care. Do it.
And Shani referred to that house as a piece of garbage. She referred to the green Jeep that she wishes she had today was a piece of garbage. That he wishes he had today. That they both called the piece of garbage. They lied about giving it to the Salvation Army. And one of the funniest things about that house, I don't want to talk about it too much. he had a will written in pencil talking about how if something happens to him, he wants the house to go to the YMCA. No, not the YMCA. The Salvation Army. They didn't care about that house. Not until they moved back in it.
And we, you know,
yeah, that is something else, man. I would love to buy a house for $1. Well, if you ever get a house again, let me know and I'll buy you. I'll give you $1,000 for a house because that was a good deal for G-Man. So G-Man got the house.
If you wouldn't have took the house that he's in right now, you wouldn't have wanted that house then. Okay, I spent a nice hunk of change. I think about maybe between 30 and 40 grand on that place, getting that place together. Again, people, it's easy to say, "Hey, G-Man got the house for $1," but the roof was caved in, the kitchen was caved in, his mother's room had rainwater all over the place, all over all this stuff and whatnot. That place is falling apart, and I had to get to work very fast. Very fast.
There was no like scam, or it had nothing to do with taxes or anything. You just give him the house for $1.
That's right. And then over time, of course, because of costs of the house.
Something else that Jason's not talking about is all of the back taxes that was not paid on the house. A lot of stuff about that he ain't talking about too. Okay. A lot of back taxes wasn't paid. I think it was like between $4,000 and $8,000 in back taxes because of grass being too high for a long period of time. There's a whole bunch of violations that place had. Like, I'm pretty sure the house that he's in right now has got similar violations. If I got that house for $1, I'd go to the same nonsense again. That's why I kind of passed on it, because I remember what I had to go through with this first one.
It can become a burden to people because there's bills.
Yeah, there's property taxes for houses. Like in my state, it's not cheap. Like you have a $500,000 house, it's like $6,000-$7,000 a year of property taxes.
Holy shit. Yeah, exactly. And Scranton, just Scranton tax alone. The last time
he's right about what he's about to say here. When I had that house, the taxes over there, man, it starts at $3,000.
Paid it, and now it's I can't imagine what it is now. But just the city tax was over $3,000 a year. That's like whoa. Yeah. That's pretty bad. $3,000 in taxes for just 1 year. That's rough. But you know, it goes to pay for everything in the city, allegedly. So.
This is before I sold the house.
Interesting. That's fascinating. All right. So
I say allegedly.
Are you on good terms with G-Man?
I wouldn't. No.
Why?
Why? Well,
look, I don't know the lore between you two at all. Like, I'm completely naive and ignorant to it, and I'm not even being sarcastic here in my tone. Like, I genuinely don't know.
Oh, he's like, good.
What's up with that? Like,
okay,
you guys are not close to somebody who you sold a house to for $1.
I know. Things happened. Words were said, hurtful words on both sides. Lies were told. And I just, the possibility of a friendship in my mind is just, like I was telling you before, how could I do it? If you know somebody would look at any number of people and lie to their audience directly about you, and they know they're lying, how could I be his friend again?
What did G-Man lie to you about? Or lie about you two on his YouTube channel?
I mean, all the slander about CA, you know, the stuff with the kids, man. There was look, we got letters in.
Oh God. Okay. All right. The last time I was on the phone with Jason Egroff, the last time I was on the phone with him, he wanted back his GameCube, the red one. And the reason why he wanted the GameCube, because I was offering him his what the heck was I offering him? I think he wanted one of the lightsabers back. He wanted like a laptop. I think he wanted like one of the EverDrives he wanted back, maybe all of them. He wanted his Sega. But the thing that like I said, you saw the beginning of this video where you saw me at the house or whatever and whatnot during that time. I promised to give him his stuff and whatnot, right? Or whatever. He knew the conditions and everything and whatnot. And I was talking to him. I didn't want to talk to Shani because I was just done with her. I didn't want nothing to do with her. And she was there. No, wait a minute. Hold on a minute. No. I got this wrong. No, during this time, apparently Shani wasn't supposed to be there. This is important. For what I'm going to say a little later in this video. I got this one all wrong. Shanny wasn't supposed to be there. It was just supposed to be him. Okay. Then all of a sudden, because Shanny and him are friends and they broke up. And I'm like, oh, really? Okay. So he wanted the red GameCube because he said the GameCube belonged to Shanny and he wanted to give her back her GameCube. So, mind you, he's telling me on the phone that she's not there. Of course, I don't believe him, but he's sitting there telling me that she's not there and whatnot. And then I say, I'm not giving you nothing to give back to her. And I brought up what happened the last time I was there when I was trying to give him candy. I was going to give him an RV, give him like about 10 grand and all this other stuff. And when I remember all of this. And then all of a sudden, G-Man, you're a N. I'm hitting record on my phone, trying to record it. Turns out that only my voice is recorded and not his. N, you're an N, hard A, no, I'm sorry, hard R, my bad. N, and then I made my YouTube video about it, talking about it. And I have the archive to prove it on here. He admits it when he was on somebody else's YouTube channel. And I think it's the one with the little fluffy thingy on it. And I think Hussey was responding to one of the videos or whatever. So he was calling me the N-word multiple times the last time I talked to him. That's when I was like, done with him. Y'all see how many different times I even offered the man back his house. I said, listen to me. You leave Shanny, you get a job, you get off the booze, you do this, and this. I'll give you back your house. It's all documented. Carrie covered it. You can go take a look at it. You can see for yourself.
In the mail, and I read them on air. I think it was on Loudmouth Hussey, that interview. I read those letters out live. And
from what, CPS?
Yes. And they said from the start, the CA stuff was unfounded. There was no proof of it. None.
So let me get this right here. First, you admit that you kicked Zachary when you made your home from prison video, that you was a terrible person and whatnot. Then you make another video and say you didn't. Then you make a video and say you did. And then you make another video saying you didn't. Jason, we call that lying. It's either you did or you didn't. You can't do both at the same time. That breaks the law of non-contradiction. You can't actually say you did and you didn't do it at the same time. You either kicked them or you didn't. And this is all out of your own mouth, XX Archives. It's all there. And then you don't want to take XX Archives word for it. Go listen to One Bad Bee when she was on here. Go take a look at Jules Tells All, your new buddy and everything and whatnot. Go look at Burnt Toast. Go look at My God, the whole internet has it. You're just as abusive as Shanny is. Go look at what happened, why you two originally got kicked off of YouTube when you was in the car and you got mad at one of the kids. Stop with the nonsense, you liar. Stop it. You told me you did it. Shanny told me you did it. William told me you did it, and they were scared of you. But I get it, Jason. You want to look as good as possible to all these people who don't like you. Listen to me, dude. If you're going to try to be me, do a better job at that. Like, honestly, it's just better if you just keep it real, be you, and you might get a little bit of respect from some people. They don't get on here and say, oh, I never did it, and I got paperwork saying I never did it. Dude, all I got to do is go to XX Archive and have you talk. That's it. That's all I got to do.
So they said, we are not going to bother you with this anymore. You're not going to hear about it again because we did a full investigation of both states. Even they did a cross-state investigation with Colorado and verified that there was never any evidence of abuse on the boys ever.
Okay, so that leads me to my next question.
Another question I want to ask Jason. Jason, when me and you were doing guy talk and we were walking down Fisk to go to the convenient mart, did you tell me that Shanny body slammed one of the boys in Boulder, Colorado? Oh, look. See, let me tell you something. If you guys want to see a spicy interview where I don't, because I'm not one of these nice people in here that's going to hold back. He'll rage quit within 10 minutes. I promise you. Within 10 minutes, he'll rage quit.
Mm-hmm. Why did Shanny
even
lose
if I
custody of her children?
To stay in the room.
She lost. Okay, which time? Okay, because there's two times.
Both. I want to know both.
Okay, in 2012, she lost them because of a self-termination attempt.
Okay.
They were taken away from her for like a year, and then in the meantime, she found my channel, dropped to her knees and prayed to Christ, and she saw his feet, and she had a very religious, you'd say, experience and found Christ, and said, please, Lord, if you could do one thing, just get me my children back. And they did come back. They did. She got them back.
I don't know the YouTubers' names, but one of them I think is what the heck was that guy name? He was at their trial when they was in Boulder, Colorado. I forget his name. He's an atheist. I forget his name, but is it? I forget his name. But he made a YouTube video about Shanny's so-called conversion to Christianity, which is why I have a totally different attitude about Shanny and her so-called Christianity. Agent of Doubt, that's his name, Agent of Doubt. Contact Agent of Doubt and ask him about Shanny when she was an atheist and then when she converted to Christianity. Okay, and you'll see why sometimes I'll refer to Shanny as a female Brett Keane.
So she was suicidal, essentially.
Yes.
And that's why she lost them the first time. Why was the second time?
The second time, she didn't lose them. The second time, it's not the right way to put it, because there was no court involved in it. There was no battle. CPS came to our place in Scranton while we were staying there with G-Man owning the place. And it was no longer a possibility for us to afford feeding the whole household. It became impossible with the amount of money that they're.
Okay, so this is okay. So I don't know how real I kept this with you guys regarding this particular time, but what he just said is a bold-faced lie. Let me explain why. First of all, there were YouTubers that was mailing them food on a regular basis. Y'all need to understand something about Shanny and Rev. Okay, if it ain't McDonald's, if it ain't pizza, if it ain't fast food, then you didn't give them anything. Drake Nut's not here, so I can't get him to confirm what I'm about to say and whatnot. But there was a time when YouTubers was sending them air fryers, YouTubers was sending them microwaves and things like that. I know this because if you look at the photo I used to use when I was making my videos about them earlier in the room, you would actually see all of that stuff around the big TV. Okay, and it would be like the air fryers, and it would be all the stuff that people were donating. You remember when I kicked them out, I showed you in the cabinets, there was rice in there. There was food that you had to actually take the time out to cook. So the food was there. They would not cook. Another piece of lore that you need to know about Jason is Jason never wanted the kids to be there to begin with. He has said on multiple occasions that he wished that it was just him and Shanny, and he didn't want the kids around. When they were streaming, the kids was in the room. They couldn't even socialize with their own mother. And this is where I'm going to defend Shanny a little bit. But they couldn't even socialize with their own mother because this buffoon didn't want them to come in the room or whatever. I witnessed that with my own two eyes. I'm not saying that Shanny is good or whatever or nothing like that. I'm just telling you that they was afraid of this guy. All right. So then they had this bed that was on the floor. On one side of the bed, you had junk food. You had donuts, Twinkies, cookies. I don't know the exact brands, but the point is they had Little Debbie's. Let me be a little bit more specific because then they're gonna say that Shanny don't eat this and Shanny don't eat that. They had like Little Debbie's. They had like they had cookies. They had like Dr. Pepper and all that other stuff and whatnot on one side of the bed. On the other side of the bed, they had like all this other food that they were hoarding because Jason kept saying that if they put the food downstairs, the kids would eat it. That's not true. Zachary was a very picky eater, and Zach. Let me tell you something. I used to buy boxes of cereal, 10 boxes of cereal, but he would not eat certain food. If I didn't buy certain food, Zachary, especially Zachary, he wouldn't eat certain food. William will back me up on this. Okay, he would not eat certain food. They had the food. There were times that they had construction bags full of food that wasn't even eaten, that they didn't particularly like, that they threw in the garbage. They could afford the food. They didn't want to be parents. I think that's what actually happened. Okay, because I was actually at work when CPS called, and they wanted me to agree to be at the house for 20, I think, what was it, 20 hours or 30 hours a week or something like that. And I had to sign some documents saying that I was going to be their guardians and I was going to look after them for like a bunch of different things or whatnot on that day on the phone. I said, I can't do that. I got to work. I work like 12-hour days during that particular time. I couldn't do it. Okay. Then they get on YouTube. Well, we had to give up the kids. You know, we couldn't take care of them no more. We were doing a good thing. We could no longer provide for our kids. Cut the nonsense, Jason. Cut it. You and Shanny are the masters of half truths.
Was there for EBT card. So it was decided that the best move to make, not just in the food thing, but me being in the household with them now after the Zach thing, that's another issue. And so there were two issues.
Kick Zachary. Why would Zachary be afraid of you? You see, one of the things about these two is that they'll lie and then they'll forget the lie that they told, and then they'll start telling on themselves. Absolutely ridiculous. That's why I don't believe nothing that's going on today. I would not be surprised if Shanny and Rev came out tomorrow and said, "We got you, trolls. We got you," and starts counting money on camera or whatnot. I wouldn't be surprised if that happened tomorrow. I don't think it's going to, but I wouldn't be surprised if it happened tomorrow. I really would. And if they do that, y'all should flag them into the ice age.
Main issue was we couldn't feed the boys correctly anymore.
Okay.
There was not enough money to do it.
I mean, if that's a valid reason to take kids if you can't feed them.
Mm-hmm. It's very valid. But they didn't take them. That's not an accurate.
They had food. I just don't know how to describe it. I don't know how to describe it. They had food on one side of the bed and on the other side of the bed, and they had food downstairs. Now, was it the kind of food that Zachary wanted to eat? I don't know. Was it the kind of food that William wanted? I don't know. I do know that there were times when they didn't have enough food to even feed their the guinea pig. The guinea pig, I think, died of being too cold. Because when I used to go to the house, William always asked me to buy vegetables and guinea pig food. And I used to love doing that for William. William's a good kid. Okay. And as much as I talk about ABC and 1, 2, 3 Club and everything and whatnot, when he told me that he was that way, I was more of a support than anything for him. He'll tell you. Ask him. I was more supportive than Shanny, that's for sure.
Way of putting it, because when you take kids from somebody, there's court involved. This was voluntary. The boys said, "Yeah, we want it," and mom and dad said, "Mom," reluctantly, she didn't want to.
That's why the kids wanted to get out that house too, is because they couldn't be kids. You can't expect to have a child sit in a bedroom all day while you two blah 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 on the internet all day.
She didn't want to say go, but she said yes. I said absolutely. It's the best thing for them.
They were very
so that's what happened. That's not the kids being taken. It's not.
That's kind of sad though. Like that's really
it's
sad.
Horrible. It's horrible. Yeah, but it was a consequence of bad action in Colorado. There were times when things were very messed up because of mainly being too high, I would say.
When you
I have another theory though, and I think I can back it up with past videos on here. We're just simply not caring about another person. If you listen to Shanny whenever she vents on here, she's not venting for another person, another person's health, another person's mindset, another person's mental health, another person's beliefs, or nothing like that. 100% of the time when Shanny is venting, she's venting about her precious little heart. I don't know what real love is. Shanny, if you don't know what real love is, you never knew Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. Let me say this again. If you never know, if you have no idea what real love is, you don't know Jesus, you never knew Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. Ever. There's no way in the world you're gonna tell me that you're saved and you're washing the blood of Jesus and you don't know what real love is. Cut the baloney.
Were you guys ever on food stamps at any point with providing for the kids or no?
Oh yeah, all for years. Yeah,
300. I think at the uncles the first time they had about $300 or $400 that they were getting for the stamps, and then when they moved into the house that I owned, she was getting about 300 or something, whatever. Their dumb behinds was going to the convenient mart, and they wouldn't actually go to they wouldn't actually do real food shopping. The convenient mart, I think that's where One Bad B was working at. If you walk down from that house all the way down to the corner, that's where the convenient mart was. It was extremely convenient for him or whatever. But all they had to do was go to Walmart, because when I went there, I wasn't trying to hear that convenient mart garbage. We went to Walmart, or we went to one of them supermarkets.
We were on EBT even at the end of Colorado. Shanny signed up for EBT because
Shanny was getting EBT the entire time he was in Colorado, because you two wasn't married and that wasn't stopping her from getting EBT.
How do you? Maybe I'm on. How do you get that though? If you have like a bunch of money though, and you're living in like
married, that's how.
A place that has like rents to that. Like I don't know. I thought that's for low income.
Well, that's true. But if you got kids, then it could be considered like supplemental nutrition SNAP program.
Or you're not in a relationship with somebody who has all of that money. So when she goes applies, oh, just me and the kids. Her plan from day one. And Rev, I keep telling you this, dude. I believe that Shanny's plan from day one. I think Dragnut called it. I don't know about BGTV. I think Dragnut called it, and I think Miss Parker called it. Dragnut definitely called it. Her goal, no. It wasn't Dragnut. I think it was who was it? Spackle? I know it was the Dragoons, but they called it early. They said that she wanted his money and she wanted my body. That's what it was. She wanted his money and she wanted my body, and she wasn't getting my body. I don't care how badly she wanted it. She wasn't getting the chocolate.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
Right. So it's actually for the kids. So we benefit, of course, because it's food for the household. But the main reason we got it was for the boys. That's the main reason.
I can't wait for him to make a video.
Because
I can't wait for him to make a video and tell me I'm lying. I can't wait. Because then the video response would be super easy.
They check your bank account.
And yet Shanny ate it all.
She didn't have a bank account. You did, though. My God, man. No disrespect to Caucasian people, but oh my God, man. Oh. Especially the ones that come from privilege. I don't know nothing about how to. Anyway, Jason's a moron. That's all I got to say. Jason's a moron.
So much. She ate more. Did she? Okay, I have another. Did she ever? Sorry, I'm speaking off the cuff. This is all. I have actually no interview questions. That I have a couple that I wrote out, but like this is going completely off what I originally wanted to do in this video, and I love this. This is all natural and organic. Nothing is scripted here.
The way it should be.
When it comes to Shanny, did she ever hoard food from her children, or did you ever hoard food from the children? Did either of you ever take food and make sure that the kids couldn't have it?
Absolutely not. It was the opposite. Like when we'd buy stuff, it'd be a day and a half, and half of it was gone. And I
all right, let me see if I have this picture on my thing here real quick. Hold on. Let me see if this, did I delete it or is it still on here? Let's see. How many of you have access to Dragnut's members only stream that he did when I was on that channel? You can go to Dragnut's members only stream and you can see what I'm talking about. You'll see the bed, you'll see what the food was and whatnot. What he just said was a bold-faced lie, and I don't have it on here, but it's on my computer. But it's on my other one. It's on my Dell. If I cut the other computer on and I were to show you the picture, you'll be able to see it. But I don't have it on here because I had to make room on here for the other channel and the things that I do on the other channel. But man, I should have left that on here. But anyway, let's go back to the you can go to Dragnut's if he has an archive or something like that, or you can contact him and he'll let you see the actual whatchamacallit. All right. So he's lying right now. They did. They had food on opposite.
I started telling them, guys, look, I understand you're hungry, but you can't just eat almost an entire box of Hot Pockets in one sitting. You can't do it.
So that was the kids doing that, not Shanny.
No, Shannon she'd eat.
They were doing it because they were hungry. I think you know something about that, Jason. Go look in the mirror. They were hungry. They were hungry. Hot Pockets is not food. Okay, that them children should be eating on the day-to-day basis. What should happen is that their adult parents should be boiling rice, making beans, putting some vegetables on, and cooking some meat instead of streaming all day, lying to people about how perfect their life is.
Hot Pocket one, and then
one Hot Pocket for a whole day?
No, not for the whole day. No. But she had her own stuff that she'd usually keep by herself, like chips and stuff and cookies.
Even when you was in jail, buffoon, she was actually holding the food in the room and everything and whatnot. The only difference is when this guy got locked up for doing what he did with Zachary, the kids was actually able to chill out with their mom in the room. Because when Shanny was trying to give me the hard sell, she'll sit there, and Jason can't tell me I'm lying about this because Jason wasn't there. He was too busy being looked upon as somebody's future jail wife. You know what I mean? But they was trying to tell me how they couldn't even hang out with their own mother because of him. Now, whether or not, they was being 100% truthful or whatever is one thing. But the point of the matter is that they was a lot happier when he wasn't around. When he came back, they was afraid and they was scared and they were crying saying, we don't want him to come back. And I know this because I was standing there when they said it.
Has a thing with hoarding food near her wherever she's at. That's a thing with her.
By the way, William, if you're watching
hoard food and keep
real quick, because you'll understand this when I show you this. I finally got them, William. Let me show you. I mean, anybody can get them now because they're not too expensive if you know where to go get them. But I got the radio glasses. If you're watching this, William, but these are shades. These are the radio ones. You can put these on and you can listen to the radio. I finally got them. So for those of you who don't know, I took William to Circuit City. I think we were looking for a something for his laptop or something like that, or something for school or something like that. And we were looking at these together, and I told him one day I was going to get them. But I finally got them, though, by the way. Anyway, let's continue.
From the kids, and now you're saying that she has an issue of hoarding.
Not from the kids. No, she wasn't hoarding it from the kids, Rep. No. She just has it for herself. She'll have
and
like
by
a
the
thing
way,
of cookies.
in defense, it wasn't just Shanny. It was Jason doing this too. It wasn't just Shanny. As a matter of fact, a lot of you may not know this, and I can't believe I'm defending the Minnesota Barracuda. Shanny was already terrible, but this guy was putting some stuff into this woman's head about her own children. And Jason, if you think I'm lying, why don't you come on this channel and let's talk about it? Because you got some recent videos that will support what I'm going to say.
That she's knowingly buying that are going to be hers. And she keeps them by her bed.
Why did you let this go on? And let me tell you something. If those kids was hungry, G-Man, take me to the store. And I took them to the store and I got them what they wanted. And like I said, these are the parents. I can only do but so much. And I mentioned this on this channel before. It's only but so much I could have did. There are some things I did, and I'm not going to talk about it.
That's a thing for her.
And the kids never came in and like took her cookies or anything like that?
Oh, no. They got their own. They had their own tons of snacks and everything. Like, we got the vast majority of the food money was spent on stuff going in their mouth because they needed it. They're grown kids.
And for the people that donate to these guys and they say that they don't got food, quick story. I told this story on here a million times. If you haven't heard it before, you're going to hear it now. There was one time they was doing a fundraiser. And I believe that Dragnut was really getting on them hard. I think that was around the time when Jason made that video calling Dragnut the N-word like 40 times or something like that. I think it was around that time period or whatever. He said, Dragnut, you are the biggest, nastiest. And that's on Fat Courtney Love's channel, I think. No, it isn't. It's on what's that English dude name? Irish Bob. What the heck is that guy name? The one that's got Lord Bear and Fat Fit Geeky was part of that crowd. What the heck is that guy name? Irate Alex, I think his name is Irate Alex, yeah. On one of his documentaries, you'll see him say, Dragnut, you are a dirty, filthy, beep, 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 beep. He's calling him the N-word multiple times. So during that particular time, I remember them calling me up saying, G-Man, we don't got no food. And their magic number was $30. They wanted me to go on my Cash App. They wanted me to give them $30. You know, it got to the point that I told them that I knew what they wanted the money for. And I told them this anyway. So we talked about that in past videos. Let's move on. So I go over there. I'm ready to go food shopping and buy them all this food. And this is when Jason's accurate about my attitude and about me yelling at them and whatnot. He's very accurate about this. Because when I went down them stairs and I looked in that refrigerator and I saw a pack of hot dogs that I just bought them the last time I was there. They had these packs where you get like 30 or 40 hot dogs in them. Like the Nathan Franks or the Sabret Franks. They got them really big economy packs. and they didn't even touch them, and they're on YouTube telling everybody that they don't got no food. You know, if you know my personality on YouTube, you already know what I said to them.
They couldn't survive if they weren't eating the type of food that they were eating. Like they had to have calories, and that. But I'm telling you, that's the reason that they had to go, because the EBT.
Wait a minute, hold on a minute. So they had to have calories. If I'm not mistaken, what you consider calories is a big jar of peanut butter. But that's all you was eating until I showed up and bought Kentucky Fried Chicken. By the way, people that like that, other people like it too. You know what I mean? I bought you Kentucky Fried, Domino's or Pizza Hut. I would buy you guys all this kinds of fast food like Subway or Blimpie. I think it was Subway, not Blimpie. It was Subway. And I buy you all that food and whatnot. But then when I'm gone, I love my peanut butter. While, you know, that woolly mammoth that you called the girlfriend and whatnot, the Minnesota Barracuda, Bigfoot over there, was eating up the whole household.
card just could not cover it.
Oh, y'all cared about
like
cigarettes.
Half a thing of Hot Pockets, and it's gone. And that's like a $20 box. So then you go back and get another $20 box. And by the end of the month, you're definitely at zero. And it's not the end of the month. It's like mid-month, you're out of money and there's no food. So that was unacceptable to do to the kids. That's complete. That I saw it that way.
Know, in my brain, something just doesn't like.
It depends.
I don't know. Was they had
the last comment? Let me see something here. Daniel 69. All right. It depends on who he's talking to. Repsion said that he didn't know the lore. If he knew the lore, Jason would be more honest. He's talking to somebody who's ignorant, but he forgets that the people that are watching actually knows the real history and whatnot. And then those would be the same people that he's gonna go and beg money for later. This guy's a compulsive liar, man.
He has 2 kids or 3?
2. Boys.
Zachary, and what's the other name?
Will.
William.
Yeah, okay. That's what William, but he goes by Will. You know.
I don't know. It's just I have a hard time making sense of that. And food.
Well, did Shani eat? Yeah, she ate. Look at her. She kept the weight that she had on her.
That's what I'm saying. Like
she ate. Sure. But was she keeping food from the boys? Absolutely not. That's not accurate. No. They had lots of food, but it wasn't enough for them.
Did she ever keep anything from the kids?
I mean, maybe if there was a candy or something that she knew they'd go through in one sitting, she might dole it out to them instead of letting them have the whole bag and go through it in like 10 minutes. You know?
I guess I don't know. I've seen a lot of Shani, and in the past when I've seen her, because back when she would stream and there was the kids were in the background and stuff, I remember seeing stuff of her.
The next person that interviews Jason, ask Jason why I kicked him out the house. The next person that interviews Jason, ask him why I kicked him out the house and how he ended up in the hotel to begin with, and then go into details about it. I will definitely respond to that.
Being pretty aggressive around food, almost like a dog. And maybe I'm misremembering, but I remember Shannon being aggressive, like having food aggression.
Well, I would say that there are certain times that I would agree with you completely. There were times like, let's say if it was a food item that she was really.
Zachary had autism, and Zachary knows when he burps to cover his mouth. He doesn't have autism, and he doesn't understand it. Anyway, let's continue. She would kind of look at, like if I had an item that she really would want, I could feel her eyes going, oh. But I think a lot of couples are like that, Rep. You know, like the husband gets something the wife actually wanted, or vice versa.
Yeah, it's like when you go to a restaurant and you have a plate of fries, and the girl's like, "I want a taste of your fries."
Exactly.
And off your plate. Yeah, no, I gotcha.
I think that's normal. But let's say a couple times it was kind of like ravenous, like, "Oh shit, I want that." It's like, all right, Shani, let's.
But by the way, this doesn't sound like a guy who was being abused by somebody. I want to get to this point now. This doesn't sound like a guy who was being abused. This doesn't sound like a guy who just went through a nasty breakup. This doesn't sound like a guy who has been psychologically destroyed. the way he was destroyed. This sounds like a guy who's trying not to be so mean when talking about her. And we've seen this story before. We've seen this before where they pretended to break up and he refused to say anything mean about Shanny.
Take my plate and I'll take yours. That's cool.
Okay, I'm gonna throw a question really like a twister here. And it's about you. It's for you directly. And it's about you and Shanny. Do you think that you have Stockholm syndrome when it comes to Shanny?
I did.
You did.
I absolutely.
You mean you do?
Was in a mind prison, Rep. Yeah.
Okay, so if you say you did, that would be in the past tense, but because you actually still go through it and everybody can see it, you actually are going through it, Jason. You make more excuses for that woolly mammoth than anybody I've ever met.
I was thinking that.
By the way, if anybody thinks I'm being mean, you guys got to hear the opinions of the other Christians in the community about these two. You really got to ask some of the other people that knew these guys what we think about them. Some of them thinking that the person that Shanny used as a weapon against you guys, God, they sit there and say that, God is their personal hitman. God is the one that's actually making sure they go through this. This is what we would call calamity and judgment that they're going through for their poor decisions. That's why whenever they threaten you with the Lord, I would just let that go in my left ear and out my right one, because neither one of these buffoons know what they're talking about.
God's will for my life to take care of this person that gave up on her own life, and it's just my lot. I'm supposed to take care of her until death, do us part, and not even marry after. She wanted to make sure when I die, Jason, please don't get with another woman. She wanted to make sure of that. I said, okay, honey, I'll try and honor that. I guess Christ will want me to. But holy shit, dude.
One thing was asked about is imaginary.
When I went to rehab the first time and I got professionals telling me what was in front of my face, but I couldn't see it. It was probably the most amazing experience I've ever had in my life, because it was like literally I was going back in my mind and I relived all these things that I had lived with.
If I didn't do this, I really wouldn't be me if I didn't do this. I would like to interview Ezzy. Ezzy, if you want to come to my YouTube channel and you want to defend your man, by all means, contact me and I will interview you on my YouTube channel. But I got a funny feeling that you're not real. But anyway, let's continue.
And I was like, oh my God, that wasn't normal. This treatment, this whole time, this weird treatment of, oh, you're cheating, you're doing this, you're putting all this shit on my shoulders that was not true, and she knew it wasn't. Zero proof of any of it. It all came together in my brain at once, and I said, holy shit, I was with a narcissist. And I was Stockholm syndrome, mainly using God, saying, if you leave me, Christ will eviscerate you. She would say that all the time. And I just don't believe in a Christ like that, Rep. I don't believe he's like that. Because I got a dream, and the dream was, look, if you stay with this woman, you did your time. If you stay, you're going to die. You're going to die. You're just going to collapse on the sidewalk with a heart attack. My dad dropped dead from a heart attack at 47. So I'm not too far off from that, Rep.
What about your mom?
She passed away January 2012 from metastatic breast cancer that went to her bones. And
oh, I'm sorry. Did you have
my mother died in 2010. So 2 years after my mom died, his mom died. So that's interesting.
Relationship with your mother?
Oh my God. She was literally my world. So I took care of her to death with that, and it was whoa. But I'm glad I did, because it's very rewarding to be there with the person you love while they pass away like that. But yeah, it is what it is. But I was very vulnerable, and I'm going to tell you, I gave a lot of shit away. I gave a lot of money away. I was very reckless like that.
Okay, so let's talk about the money that he gave away. This is during the time he had wet brain. Well, actually, that's not true. Before he had wet brain, Shanny was manipulating him into. This is what I concluded. Some of this I can't prove, but I think if you go on the Fundy archive, Holy Spackles channel, Dragnuts channel, and maybe some of the Dragoon channels, you'll get the proof you need for this. But I believe that she manipulated him into giving money away when he got wet brain, because Shanny wasn't calling it his money when he had wet brain. She was telling people it was her money, especially when you're dealing with two rich white people versus one poor black man, G-Man. I mean, like, really, G-Man?
But I've been told that can happen with people that sort of, you say, shut-in type, only child syndrome type kids. When they lose their parent like that, the last one, they can be real reckless and just start giving shit away. Like, it's a case that conservatorships might.
Wait a minute, hold on. Let me fix that. Hold on.
Be a good idea for some people. Because the reckless behavior can.
Nah, Shanny saw that you were vulnerable, saw that you were stupid, saw that you couldn't think for yourself, and Shanny threw herself on you, and that's what happened. She took full advantage of you when she found out that you had money. That's what Shanny ultimately did. And the fact that you haven't come to this conclusion yet is just crazy.
Yeah, it's a
Did
thing.
you ever have a close relationship with your dad? Who was you closer with, your mom or your dad growing up?
Well, my dad died when I was 7. So
okay.
I knew him, but to know him as like an adult, no. I loved him. I'll say that. He was a good dad for the time he was in my life, but he died when I was 7. So yeah,
we have a super chat question for you from Jenny. She asks, Rev, Jason, what do you take responsibility for in your relationship with Shanny? And I think that's a very good question.
That's a broad question, but
well, like, there's things that, how do I say this? So, like, when you're in a toxic relationship with somebody, right?
Yeah.
And you are with them, we as partners, people in general, typically will enable bad behavior from their partner. And when they do bad behavior, but because we're in a relationship where our eyes are blinded, right? We pretty much implicate ourselves in situations where we're also contributing to the enablement of what they're doing and their behavior.
Sure.
Whether we want to or not. So we're also partially guilty of enabling them, and then you're also participating with them and defending them from things that they've done that would be considered wrong. So I
can't argue.
What she's asking here is, like, what do you take responsibility for in terms of fuck ups, bad things that Shanny did? What do you take responsibility for that?
Boy. There were certain times that I defended her for things that I clearly was not okay with in my heart, but I was like, I'm with her, so I should defend her. I would say, like, and my behavior's with it bad too, but the N-word, that's stuff that never should have happened, because we were well aware of the cultural implications.
The N-word was one of a few things. I would say one of maybe one of 3 things that absolutely destroyed her YouTube career, because I wasn't the only person getting called the N-word. Drag got called the N-word. Life of a Free Spirit got called the N-word. There was quite a few people on here that got called the N-word. Absolutely crippled their any type of real growth they had on here.
In the years we used that word.
And then, by the way, when they kicked me out of that house the way they did, they lost the Christian community. When Shanny went off on me and said I didn't take the money to pay a phone, the Christian community was done with her. So now she's just stuck with all these people who ain't Christians and whatnot, that they have to try to please and whatnot. They really underestimated like how much influence I had in that community. Actually, they kind of underestimated how much influence I had in both communities. For the people that remember this, when they threw me out the house, let me tell you the difference between Jason and me. When they threw me out of that house, I only had a few days to get out of there. I did a fundraiser, man. The atheists and Christians were given to me. They're both of them were given to me. And I raised rent and security very fast. You notice that he don't got it yet, right? There's a big difference. And people don't like me. I don't want people making the mistake believing that I'm liked and everything and whatnot. There's a lot of people in here that don't like me. But them same people who did not like me, the same people are the same people who says, you know what, I don't like she anymore, so I'm gonna help you.
So you and her both use like the N-word like regularly?
Not well,
yeah,
not regularly.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't say put it that way, but there were a couple occasions where tempers were really
bragged about it, and I'm gonna prove it to you. I'm not gonna play the whole video, so don't get all happy over this rap I made. But I do want people to see what Shanny actually said. Just watch this here real quick.
It's the #1 e-beggar on the internet, Revelation News. I want to be the best e-beggar possible.
So, why do I make racist jokes? Well, I'm gonna be honest. Because I can.
Okay, so I just wanted to put that out there. It was a regular thing, and she still to this very day is unapologetic about saying that stuff. So anyway, let me get back to the video. Here we go.
He flared with certain people, and that word was used. And I definitely regret ever being like, well, you should get over it or whatever. No.
Was it hard R or ending in A?
No, hard R.
Both of you? When you guys got both of you. Okay. See, this is new. I didn't know that.
We're both guilty of that. Yep. And geez. You know, the stuff with her family, I should have just probably not had any words to say about her family, because why should I believe her end of the story without being sure that that's the case? I should remain neutral on her family issues and not talk about her family really. I took her side on her family issues. So I kind of regret that now, knowing what I know now.
You kind of regret it, or you regret it?
No, I'd say I regret it. Yeah, fully. Because with the type of person she is now that I really understand without her having that mask on, I see the real her. She's willing to throw anybody under the bus as soon as she feels like they should be under the bus. She's going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So why should I believe her stories about her family? There's good reason to believe it's possibly not true stuff. So that's another regret I would have, like taking her side on her family issues, because I don't know.
I think this is a perfect segue to watch the video of her mother. So Rev has not seen this video. I've only watched 10 minutes of it. What we're going to do now is we're going to swap, hopefully this works, to this. Hello, new angle, new position. So Shanny for Christ's mom tells the real story. This was uploaded and was up for less than, I think it was 3 days. However, the internet does what it does. And we're going to watch this and live. I want to hear Jason's commentary to this particular video that he is just correct. You've never seen this video, correct?
That's absolutely correct. Yep. I could not bring myself to watch it because I figured there was going to be stuff in here that I didn't want to know while I was with her. So let's go.
Betty.
Yep. I'm going to ask questions as this goes, just because, and again, this is all unscripted. So here we go.
See if this thing is
Can you
working.
hear that okay?
Hi.
Betty didn't like me too tough.
Okay,
hate me
I
either.
wasn't going to do this, but I watched Chris's videos. This is concerning Shanny for Christ. I watched Chris's videos, and I just think that it's about time that I get my side of the story out for a change.
Question: did Chris have a YouTube channel?
Yeah, he has one now.
Does he still like publish on it regularly or no?
Not regularly, but it's
The channel that Chris had when she made this video was called Chafee the Odd. It was called Chafee the Odd. Now he has a channel called The Odd Irrelevancy. He just made a video after the whole thing happened with Shanny and Rev, and he said that he doesn't want a drama channel. So he's not, from what I understand, he's not talking about it right now.
It's out there. It's called like Odd Irrelevancy, I believe. That's his channel name.
Okay.
I subbed him again recently to see if he does something, but yeah, he hasn't been around for like, I think 3 months. So.
All right.
Because I noticed that Jason has been making comments about things he doesn't even understand or know about. But first,
listen to this story from Shanny's mother, and how Jason's gonna sit there and say he doesn't agree. I cannot wait till we get to that.
Well, I just want to say to Chris that, yeah, you screwed up some things, but you were a good father, and I just want you to know that. Before you came along, Zachary didn't smile much. I mean, he didn't.
There's something that a lot of you don't know, but Shanny blames me for her divorce with Chris. I am dead serious, because a lot of you don't know this because you wasn't around during the Great Debate Days. Me and Shanny had an argument over the phone. No, live on YouTube first. And then I got kicked out or whatever, I think it was. And then, I had her number and she had my number, so we talked. And me and Chris got into a big argument. And me and him was going to fight because he told me to come to Duluth, Minnesota, and then that he would kick my butt. It's amazing what these people will say over the phone and whatnot. But he said he was going to kick my butt and wanted me to come to Duluth and everything. It was a big thing back then. And then Shanny made a YouTube video talking about how G-Man was disrespectful and all this other stuff and whatnot. I had a love-hate relationship with Shanny in the beginning. Well, not in the beginning, but on YouTube during them days. But I think it was a couple of videos that she made during that time where she blamed me for the problems that they were having in their house. I got blamed for a lot of stuff. That arrest video that Shanny made, not the one that Shanny made, that Rumor Research Lab made, where Shanny got arrested, they blamed me for that garbage.
Respond to people.
Absolutely. Jason told
me those boys really loved you, Zachary especially, but it was like the light turned on when you came into his life. And I just want you to know that nobody should ever question what a good father you were. You were a good provider too. You did the best you could. I mean, I know you don't make that much money, but you did the best you could. And she sat there year after year, getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and wouldn't work.
All right, question for you. In the time that you knew Shanny, okay, did she ever work a job?
Yes, a lot.
Yeah, what jobs would those be?
To my knowledge, it was like she was.
Okay, so for those of you who don't know this, whatever Shanny told him on the phone, Mr. Gullible actually believed. And that's all he's going to go about. He's going to go about what he heard over the phone. Shanny ain't work a lot. That's a bunch of baloney.
Never a CNA, but she was a nurse's assistant. So it was usually in like group homes.
And you saw her work this job?
I saw her drive there every morning early. Okay.
And she was in like her normal
like two jobs that I'm aware of that she had. I know about the nursing one. I think that lasted a week or something like that. But she was a taxi driver. I remember when she was sitting in the taxi saying, man, taxi drivers make good money. That didn't last very long. And then she worked at a convenience store. It's a very rare video. I don't even think Fundy Archive got it, but that's where you're going to have to go. You're going to have to go in that direction, where she was saying a lot of black people were looking at her butt. I am dead serious. She had to walk under a bridge to be able to get to her job. And she was saying that a lot of black people kept staring at her and looking at her butt, and she was nervous. Hilarious.
Like scrub deal. Yeah. Yep. So I was just gonna say, Betty saying this is I'm kind of like.
And anybody thinks I'm making that up and lying, go to the Funny Archive. You'll listen to Chris talk about Shanny having a job. And then if you look on the Odd Irrelevancy, he actually goes on there and he talks about how he used to walk her to work, walk her home from work every single day. And I think the job that Chris was talking about was the one where she worked at the supermarket or whatever.
Okay. Why would she lie though? That's the question.
You just dumped her. That's a stupid question. You just dumped her. Of course you know why she would lie.
Why would she lie?
Narcissist, then she's not. She's a liar and she's dishonest, and then she's not. He just goes back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
saying that her mom's lying about her? About Shannon not working a job?
In the years that I knew her, which was like 12, 14
By the way,
in
Jason,
that region.
By the way, Jason, if she told the truth, if Shanny told the truth, let me put this like this: if she told the truth, did Shanny have cancer? She dying of cancer?
That's when I really knew her as a friend. She was working consistent jobs, definitely, because she was barely ever online. She was either taking care of the boys or working. That's the truth.
Yeah.
Now that's only 2 years though, Rep.
So is this after you guys met each other or before?
Well, obviously after.
Why would she work though if you have 750,000? You guys made that much money?
No, Rep. From the years 2012 to 2014. This is 3 years. 2014 is 3 years before we got together.
Oh, so you guys knew each other before you ever got together?
Yeah, 2012 on my YouTube channel. Yeah.
So it's way more than 8 years then. In total. Am I just being really bad at math?
That we knew each other. Yeah, but not together. She was with Chris.
Okay. Gotcha.
Okay. Sorry.
And when she was with Chris, you knew her as somebody who was working.
Absolutely, yeah. Like all the time. She was either working or she was taking care of the kids. That's how I knew it. That's what I saw, you know.
All right, let's keep going.
I understand that. But I just needed to thank you for being a part in the boys' lives. Shannon has told you many things. I tried to warn you. Her father and I tried to warn you about her before, but of course you wouldn't listen. She was your wife. I understand that. Jason's not going to listen either. He's going to have to find out the hard way. But nobody's abused Shannon, okay? That is her MO. She uses that with everybody. She did it with Douglas. She's done it with you. She's done it with her sister, her brothers. Everybody in her life has always treated her this way. And this is why she's so crazy. I mean, it covers for her mental illness. And she knows she's mentally ill. And she knows what she's supposed to do to help that mental illness. But she chooses not to. She chooses to use it as an excuse
when you were talking to Chris and me on the phone and you said shit
to do what she does. And I don't have to explain what she does. I mean, she makes these outrageous videos all the time. She's always crying and carrying on and always, you know, always something negative. Since she was 16 years old, I don't want to say her entire life because she was a beautiful child. You know, I mean, she really was a very beautiful child and happy girl. She used to sing and she dreamed of going to Paris. And I noticed the picture in the back of the Eiffel Tower. And that reminds me of Shannon, the little Shannon, when my daughter. But something happened along the way. I know what happened. I think you know what happened, Chris, to her. And it you know,
this is a video.
It was unfortunate that she went through what she went through when she was 16 years old, but it somehow changed her. And ever since then, she has blamed everybody.
By the way, her mother and Shanny has said on multiple occasions that she was violated when she was younger. If you go to Fat Courtney Loves YouTube channel, I don't agree with that. I don't think any of that happened to her. But hey, I could be wrong about that.
Else for all the screw ups that she makes in her life, she uses it as an excuse. That, except when it comes to what happened when she was 16 years old. And I'm not going to talk about it here because it was traumatic what happened to her.
I have do you know what this is in reference to? One second. Your mic just went like crazy. Let me unmute you for a second. No, there's like some crazy static coming from your. that was I don't. Can you like unplug your mic and then replug it in or something? Sorry, that fucking scared me. Okay, you're good. You're good.
We're good now.
Oh my god, yeah, dude, you literally. I don't know what the fuck just happened, but yeah, you're good now.
Sorry. Okay.
Yeah. Do you know what that would be referencing to?
Yes, I do. It was an SRA, as they call it.
An SRA.
I'll use the word or the phrase satanic.
For the people that think Jason is doing something new with his drag.
So hey G-Man, what's up? It's Rev here. You know, I've been waiting for you. But anyway, yeah, the whole past year has been kind of crazy and everything, but maybe we can work everything out and see how the things are going.
Wet-brained Jason.
But you know, I'm trying to get used to Colorado here. I like it a lot. And I don't know, I just want to say hi really quick because I like it and everything. And yeah, this is sort of like a new character thing I'm getting into, sort of. And you know, I don't know, I look like maybe the hooker on a street corner. I don't know, G-Man. Come and save me, G-Man. The damsel needs saving, G-Man. Could you please come and save me? You know, I'm on the street corner, Gary.
Anyway.
Ritual abuse.
Okay. Satanic ritual abuse.
Yeah, it was a, let's say, sexual act with a large knife. And I probably shouldn't go any further than...
Yeah, that's good. That's a satanic ritual.
SRA. That's, yeah. It had all the elements. Her sister... This is the story she told me.
Yeah, I want to hear the story that she told you.
Her sister introduced her to a coven of Satanists and said it's a good idea. They're pretty cool people. I
remember Shani coming into my hangout one time, and there's actually live. People can actually see this on the other channel. Shani was saying that she was a Satanist at one time. I think she went from atheist. No. She went from Satanist to atheist to Christian. I think that's what she told me.
Fun with them, so you should go hang out with them. And she did. And she was gang-ard. And it was a ritual, like they were a satanic coven. So, but it involved a large knife and a really disgusting looking guy and more people. It was a gang-R. That's what happened. That's what she told me.
That's what she told you.
Yeah.
Do you think that could be potentially like,
embellished? Like
no. Like, so yeah, dramatized. Well, like I would say they add things to it. So let's just say, like hypothetically, an essay, like they were sexually assaulted, right? It's a whole really traumatic thing where now they take that situation and they completely turn it into something that it wasn't in order to garner.
Christians that are watching this,
I don't want to say.
I'm sorry, but the fact that they're talking about Satanism and Satanists and whatnot, and I'm looking at the shirts that they're wearing, you know what I mean? For those of you who are in the know that are Christians that are watching this, come on, the irony here. Look at what the heck Jason's wearing. Look at what he's wearing. Anyway, let's continue.
Garner, maybe that's the wrong word, but like to change the situation to what actually happened in order to enable their current bad behavior on why they are. What the mom's basically saying, that once a situation happens, she uses this to justify forever. Like, this is the way that I am is because this happened, and I'm not going to take this proper steps to get help.
Sure.
Right.
You know, I don't know what else I'd say to this one because I can't.
Yami, the cute bun says, "Hey, G-Man, you're just as evil as them." Who's this one here? Yami the cute bun bun. Okay, and what else did Yami the Bun Bun says? G-Man was once a Carrie supporter too. Okay, so the Dragoons are here. Everybody, let's give the Dragoons a nice warm welcome. Welcome to the Sowing and Reaping YouTube channel. Here's your attention. Let's continue.
Can't know truly what's in her mind. I can only tell you what she's told me. And if it's false, it's false. I can't know. Really, but I can tell you.
Actually, I wouldn't be me if I didn't do this. Hey, Yami, let me see something. Yami, the cute bun bun. Tell me something. How's Underhaven doing? How's Underhaven doing? Just curious.
What she told me. And that's what I'll do. I'll tell you the truth of what she told me. I don't think she'd lie about it, man.
Well, I'm not claiming that she'd lie about it. I'm just saying that that she, I don't know,
the
drama to the satanic ritual. I mean, it's just hard to believe that like that specific story is just wild to me. Like satanic ritual, like, and it was through her sister luring her into a satanic ritual. Like,
I don't think that she would. I don't think she would even use the word lure into. No. She literally was just like, they're a crew of cool people. Go hang out with them.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because yes,
this don't sound like a guy who just broke up with a psychopath. I'm sorry. This don't sound like a person that just broke up with a psychopath. This sounds like a person that's got Shanny hot in the closet somewhere.
Satanist parties can be fun as shit. Absolutely.
All right. Well, let's continue watching what her mom has to say.
Okay.
And I have to say, as bad as this sounds, something inside of me tells me that maybe it didn't happen the way she said it happened.
You think?
Oh, there we go.
But something had to have happened for her to have turned out as she has. She has crashed and burned just about every single relationship in her life. And I'm not going to keep this video up for very long. I just want to be able to make my side of the story and make things clear. She's got people like Miss Star and a couple of people that, you know, feel really sorry for her, but they don't realize how much she has affected everybody in her life. I mean, every one of her siblings and both of her parents have her out over and over and over again. And she walks all over them. She crashes and burns her bridges behind her. This is the last time that my husband and I are ever going to be able to help her again. I mean, she nearly destroyed us during this last stay when you and her broke up. She's got Jason believing that there was abuse. There was no abuse going on whatsoever. We bought her clothes, we bought her makeup, we bought her, she got to use her father's car every single day.
I bought her clothes. I don't know about makeup, but I bought her stuff. I didn't have a car to let her use, but I bought her the same stuff too.
Even when she wasn't working, she got to use her father's car, his truck.
Okay, so she did work a job at one point.
We got an SUV that her father used at that time.
She was working most of the time.
So, I mean, she had a way to work, but she wanted to lay in bed for months. She got fired from her first job for making videos on YouTube.
That's
okay.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah, that was a bad move she made. I guess she was kind of going through medication lists or something like that. It was personal.
I don't want to hear her excuse. No offense.
And she was live streaming it. So boom, you're gone.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, most places would fire you for that.
Yep.
And she knows I got to blow my nose. I'm sorry. I feel like crying right now. But she knows that she had to take care of her children. she doesn't do that. She expects everybody else to take care of them. That's her thing. So she got fired from her first job. She laid up in the bed for months doing nothing but drinking alcohol and crying all the time, making everybody miserable. Mostly what she was crying about was because Jason wasn't fully her boyfriend at the time. This is why I couldn't believe, when she finally did get him.
Yeah, that was,
I couldn't believe it when she finally did.
You know,
But she said that she wanted him because he was a millionaire.
Well,
This is the truth. She wanted him because he was a millionaire and she knew she wouldn't have to work anymore. And that she could just lay around eating.
Hey, Jason, did Shanny just lay around eating? And was she lazy? Just curious.
okay, is this the first time you've heard that?
Yeah. And I don't think I believe her.
You don't think you believe the mom?
I don't.
Another thing that Jason said is he's never seen this video before. How many of you saw that Jason never saw this video before? It just dawned on me. If you go to Fat Courtney Love's YouTube channel, that's not true. He did see this video. This is not his first time seeing this. He saw it before. He might not remember, but he saw this video before because he made a few video responses towards his mother. I'm sorry, towards Shanny's mom. So he's lying about this.
I think I believe Betty. No.
Why?
I have no reason to believe that Shannon felt that way.
Yeah, no reason to believe that Shanny was lazy and that Shanny wanted you for your money. Hey, Jason, let me ask you something, Jason. When you was the breadwinner in the house, Jason, if you're watching this, because I know you're going to respond to this probably. When you was the breadwinner, how many times did you throw that into Shanny's face? When you lost all your money, how many times did Shanny throw that into your face? You can't be this dense.
She chose me for different reasons. It was spiritual shit.
Do you really think that, though? Like, in your heart, do you really think that Shanny chose you for spiritual reasons?
Yo, Jason, go watch Fat Courtney Love's YouTube channel, okay? She was telling people exactly how much money you had in your account. She was acting like she was all that in a bag of buffalo wings because of the money that she had. You cannot be this stupid. And then how many different times in Colorado when you had your fight, you spent all of my money, you spent all my $750,000. Stop lying, dude. Like, honestly.
Yeah,
even knowing all the stuff that you know and all the stuff that she's done towards you, you really wouldn't put it like, come on, Jason, let's be real. Like, wouldn't put it past her to want to use you for money?
Right here, man.
Yeah.
To use you?
No, that's how it looks now to me. But that's something that's I think
obviously during the moment when you were meeting her, when you first met her, you wouldn't think that. But I'm saying now that you're out of the relationship, right?
Yeah.
You have the mom here and you're saying that you don't believe her at all.
Shanny wasn't lazy and sitting around eating all day? Like, honestly, Jason, seriously.
You have to understand that I have a certain image of Betty in my mind that's still there.
Yeah, no. Forget the image of Betty. Was Shanny the type of person that sat around all day and ate and was lazy? Yes or no? Answer the question. Stop trying to duck it.
And
what image is that?
She was a horrible, abusive mother to Shannon.
Yeah, but you have already said yourself that Shanny accuses you of abuse all the time. So why wouldn't she lie about her own mom?
There you go.
See, this is what I'm talking about. How can these two be permanently broken up? And I know I'm not the only person that sees this. How can they say that they're permanently broken up and he's defending her? Okay, they had a really nasty, disgusting, unsanitary, need to go get some sanitation spray type breakup. And now he's sitting there defending her. Mark my words, these two are getting back together.
I can't know these things. I wasn't in her life.
Yeah, I know that. But I'm saying, you don't know that. I think that gives you more credence to doubt anything.
This is going to be, you shouldn't have trolled me with Ezzy. It's either going to be that or that he put too many years in and he can't let her go like that. So just get ready for these two to get back. I don't know when that's going to happen, but they're getting back together.
Shanny ever told you about her mother is what I'm trying to get at.
That's fair enough. Yeah. I saw her mother though be pretty not nice to her and got physical.
Let me give a little bit of constructive criticism to the
like
person who created Ezzy. You wait, you oh God, if you're gonna try to trick somebody, into believing that you're a real person, you should probably do it to the point where it is impossible for them to get back together. My goodness gracious, man, YouTube.
And to rip her headphones off of her. It was kind of weird. But the overall relationship with those two, I'm not a good source on, because she was already completely ostracized from her family before I was even with her. So I can't really know.
This is how I would question him. I say, well, why do you think she's ostracized from her family? Okay, you see what happened between her and Chris. You see what happened with her and her family based on what she told you, and you saw what happened with you. Somebody's lying and somebody's telling the truth. If you believe that she's a narcissist, could that be possible that her narcissism and her selfishness was the reason why she has no relationship with her family? And if you argue no, then you got some explaining to do about how she's behaving now, how she behaved when her and Chris broke up, and how she have no relationship with her family. You got to be able to talk about that, and he can't do it. You want to know why? Because this man's still in love with her.
Oh, the truths of her dynamic with her entire family. I can't tell you. Is it possible?
You know what's going to happen?
She's lied about
the sell that house, or something's going to happen. He's going to come into that money, and Shanny is going to be right by his side, and she's going to spend every last nickel because this guy is stupid with a capital S.
Majority of stuff, yeah, it's totally possible.
And you don't think that like she would lie to you about all that too?
She absolutely, sure. Why not? There's no way, after what I've realized fully that she's capable of now, which is taking a guy that was just wiping her butt and helping her as much as I can, turning me into a PDF file and a R-word person. Like,
okay, so let me explain something to you guys. The house on Fisk had about 16 to about 20 stairs that went from the first floor when you walked in, going into the second floor. And Shanny had no problem walking up and down those stairs. One of the things that's frustrating me about listening to Jason is that now that he's free and now he's able to like live his life and do the things that he wants, he can't even get on YouTube and say, look, there was nothing ever wrong with this woman. Trust me, he knows full well that she could. He knew when he was up those stairs that Shanny could travel up them stairs. Shanny is a good actress, yes, but he knows the real Shanny, and he knows that she's full of it. She's not even there no more, and he's afraid.
My question is then, what reason do you think that Betty would lie about her daughter then? Like, what is to gain from that?
If she was an actual abusive mother.
Repsian, no disrespect, Repsian, but that's not how you question somebody on this. Okay?
But Betty, I don't know.
Said that Shanny just wanted to lay down all day and just eat and lay down all day. Ask the next person that interviews this guy, ask him when he was with Shanny, did she eat all day and lay around all day? That's it. Just ask him that. If this man denies that, hit him with a billion videos showing her doing just that, laying around doing nothing all day. Let me tell you something. They lived inside of that house. All they had to do was file some paperwork. They would have had Section 8. They didn't want to do anything. All they wanted to do was watch what's that lady name? Truthfully Trisha, some woman named Foodie Beauty, and a couple of other YouTubers. And all they did was ate all day, and they slept on that they slept on that PP bed all day.
What I can tell you is what Shanny has told me, and the behavior that I seen from Betty was a little weird at times. Yeah.
Well, I was ripping somebody's headphones off somebody's head. I would not label a parent just abusive based on that personally. But I don't know.
No,
Let's get back to the Betty.
Okay.
But
Learn how to
she
do it.
will never be able to give up wanting
Negative attention. I had a discussion with Shani about this live on the Google Plus days. And I even said it. I was one of the first people to say this. It didn't matter if the attention was negative, and it didn't matter, and it didn't matter if it was positive. The point, it was attention, and we can use that to preach the gospel. I mentioned that on during the Google Plus days a long time ago. Shani just took it to another level. Now her mom just said that Shani thrives on negative attention. Was Jason going to say she's lying about that too? Huh? Because he knows it's true.
attention. She thrives on negative attention. She has done this since she was 16 years old. There always has to be some kind of turmoil in her life. And if she doesn't have turmoil, she will create turmoil
Mm-hmm.
I've seen
just to
that.
get people to feel sorry for her for some reason. And then those people that feel sorry for her, then she craps on them
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
afterwards. And I think a lot of people,
I've seen her do that to you.
absolutely
I-
true.
Guarantee you she's going to do it to the uncle if these two get back together. I guarantee you she's going to do it to the uncle.
I've seen her do that with almost every single person who's ever been kind to her.
I think
Through the
you're
years.
correct.
Yep.
Yep. I have to agree.
I wanted
Out of
to
you-
give Jason.
Sorry.
I wanted to give Jason $10,000. I wanted to give him an RV. I had a bag full of candy. I wanted to give him with some cookies. For those of you who don't know, they had a cookie fight and she wouldn't give him no cookies. I wanted to give all of this stuff to this guy because I got tired of watching this guy struggle on camera. All I told him to do was get a job and get away from Shani. That's all he had to do was get a job and get away from Shani, and he would have an RV, he would have 10 grand, and he would have all this other stuff. And I could have went right to the bank and gave it to him. He knows it. He had just sold that house. Could have went right to the bank and I could have just gave it to him because I felt bad for this guy. Who do you think was the one who stopped me from giving that to him? It was Shani. Shani didn't want him to have the 10 grand. Shani didn't want him to have the RV. Shani didn't want him to have the candy or the cookies or any of those things. It was Shani who stopped him from having those things. Not to mention a lot of YouTube was mad at me, but some people kind of understood because I wanted to make sure the guy had a roof over his head. After all, the man did sell me a house.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say very self-destructive behavior. That's what it is. Morbidly so.
YouTubers and from the Christian community have experienced that with
Yeah.
her. You figured that out
And-
the hard
Right.
way, like the rest of us.
Right.
So now, getting back to me and my husband,
I'm not gonna lie. Looking back at
let me
the,
just tell you, while she stayed here, she
looking
did
back at the
nothing
great
but
debate community and listening to everybody talk about what's good and what's evil and whatnot. We had a lot of hypocrites in that community. Like we had a lot of lying hypocrites in that community.
sleep in the bed all the time. You know, we did everything we could to provide. I told her, I said, Dad, her father had just had his knees replaced and living on blood. He's still taking blood thinners. I mean, it's only been since October that he had his knees replaced. And the first thing she did when he came home from the hospital is walk right into his knee and didn't say anything about it, went outside to smoke her cigarettes. She was mad at me because she couldn't smoke in my house, knowing that I have a heart condition. She had to go outside to smoke. Even though it was my home, you know, I couldn't be around
Hey,
smoke.
Betty, I understand that, Betty. I told Shani and Rev not to do several things in my home, and they did it anyway. Totally understand. Totally understand.
I can't be around things like that.
That's some crazy motherfucking entitlement.
Yeah.
That's some crazy entitlement.
And then Shani,
She should have never felt like, oh,
and then Shani said she gave me a house and I had to constantly correct her. I said, you didn't give me anything. Jason did. You ain't give me nothing. The only person I owe anything around here to is him. And maybe those boys, but I don't owe you nothing. I had to put Shani in her place several times.
oh, I should be able to smoke underneath your roof. That's crazy. If the person, especially if she's asthmatic, my God, You know, that's ridiculous. Once again, I'm not going to say objectively for myself if I believe Betty or not, because I still have to rehabilitate my image of her in my mind.
No, you don't. All you got to do is be intellectually honest about what you know about Shanny. That's all you got to do. You're making this about Betty, but you're ignoring what she said Shanny did in that home. You was there. You simply listen to Betty and about the actions about Shanny, and you see you see whether or not she performed that same behavior around you. She was actually worse with you because she wasn't peeing. They wasn't peeing in bottles and on the rug and on the floor. They were peeing on the bed that you two would the same bed that you two was sleeping on.
From what Shanny told me about her.
Yeah, but from all the abuse and stuff that Shanny has done towards you,
yeah,
I don't know. Like, it's really hard for me to understand, like, why you wouldn't be in more favor of what her mother is saying in this.
Oh, I'm
actually a little surprised, as
She's
agreeable
with her.
due to the fact now that you're out of the relationship.
Revenge for the Ezzy
No,
line.
I'm telling you, I'm changing.
Your perspective of Betty is changing.
We'll see about that come tomorrow when Wednesday get here. But the point of the matter is that this man's going to want revenge for the Ezzy thing, and I think he's going to use that as a justification for Shanny. I believe this because of the Hussey interview and how much of an attitude he was giving Hussey and the attitude that he was giving that girl during the interview. Anybody who says anything negative about Shanny, he didn't want to hear it. And this is just showing little by little how he's going to end up back with her. I'm telling you.
Yes, because I fully see Shannon with her mask off. And Betty literally said that day will come. And she said it right in the beginning of the video, like Jason's going to find out. And I did. So am I inclined to believe her 100% now? Yeah, I'll say that.
Okay, good. Yep. I just want to make sure. I just don't want you to look. There's been a couple moments in this interview so far where, like, I feel like you've defended Shanny, and I'm just kind of like, wow. I don't know if you should be really defending her, but
no, I wouldn't call it defending. I don't want to go full scorched earth on her because
why not though? See that why not? Why not go? You have somebody who's called you a PDF file.
I know.
So why, if that's not true, whether I don't know what is or isn't true, I don't care at this current conversation that we're having.
Not.
Why would you defend somebody who has said such vitriolic, untrue things about you?
Well, like I said, I'm not going to defend her. What I'm going to do is not put her on blast because I want to be above that.
Okay.
I really do.
So it's a moral high ground thing.
Sorta. Yeah. I'm not going to call her a PDF file. I'm not going to call her well, she has actually abused me now.
I mean, come on, dude. She was arrested for domestic violence towards you.
Yeah, that's true.
Beating you up for 12 to 10
but
years.
I mean that. She did put me through something like that. She threw me through something like that. I didn't even tell the cops that. I hid that from them. What she got taken away from was basically going right when the cops came in the door. Keep that guy away from me. I'm gonna K-word him. I'm gonna kick him. That's why she went to jail. She handed it to them on a silver platter. Yeah, you're the one going. You said you want to off that guy.
Just imagine if they was in Colorado.
All right, let me ask a question here. If I don't know how long somebody stays 302, if right now she was released,
right,
would you let her come back in that house and live with you?
No chance in hell. No way.
Shanny's coming back. Shanny's coming back. This isn't the first time he said this. Shanny's coming back. Shanny's coming back. That wasn't very convincing.
I would immediately call the cops and tell them, look, you know how much you've been here. Do you want to come back again? You got to do something with this woman. She's psychotic, and they keep letting her out.
And then the next person that's going to go to jail, Jason, for a good period of time is going to be you.
So if she shows up at that door, it's going to remain locked and I'm calling 911.
Yeah, okay. Uh-huh.
Well, keep the door locked. Absolutely keep the door locked.
So yes, and as soon as you discover that Ezzy's not real, and you start getting lonely, and you realize that those people on the internet are just messing with your head, you're gonna open the door and let her back in and say, "Let's get them, baby. Let's get them."
Mm-hmm.
Because like, if you let her come back in, the internet's gonna have a heyday with you, man, and then you're gonna lose any sort of charitability that people have attempted.
No. The appropriate response should be, because Jason is accepting money from people because of the breakup, and he's promising that he's not gonna take her back. I think I made a comment on his channel about this, and I said that if you take her back and you accepted donations from people who are supporting you, they're gonna flag this guy into the ice age. And if that ain't the response, I gotta question the people that's watching him. I mean, straight into the ice age, and not just him. His PayPal, his Cash App, all of his things need to be attacked. And people would be justified in doing so because we all been lied to, and they think this mess is funny.
Try to give to you in regards to getting rid of her.
And I would agree with it, Rep. They should leave.
He's got to move. Nothing is packed. He's got to move. He's not begging for money on a regular basis. He's got to move, and he doesn't have a plan. Stop the nonsense. Come on.
For support, because it would show that I'm not willing to fully do what needs to be.
And then the house is going to be padlocked on Wednesday. He has to go to a hotel for a couple of days, and then his life is going to be totally different. What kind of stupid is this?
Done with
this
the
dude's going to be on the news again, sleeping in a cardboard box this time.
Situation, which is getting her out for good, and that is where I'm at.
What about the house being condemned, though? I'm confused about that.
I gotta be out on Wednesday.
By the way, just because there's a sign on the door that's saying it's going to be condemned doesn't mean you got to leave. Okay, it doesn't mean you got to leave. You want to know how I know this? It's because when I got that house from him, and I went there the very first time, I told you guys this story. It was a blue piece of paper on that door saying that this house is going to be condemned if these that the house is going to be condemned. Okay. I made him pay the fines that was on the door, or I called them, and I guess Shanny was in charge of the whatchamacallit the first time around, and they paid the fines on there and everything. And then I quickly repaired the roof, which the two houses next to them, Marty and then the other person that was on the side, was complaining that house was going to collapse, and I fixed all of that stuff. I think they're using the whole condemn thingy to try to keep Shanny away from the house. But if they end up making back up and he ends up going back to the house, Shanny's going to be hidden when he makes his streams. She's going to tell him what to say, and then they're going to make bank on this community.
This coming Wednesday?
Yes, I'm in my phone talking to a lot of people. Trust me.
So about the condemned thing. So I didn't watch your full video. I saw, I heard that it was condemned. So there's like an officer just come into the house and be like, "We're shutting you down," or you have to move out of the house. Like,
no.
Then how is the house condemned?
It was the county inspector, and the reason that it was done is because the first floor bathroom is really messed up, and there's a handicapped person that has a domicile here. That's like nearly illegal because okay.
Make any sense because I'm in the construction field and everything and whatnot. So that don't make no sense whatsoever. If the bathroom is in bad shape, why didn't Jason call me up and ask me to fix that bathroom for free? I want y'all to think about that a minute. He knows me. Okay. Why didn't he call me up and ask me to fix the bathroom, which could be done in a single day? He's seen what I did with the other house. You all seen what I did with the house. Why didn't he call me to go in the basement and clean up all the feces and stuff that's in the basement? That could be done in one day. I can bring myself, and I got several construction friends that'll go over there and help me do it. I can afford to do that. Ain't no problem. I don't need no money from him. I can get that done. Why didn't he contact me? I want y'all to think about that a minute. This is baloney.
according to like HIPAA type stuff. This is healthcare.
Are you when you say just handicap, you're referring to Shani?
Yes,
she's not handicapped.
Shani is not handicapped. He's right. Shani is not handicapped. She's pretending to be disabled. There's nothing wrong with her. The only thing that she's handicapped with is that she's extremely lazy. She's lazy. She doesn't want to get off her behind and do anything. That doesn't make you disabled, and it doesn't make you handicapped. She's just lazy.
Oh, come on. I saw her run up your stairs, bro.
So
I saw the fucking Titan.
She's
ogre.
been masking. Yes, she masks. She's capable of way more than she lets anybody know. And her healthcare coordinator knows about that.
Now, this is true then. I want y'all to think about this. If there's nothing wrong with Shani, and you know that there's nothing wrong with Shani, why are you wiping her behind? If you know that there's nothing wrong with Shani, and you know that she's capable of doing more than what she's telling everybody online, why are you wiping her behind?
Okay. When I talked to her healthcare coordinator, because she spoke with me because I was her caregiver, officially making money doing it.
I suggested that they actually do it, so it shows that they were watching my videos. I was one of the first people that got on here and said, you know, you dummy, you can actually be her caretaker, and the people will actually pay you if you actually take care of Shani. She
confided in me that she suspected that Shani
was getting about between $400 and $500 a week when he was doing it too.
Narcissistically abusing me. She said, I suspected that was the case the whole time with you. I found that real interesting. That the healthcare professional saw it even.
So the house is being condemned because of the toilet issue. The toilet, the bottom.
Yes, Jason, that's the main issue.
Jason, if you want some free work done, why don't you invite me over there and I'll fix the toilet for you, and I'll fix your minor problems. I don't believe none of this garbage.
But this house has multiple issues. It's old, and my uncle has to save up some money.
Did the house that you're in right now, does that have a second bathroom?
If the Blakely police is watching this, if the doctors or her psychiatrist is watching me make this YouTube video, force her to get liposuction on her legs. Force her to get liposuction on her legs and on her arms, and then tie her stomach. And then put her on the medication she needs to be. We'll make her lose weight. Put her on a low-fat diet, a low-cholesterol diet, and make her have a daily routine. It doesn't matter how psychologically ill she is. It doesn't make a difference. Give her a routine from the time that she wakes up to the time that she goes to bed. It can be simple stuff. She can get up, make her bed up. She can get up, and then after that, you can give her some activities to do. Teach her how to fill out an application again. Just give her little things to do throughout the day. But do not promote her just laying in the bed all day, because you ain't doing yourself no favors with doing that with her. But tie her stomach and give her liposuction.
Bathroom?
Mm-hmm. Right here.
Upstairs?
Yep, right here, right next to me.
Wait, so correct. So you're telling me that Shani, because I saw the clip of her running up the steps, right? Like boom, 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 boom.
I know what you're getting to right now. Go ahead, yeah.
She never she shit in a bucket
in
your bottom stairs rather than just walk up the steps and use the actual bathroom that is working.
Correct. Why? Victimhood.
I mean, yes, absolutely.
And she's forcing me to dump her shit. So that's double your pleasure.
Somebody says
nobody can force you to dump anything. You did it because you wanted to do it. No one put a gun to your head and told you to dump her poop. You did it because you wanted to do it.
Somebody donated $2. What is this? Sorry, it's going really fast. Handicap, she charged at you like a linebacker.
Oh my God, that was insane. Holy
and then she sat on the bed and then period blood.
This is why I got a problem with feminism. This is why I got a problem with a lot of these new women today. that think that because they're bigger or stronger that they can that somehow justifies them to put their hands on men. You know, had the shoe been on the other foot and Jason been really big and Shanny had been really skinny, they would have locked Jason up and they would have threw away the key. But she does it and she's mentally ill. Get the heck out of here. This is why I would have handled Shanny totally different. She, honestly and truthfully, if I was Jason, she would have never made it out of Scranton the first time. I'd have dumped her the first week of knowing her, or the first 2 days of knowing her.
Came out on the bed because she's not taking care of herself.
That was really gross. But yeah, Gragan, she's just dry, or what's it called? Free bleeding everywhere. It was gross. I was finding pools of blood on the floor. It's like she was it was like she was bleeding out, bro. I don't know, man. It was very.
Hey, Jason, listen, contact me and I will come over there tomorrow and fix the toilet. And then when they do the inspection, and by the way, a toilet's like, what do them things cost at the Home Depot? It can get you a cheap toilet for like maybe $150. I'll get you a toilet. I'll come over there and I'll replace the one that you got, look at the other damages and fix that stuff really quick. And then I'll go in the basement and do what you're too lazy to do yourself. And that's get the poop up from the cats. You know what I mean? And make the place, and then I'll sanitize the place. In return, you can give me the deed to the house.
Whoa.
Yeah, free bleeding is disgusting. And any woman who free bleeds, like, that is, you're crazy.
I can guarantee the YouTube community, Shanny will never come back. Not if I'm the owner. Because I'll do what the uncle couldn't do. Shanny will never come back there if I'm in charge. I've been trying to get these two to go in different directions forever. You know what I mean? So if I'm in charge, Shanny ain't coming back. I don't care how hard she tries.
Certifiably fucking crazy.
And Shanny, you ain't got to worry about me stealing your stuff. I'm just going to throw everything in the garbage. That I promise.
It's not.
There's nothing wrong with periods, but like free bleeding and just like, oh.
And then
it goes in.
I want you to come over there and threaten me like that, and then try to charge me like a linebacker, and watch what happens.
Everywhere. And it's really weird that she was.
I hate that.
She just gave up.
I don't like Dragnet, but if somebody did that, if a woman did that to Dragnet, I would have a problem with it. I don't like BGTV, but if a woman tried to do that to him, I would have a problem with it because there's a brotherhood of men that should never allow a woman to do that to them. I don't play that. That I do not play.
Oh, she gave up on life.
So
man.
if Shanny, if you said that she was handicapped, she's not, but like.
Did
she ever get any sort of disability checks or any sort of thing? Because like
she's never been certified disabled.
Okay.
And
there we go. Because that's crazy. Because she for years she claims that she's disabled, handicapped, all this shit.
I'm glad this got brought up. I want to clarify this because I was wrong. Okay, I was stating to people that she was certified disabled by this caregiver thing. Not true. She was not certified disabled. She was certified to get services. That's
okay,
not the same.
That does make sense a little bit.
Yeah, that's the correct language.
And what services would those be?
In-home caregiver, i.e., me. The bucket coordinator. The bucket coordinator, me.
This man was picking up her shit.
You got
Where were you taking the bucket of piss and shit?
Right here. Dump.
And then you're romantic with her afterward. Like, how can you smell all of that and be around all of that and then be, oh God, man. Listen to me. I can understand if you're married to somebody and you've been married to them for a long time and then they got sick and that partner would do the same thing for you if something happened to you, which I don't see Shanny doing. I can understand it then. You can forget the smell and whatnot, but with the way this woman was treating you, like, oh, you know, come on.
Putting it down the toilet, getting some bleached out, scrubbing. That's what I did. That's my job, really. It's okay.
So you took the bucket from downstairs with poop and pee and brought it up the stairs.
Yes.
There's a video on YouTube where Shanny says, G-Man, you're so stupid. And these two are together and whatnot. They were saying they were married. G-Man, you could have been with me and you could have been eating my what did she say? She said you could have been eating my tush, I think she called it, or tush every single night. And this is when she was with him. And then I'm listening to this stuff about this poop. Oh, these two people are disgusting.
That was my
That
life.
is something else, man.
Mm-hmm. That was my life for quite a while. While her being like, well, you're a cheating piece of shit. Like, you're just dog shit. Wow. Thanks, Shan. You know, I wasn't, but okay. Whatever.
What do we call that? Like, if you have somebody who's like saying all these untrue things about you and you're still picking up their poop,
Oh
what are you accomplishing by that?
Nothing.
You're just enabling her to treat you poorly, and then you're like almost making yourself out to be a poop cuck.
You're
poopy cuck.
You're literally. Oh my God, that's a shirt. Poopy cuck. That's merch. Rep. That's merch, dude. Like, whoa, poopy cuck. Wow. You could put my face on it. You know what I mean? Poopy cuck.
I don't think that would not sell. So sorry. Yeah, I mean, you can do whatever shirts you want, but I ain't going down that route.
That's fine. My stores always get shut down because trolls flag them, saying I'm a fraudster. So whatever.
All right, let's get back to the mom video.
All right, here we go.
But she laid up in that room drinking every night. And let me tell you, before she even got settled in, the deal was that she was going to get a job and she was going to help out with the utilities because we were paying double the electricity, double our water bill.
I beg you, go watch my video and go see what I said to Shani when they first moved into the house. This is why Jason needs to just wake up. You know what I mean? This is the same thing I told them, that they had to get a job. I'm not going into the whole story with that again. Y'all already know that they never got a job. But this is the deal. You know what I mean? They claim that they're going to do what they got to do, and then they don't do it.
Our water bill was more than double at times because the boys and
I could handle the water bill and I could handle the electric bill. I'll give them credit. They didn't make it too sky high when they lived there. And I, like I said, I worked 12-hour days, so I was able to pay the utilities and whatnot. But what made me mad was, and I'll tell this story again, was the fact that Shani was making all of that money on YouTube and she never gave me any. And she never offered to pay anything. That made me very angry at her.
Used to take really long showers and whatnot. So all of our utilities, were costing us extra, except for cable, of course, because we kept the internet on. We don't have cable. We have just internet. And to save money. I mean, my husband's 62 years old. He's getting ready to retire. We're just an older couple, going through a lot of health problems right now. But she didn't respect that either. She told Jason that all I ever wanted was to get money from her. And it's like, yeah, you know what? You have to pay for your way. You can't just expect people to support you for the rest of your life. We couldn't do it. We couldn't financially do it. And it was starting to cripple us. We both have a lot of medical bills. I had 2 heart surgeries. I had abdominal surgery just before.
Everything, man. It got to the point that I was buying the kids clothes. You know what I mean? It's like they wanted me to pay for everything. They wanted me to pay for the electric bill. They wanted me to pay for the water bill. They wanted me to pay for the food. They wanted me to get their Delta 8, their cigarettes, their medicine. They wanted me to pay for everything. So I understand what Betty's saying. Like these two didn't want to pay for nothing. And his justification was, I gave you a house.
Before Shannon came, and I was rapidly losing weight at the time. I'm much better now, but I was like going down to skin and bones for a while there because I was so sick after my abdominal surgery.
Tried to get me on Delta 8 because I have issues with sciatica with my back sometimes. And then I was showing her, I'll give you an example of this right here on my my pain, my 800 milligram ibuprofens that I have here. And then I have muscle relaxers, and Shani tried to get me to take a Delta 8, claiming that was going to help my back and whatnot. And I never tried it. I never tried one of the gummies once. I think she was trying to get me hooked so I can take my money and buy that garbage all the time.
Surgery. I ended up with a bacteria and had to go on antibiotics. And I mean, it was just terrible. Meanwhile, putting up with her stuff. with the crying every night and drinking every night and smoking weed with her kids in the house, terrified that. And then she'd
in Shanny's defense, Shanny had just broke up with Chris, and Chris just cheated on her with her best friend. In Shanny's defense,
invite people over. This one homeless guy, and
killed her.
she'd invite him over.
Say that. You said, who was that? Gene?
Yeah, his name is Gene. She told me some stories about him, and like we were together at the time, and he was like, "Could I touch your tits and shit?" Like, just a gross individual.
Another thing I would ask Jason, and I already asked him this in person, but I would ask him, why didn't he use some of the $700,000 to go get his teeth cleaned? You ever meet Jason? His teeth looks like this. Let me show you. You ever meet Jason in person? This is how his teeth looks. All right. So be prepared for that if you are seriously thinking about dating him. His teeth are horrible, and you're going to know he's a smoker when you see it.
Who she would invite over to her house or her parents' house?
Yeah, why? Ew. And it's her parents' house.
Everybody talks about
it's crazy.
Danny's teeth. If you ever meet Jason, ask him to smile and show you his teeth.
Disrespectful. It's like if you live under. I grew up really religious and like evangelical Christian, so like my parents, everything had to go through them. If I wanted a friend to come over for a day, I had to ask my mom and dad, and it's a whole process. And I just so like you're under your parents' house, so you need to abide by their rules. I don't think that's really should be a really controversial thing.
Not at all. Not at all.
Yeah, right in my driveway, exactly.
Over
at two ladies.
And all he was actually a meth addict. I know that you didn't do meth, Chris. I'm positive about that. That's not your thing. I'm sorry you had to go through what you had to go.
Chris was a marijuana type person because there were several videos that would suggest that was the case. I don't know about no meth.
Go through. I really am. We tried to warn.
Also, can you put your microphone a little closer to you? So you're a little louder.
All right, got you.
Much better. Thank you.
Warn you.
All right, sure.
But you didn't listen. But anyway, that's water under the bridge now. I don't want to make you feel bad, but you're doing the right thing. It's time for you to just move on with your life and just put her aside. As far as Jason goes, he has threatened my husband. He said he threatened a 62-year-old man on blood thinners with 2 knees just replaced.
Jason, don't roll your eyes. It's right on Fat Courtney Loves YouTube channel with you threatening them. The video exists with this man threatening him and threatening Betty. The video exists. When he was in Boulder, Colorado, he did it.
That he'd come over and punch him in the face.
Is that true?
No.
Okay.
I never threatened.
Harry will probably show you this. It's on Fat Courtney Loves YouTube channel where he's threatening Shanny's parents. If you haven't already seen it on Carrie's channel.
Never threatened him?
No, I never threatened to punch him in the face.
Smart. That's asking him twice and 3 times. He's smart for doing that because it's going to make Jason look like a liar later when somebody reviews it.
No. Me and my buddy Phil were on the phone with the father once, trying to make him understand that some of Betty's behaviors towards Shannon were weird. And they were, and sort of abusive sounding. So we talked to him about that, but I never said I'd punch him in the face or nothing.
In Jason's defense, I was friends with Shanny at one point, and Shanny can be very convincing about what happened to her when she was younger and what was going on in her life. And Shanny is, if you never met Shanny, you really don't know how convincing she can be. Like, I ain't gonna sit here and act like I never got tricked, because I did. I got tricked for a long time.
No. I don't know.
So
where
there's no like video or clip of you ever on the internet saying that.
No way. No.
Okay.
I would have never done that. Like, yeah, he's a 62-year-old man.
Jason's brain is fried. Hey, Jason, if you're watching this, go on Fat Courtney Loves YouTube channel. You're doing quite a bit on that channel, dude. And one of the things that you're doing is threatening Shanny's parents.
There's zero chance I would say that to a guy like that. That's ridiculous. And he was technically my father-in-law. That's the way I saw him. So no.
And now he's doing this boxing video, like he's going to hit you. I mean, what an asshole. This is a man of God.
I don't know what the hell she's talking about, man.
You know,
Go on
the
Fat
only
Courtney
justice.
Loves YouTube channel, Jason. I dare you. Go on Fat Courtney Loves YouTube channel. You accuse me of grape. You, Jason, you accuse me of grape. Then when I ask you to provide the proof, well, it turns out the G-Man never said it. Oh, he never did it. Oh.
I don't know what she's talking about. What video or anything?
I don't have a clue what she's talking about, Rep. I mean, was she looking at videos that other people were making? Because I don't know.
No. It's everything that you said. And this is where I'll give the Dragoons their credit. All of that stuff is on Fat Courtney Loves YouTube channel. Go watch BGT. I see BGTV. No, Miss Parker, Dragnut. Come to think about it, I really don't know how many Dragoons actually covered it. I know Dragnut did. If Shanny farted, Dragnut covered it. So you can go check out what Dragnut, and you can check out, I think, I don't think it was BGTV. I forget who the other one is, but I know Drag was one.
I never made a boxing video. What is she talking about? I don't know, dude.
Somebody says that your merch was taken down because you made a shirt that says, I have a baby carrot. Is that true?
No, I never made a shirt that says I have a baby carrot. No.
No? Okay. I don't know. That's just what somebody said.
Sound
Donate your
is
money,
that
just-
Jason's going to
It's a
find out
funny
on his
troll.
own what she's all about.
I did.
When somebody gets married, they're supposed to be focused on their husband, their new husband. They're in love. They're supposed to be happy, you know,
wasn't
and she
married.
has kids too. She's supposed to be focusing on them. But no, she's got to make videos about her ex-husband.
Mhm.
8 months
Mhm.
after you guys have you've been divorced.
Mhm.
I mean, this is just ridiculous.
Yeah, she's
And
really
not
been
just
talking.
Chris, about me too. I loved you with a love that was so deep. G-Man, you're going to be eating my kush. G-Man, you're so stupid. You're going to be eating my kush. Don't worry about it, Jason. He'll never get my kush. He'll never get my kush. G-Man pays your bills, whore.
But that's Shannon's MO. This is what Shannon does, and she does it well. She destroyed Doug the same way. Doug and his mother were abusive. His mother, actually her first husband, the father of her children, because I know a lot of people think that you were the boy's biological father, which he's not.
Okay, see, I didn't know that. I didn't know Chris was not the biological father. Did you know that?
Yeah, I knew he wasn't. Yeah.
Okay.
So prior marriage that ended in
Is
2000.
that Douglas? Is that what the name Douglas? Is that who that is?
Yeah,
And
Douglas.
finding Doug is not hard. I found Doug. All you got to do is look up Shanny for Christ. No. Not Shanny for Christ. I messed up on that one. Shanny's first name and her last name on Google. And then you will find all of her partners. And one of them is Doug. I found Doug with a quickness. So his phone number, where he lives, all of that stuff will show up if you actually take the time out to look. So it wasn't difficult.
Gaddis is his name. Gattis. And if you
Okay.
look him up on Facebook, he's in either North Carolina or South Carolina, and he was put
Wait a
away
minute.
for meth dealing.
So, okay, so Doug last name is Gaddis. Chris last name is Dornbush. What the heck is Shanny's last name? Do me a favor, guys. If you can let me know in the, because this has been so long ago, I forget. Somebody knows her maiden name. It's not Dornbush because that's Chris' last name. It's not Gaddis because that's Chris's last name. Does anybody know Shanny's actual last name?
So,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, McGraw. Oh, she's Irish.
Anyway, the father of her children's mother had multiple myeloma,
McGraw.
and Shannon did nothing but make her life a living hell. The woman had to stay in her bedroom all the time.
You guys, unrelated truth about Jason. I still remember the man's password for a lot of his laptops. He told me this when I moved in that house, and I still know his password. Absolutely hilarious. It just hit me. I still remember his passwords. Funny.
got fed up with it. I'm going to be honest with you. I finally got fed up with it. And I said, this is it. I can't put up with this anymore. I tried to ask her to get things cleaned up.
Okay, somebody put in the chat. This was done by Undead Raymond. Jason was also saying he was disabled and applying for benefits. This is what I know about Jason. When he was younger, he applied for disability and he was denied. How do I know this? Because I've seen the Social Security papers and I saw the denials. So he applied for disability and wasn't able to get it. I talked about that in Dragnut's private members only stream.
Let me tell you something.
And I showed proof.
My husband gave up the bedroom to sleep in the spare room in a smaller bed. And I slept on the couch downstairs the whole time she was here. So they could have the master bedroom.
Oh, let me tell you what Jason and Shanny tried to do. That was a pretty big house I had at Fisk. I remember this one. Shanny and Rev slept in the master bedroom. Obviously, Zachary was in the far room over there where it was going up to the attic, and then there was another room right across from where Shanny and Rev was sleeping. And when I spent the night there, I either slept on the first floor, on the floor, because there was no furniture and whatnot. All they cared about was those little rooms or whatever, right? It was a bunch of times they tried to get me to sleep in a room with them. They wanted me to, because they had their bed up there and they wanted me to sleep closer to the TV. I was not doing that. Like I said, if you smelled those two, you would understand it.
And that master bedroom, a stench started coming out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And when I opened the door, it was at least 2 feet deep.
Come on, Jason. Deny it.
Garbage.
Deny it. I dare you.
Food.
I dare
clothing,
you to deny that.
God knows what else was in there. Urine.
When I first
found
Jason's house and they moved to Colorado that very, very first time, for those of you who was around during that time, they had clothes all over the place, and that place stunk. And then when I ultimately got the house finally for the $1 and they moved in there, like I said before, it smelled like fungus, like a person who never bathed, like the way I described it was fungus feet, but I don't really know how to describe fungus. So I'll put it to you this way. It smelled like funk mixed with cat urine and dog doodle mixed together. That's what it smelled like.
Urine in the container.
And and if you talk to One Bad Bee, she smelled them, because that's how they smelled when they went to the convenience mart.
And William lied about it. And she says, William never lies. Well, William does lie.
Yeah, he does.
Kids lie.
Kids lie.
Kids absolutely do lie. Is the thing that happens.
The one who was spanking him because he lied about the urine. But it was spilt all over the floor.
Oh, wait.
It took us weeks to get that. Oh, it's been 3 months since she's been gone. Maybe more. Well, let's see. It was Christmas Eve when the cops got her out.
See, the cops got her out of their house.
What? I didn't know that.
That's wild. That's Shanny's
You didn't
stench.
know a lot of stuff because you just believed everything that came out of Shanny's mouth. And then when everybody, atheists, non-atheists, Christians, when everybody tried to warn you about Shanny, I don't think I was one of them. I think I was pro Shanny at the time. I think it was Spackle. I think it was Cliff Jumper, Dragnut, and a couple of other people that was warning Jason about what Shanny was all about. And like I said, I was pro Shanny then because I was stupid. But they all was warning you that she only wanted one thing.
Man, it's just like invading everything.
Shanny at that time.
That is actually, this is actually disgusting. The fact that fucking Shanny made her mom and dad sleep in depth, like that is crazy. You can't convince me that this mom and dad, Shanny's parents, weren't good people simply based on the fact that they are willing to give their sleeping position, 60 and a 70-year-old, to have their daughter sleep in their bed. You
know what? Now that I think for the Hussey interview, I think Rev just started getting annoyed with everybody attacking Shanny. Because I think he's got something developing for her again. He realizes Ezzy ain't real, and he's going to try to get her back. That's why I think he got really annoyed with Hussey on the stream. That didn't make no sense today. There was no reason for him to have the attitude. I noticed that he got an attitude after a while when he found out that everything was going to be okay. Like, he had a real attitude with Hussey and those other people that was on there. Very interesting.
Fair statement.
That is a parent's love. That is parents' love. Even for a child of their own blood to be as horrible as they are. Like, that's fucked up.
I can't disagree with anything you're saying. Wow.
And the cops know us, by the way. The police in Duluth know my husband and I. They know her too, all too well, because they're.
Jason, that sounds very familiar about what you went through, man. Police knew you and Shanny very well, no matter where you guys went. Colorado, Scranton, Peckville.
Constantly had been called,
Yep.
had calls for her in the past.
The only difference is with G-Man, the police never came there one time when I was there because they knew the consequences. Y'all think I'm just talking. I would have threw them out. And the kids, that stopped me from doing a lot of stuff, but I probably would have let the kids stay. But since they're the parents, kind of hard to do that. But I would have threw them out with the quickness that the police would have been if I'd have been there with the quickness. I don't play that.
You know, she lost her kids. If it wasn't for Chris, she wouldn't have those kids right now. And that's the truth.
Right.
He is telling the truth on that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what that would be referencing? What he's saying there?
Yes, I do. I think part of the agreement of her getting the kids back was that, like, Chris was a stability, a force of stability. So the main reason probably they let her kids go back was because he was in the picture. I could believe that,
Yeah, no, that is a thing sometimes they do.
That makes sense to me.
Stepdads and the bio dads and stepdads, they will make exceptions to stuff like that of giving kids back.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Not always the best decision, but unfortunately the CPS system is crazy fucking corrupt.
Whew.
Now, I don't know why you had that relationship with what's his name's girlfriend.
Wait, so just pausing it here. So you told me that the two times that the kids, so this is actually more than two then. Because earlier we were talking about, you said two, so this would be 3 times that she lost her kids.
Well, I'm trying to understand, is she going to get into the reason?
I don't know. This again, let's continue watching. Sorry.
Let's just check it out.
I don't know why you did that. Maybe, but I'm not going to judge you.
No, wait,
for
Rep,
it.
I know.
Hmm.
This is 2012. She's talking about 2012. When she tried to when she tried to eat the bullet, that's what she's talking about. And then she met Chris in that interim period. And I think what triggered her self-termination thing was he was going to break up with her.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So not aliving yourself because somebody wants to break up with you.
Narc shit. Yeah. Narcissist shit, man.
Yeah. I wouldn't put a surpriser. I mean, we saw her just a couple of days ago try to cut herself with scissors.
You guys saw that?
Well, no, you saw that, but
yeah, I did.
I believe it.
Wait, how did you see it? I'm like, wait a minute.
I'm not going to. I mean, you went through hell with her. But all I know is that her husband has made threats about us. He's even kind of poked a stick in her and poked the anthill about, what about what your parents did to you? What about your mother? Well, the only thing he heard was the day.
Yeah, I was just saying that because, I felt for Shannon. She told me that her family was horribly abusive. So I was standing up for her. Yeah. That's what I was doing.
That makes sense. I do understand that perspective of like defending your partner, but you know, in hindsight, eventually you have to get to the point where like, yeah, I was wrong to defend my partner.
I will say
X,
that.
Y, and Z.
I will say that today. I admit it. I was wrong.
Day that she had her headphones on, and I went in and I pulled them off her head and I pulled her hair a little bit. I didn't like yank it off or anything like that. She wouldn't listen to me. I was trying to get her to clean that room up. I'm telling you, the stench was horrible. No one should live like
Betty, you don't got to convince me. I know exactly what you're talking about. Very smelly woman.
that.
Okay, see now given this and what you said earlier, the context makes way more sense about the headphones thing. I've been a step parent before, and kids can be very, very frustrating. So like trying to grab a headset off of kids, you know,
sure,
kids not listening, you grab the headset off of them. But of course, Shannon would probably try to make that out to be something that really didn't happen, like hurting her.
She made it way bigger than it was.
Like she ripped my headphones off and slapped me across the face and kicked, like, you know, dramatized.
Yep.
And she was like, "Oh,
she did do that.
you know, like she usually does. You see her on the videos.
No, she did that just a couple days ago before she got fucking 302'd.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, it's a pattern.
Rev knows she ain't lying. Rev knows it.
And I was done with it after that. I was like, that's it. You're getting the hell out of here. I'm not putting up with this anymore. I shouldn't have to. My blood pressure was sky high. It took me a good 2 months to get my blood pressure down after her staying here.
Wow.
The doctor was even like, you can't do this. You know, I had 2 heart surgeries. I have a pacemaker defibrillator over here. I have a portacath over here. You know, I mean.
Wow.
I'm getting worked up. This is why I didn't want to make this video.
YouTube videos about drama. Betty made videos about planting in her garden. That's what she was all about. It was Shanny that was making all of these videos, calling her a terrible mom and all this stuff.
But I think.
But you know what, though? If I would have known about this during the Great Debate days, I would have just reminded Shanny about honoring your mother and your father. You may live long in the land. I don't care what your parents did. You got to respect your parents. But I didn't know that she was going back and forth with her mom like this. A lot of stuff about Shanny I didn't know until that marriage between her and Chris went kaplooey.
To be able to tell my side of the story too.
Yeah.
All the rest of this aside, the police came over to the house and they made her leave. William said that I threatened to kill him.
Yeah, I heard
when
that.
The police were over at the house.
Yep.
And texted his mother that, which was William being an asshole. Being a little asshole. I'm sorry. I'm just going to say it. He was being a little asshole. Just like he did the time he pissed all over the floor in his grandfather's room.
Jesus. I know about that.
But this is my thing, though. Why are they peeing on the floor and they have a bathroom? That's something I never understood. If they have a bathroom, why are they peeing on the floor?
I was a pediatric nurse for almost 37 years of my life. I would never tell a child I'm going to kill them. I would never do that, and especially my grandsons.
No, I'm sorry. I believe her. Like, I can just hear it in her voice. This is.
Yeah, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. And I know William lies. So I would agree with her. I'm really starting to understand how much of a level I was deceived now. And that's starting to process in my mind.
You
okay.
don't know the level
I think
that you was. Go watch Fat Courtney Love's YouTube channel and you'll really see how much you were deceived.
I get it now. Pretty sure I'm starting to get it.
It's gonna continue to process, because when you're out of situations like that, you are able to process it, because when you're living in it, you're not able to. You're not really ever able to fully.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make sure I bring this video up when these two end up back together again. When it's just Shanny and Rev again.
Step away and look.
Because remember now, Shanny forgave Rev when he kicked Zachary. So now she can be like, well, she forgave me, so I have to forgive her, you know.
Look at things from a different perspective until that person is gone.
Right. And that's why I fully believe that I was what you call Stockholm syndrome. She had physical violence on me multiple times, which I covered up.
And you know the beautiful thing is, Jason, you cannot take any of this back when you end up with Shanny. You can't call this performance art or any of that stuff.
Led to her just thinking that she can get away with it. And that's where I was at. At the end of this, like what happened in my grandmother's room was insane. And I don't want to be anywhere near her ever again after seeing that shit.
Lies.
I can't fully disclose what happened in that room because the cops said you probably shouldn't.
It's just the same old thing.
There's some details of that I can't go into. But what happened in that room, Repsian, was...
I'm pretty sure he got a weapon and he probably used it. That's probably why he can't talk about it.
Scary, bro. She was like a full-on psychotic that you'd see in a movie. Nude. Sitting at the base of the door with her back to it saying, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to stay here with you in this room, and we're going to stay here all day. I said, Shannon, you got to get up, man. People are going to try and call me, and if they can't get in contact with me, they're going to call the cops again. But I can't go into any more details on that. It was crazy.
Well, she's 302. That's what really matters at this moment. She's not there.
Hallelujah, yeah.
That doesn't matter. Shannon gets away with saying whatever she wants to people and getting them all riled up and worked up. I mean, hell, even while she was here and she wasn't doing well on getting the noose around Jason's neck, she was flirting with G-Man.
Yeah. She called me on the phone, and she wanted. This is when the whole Chris thing was going on and whatnot. And she called me on the phone, and she wanted me to take her on a date in Duluth. She wanted me to take her on a date in Duluth, but her mother tells you what I actually said though.
Is that true?
Oh yeah, she said that it was basically not real. I think it was, you know.
Oh no, no, Jason, you know it was real because you was jealous for like a solid 1, 2, 3. I don't know, about maybe like 5, maybe 7 of those years you were jealous that you actually thought that I wanted Shanny. And then when it was revealed, when you went to jail, that I wasn't trying to hear it. You know what I mean? That's when you started feeling like pretty good about yourself and whatnot, because Shanny gave me the hard sell, and I was just like, no, I'm just not interested. But yeah, she called me on the phone. I talked to her mother. We talked on the phone, and I told Shanny that she was gonna have to I laid it clear because number one, I was in the middle of the great debate community, and I was growing as a YouTuber at that time, and a lot of eyeballs was on me, and she would just like I made a workout video, for example, and she said I was built like a Greek god or whatever. When I made my little 300, I think I did 500 jumping jacks in the video. I think I did about 500 or something like that. And I was wearing tights, and I was training for the marathon at that time. And she was saying things like that. I had met Dragnut and a couple of other people, and she was asking them how I smelt and things like that. And then, like I said, we talked on the phone. She was trying to tell me that I need to stay away from food that had processed stuff in the food or whatever. She was recommending that I don't eat certain frozen food or whatever. I forget the words that she used, but she was recommending I don't eat certain things. Then she was saying, well, you know, G-Man, I would allow you to wine and dine me over there in Duluth. I didn't know about no Minnesota at the time. If you listen to me talk geography on here, I once called Texas the West Coast, so I wasn't all that great about like where places was and whatnot. And I had told her that that if I would date her, because I never seen Shani. I even asked her on the phone. I said, well, you know, I seen videos about you and whatnot, and I wanted to like test her a little bit. And I was like, how tall are you? How much do you weigh? And she was like, you never ask a woman how much they weigh. And then I told her, well, if I'm gonna date you or whatever, you're gonna have to go get a job, because that's what I did every day. I worked 12 hours a day. I bust my rear end, and I believe in hard work. So her mother actually mentions that I told her that she was gonna have to get a job and move out of her mother's house. Wasn't gonna deal with somebody who didn't know how to take care of themselves.
Because I cut the cord for a bit. I said, listen, I'm a raging alcoholic. I shouldn't have two young boys underneath this roof. She had a job opportunity that she could have went to. That was a good deal. And she left that job opportunity to come to me with those kids. So was it about money? Yeah, I believe it was about money now. I do believe that fully.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There's a part of me that wants to believe
it wasn't just the money too. Shani wanted to go somewhere where she can smoke marijuana all day too, and that's the real reason they went to Colorado. What Shani told the YouTube public was, she told me and a lot of other people, it wasn't just you, it was me too. She told everybody that they moved to Colorado because Jason's mother had passed away, and that she wanted to get him away from the house. And then what happened was, when I was going through the house cleaning up and everything and whatnot, Shani was telling me to throw a lot of stuff in the garbage, like his mother's pictures and whatnot. And I would make like overriding decisions, and he'll tell you this, because when they came from Colorado, there a lot of his mother pictures were still there. I didn't listen to it because I thought it was kind of dumb. So I saved some of the pictures, but the other ones I threw in the garbage. And he was very thankful for that. But that was the excuse they gave everybody on the internet, that he had to get away from the house because it caused him to drink and everything and whatnot. And that's when he got wet brain. And then she started getting him on marijuana, becoming his doctor, claiming marijuana would cure his wet brain. It's a bunch of nonsense.
That there is a human being inside of her of some kind that's decent. But the more and more I start to game this, and I'm starting to listen to Betty with a clear mind, the mom, sorry. Her name's Betty, I'm sorry. The mom. I was had on a massive level.
That's what I think her channel was called. I think her channel was called Mom, if I'm not mistaken. And I have this email. Me and Sabella don't get along because she's the only person that knows the name of that dumb email. If I can get the name of the dummy, if I can get the name of the email, I'll screen share everybody what she sent me. It was Shani's mom after I got kicked out of that house. Her mom told me, shut up, G-Man. Stop making, this is what she told me. Shut up, G-Man. Stop making YouTube videos about Shani. She's in love with you. I'm going to show you guys this one day when I can get a hold of Sabella. She said that she's in love with me, and that if I let her calm down, they'll let me have the house again. Of course, I didn't listen to Shani's mother because I ripped a new butthole in her every time I get the opportunity.
The first thing my uncle said to me, he's an old school guy. He's 78 years old. He said to me, Jay, you were taken for a ride.
Yep.
She took you for a ride.
Mm-hmm.
And you really messed up a really good situation that you had. Very few people get what you had.
Mm-hmm.
One in multiple millions had what you had at your age.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I had to come home to, and that was rough.
Mm-hmm.
That was rough. But he's right. You know, this person came into my life, and
but let me say this though, and I'm sure Carrie and some other people are going to agree with me on this one. You can't really blame Shani for all of the spending that happened. This man had a $90,000 Dodge Durango. This man bought a bunch of foolishness and video games. He bought a whole bunch of like stupid stuff. This is money. He can do whatever he wants with it. And that's what he's going to say. And don't forget that this man was making fun of poor people and making fun of people who were struggling at the time. And there were ongoing bets that he would be broke himself within a year. It took 3 years, but people were making bets. I had a bet with Sabella that he would be broke inside of like 6 months. being with Shanny or whatever. It's right there on Skype. Sabella will back it up that we had a little bet going on when he was going to be broke. You know what I mean? And this is when I was going back and forth with these guys and whatnot during that time. But this guy right here was spending a lot of that money too. He was giving money to Brett Keane, to bums on the street, and like all these other YouTubers on here. They were buying friendships. They spent $2,000, I think, or $3,000 to meet some YouTuber. I forget her name or whatever, but they spent they spent a good hunk of change to meet some YouTuber. They were spending their money on some stupid stuff. They were buying marijuana all the time. They was constantly getting high. Especially when they moved to Japan. What is it? When they moved to Colorado, Japan.
I let it happen. I should have had the cops at the door and say, look, this woman has 2 children. I drink heavy. Do you guys think this is a good idea for her to be here? I don't think it is. That's what I should have done. I would have saved myself from all this bullshit. So, does Rev have regrets? Oh, you better flip and believe it. Yeah, I do. But I can't go back. It's not a thing. So.
Well, you ain't got too many regrets because you like wearing stockings and you like wearing girl clothing and you like behaving like there's something mentally, there is something mentally wrong with you, I think. But you like to get on here and think you're some type of drag and whatnot. And I don't think you understand what you're doing, Jason. Like Hussey has already been clear about what Hussey's all about. But you, on the other hand, sir, I don't think you know what you're doing. I really don't think you know what you're doing. Because who are you flirting with? You're not flirting with women. And then later on, I love Jesus Christ. I love the Bible. Let me tell you guys about the Lord. One of the places I want to interview him is I want to come on my other channel. He'll never agree to it. It will never happen. I can offer him $1 billion. He will never come on my G-Man channel and answer.
As I said at the start of this, for the future, don't date somebody with kids.
I won't.
You shouldn't be around kids if you can't hold your temper and shit,
I
it's
totally
plain and simple.
If I got on really good meds, Rep, I'd probably be okay. But the fact is, I don't.
Meds or not, man. Like once you hit the kid, it's done deal. It's the proclivity to do that again.
The thing, Jason gets a lot of hate for doing what he did to Zachary, but I'm gonna take it a step further. I don't think Shanny cared about them kids. Especially listening to Shanny go after William and listening to some of the stuff that she was saying about her own kid and how she on a daily basis chose a child abuser over her own child. She literally said, I'm going to stay with this child abuser and I'm not going to have my kids. And then I'm the one who made the video and said, these two are so stupid, especially Shanny. I said that, Shanny, have you ever taken into consideration that the reason why William and Zachary don't want nothing to do with you is because you chose a child abuser over your own kids? I don't care what nobody say. Blood is thicker than water at the end of the day. When it comes down to the blood, people are going to defend their blood. Even if they hate each other, they're going to defend their blood. I promise you, I guarantee you, had Shanny picked her kids over him, she would not be going through what she's going through right now. But of course, this is Shanny we're talking about, who's got the IQ of presidents. I'm sorry, my bad. Who has the IQ of a walnut?
And it's just,
I agree with you completely.
But it's also like you were her. She should never have brought her kids around you. Period.
No, I totally agree.
And you shouldn't have been around her kids.
Right. I was a raging alcoholic, and I said that to her. I said, do you think that's smart? You should take the job opportunity you have in Wisconsin.
Well, why would she take a job opportunity when you're there to...
She told you she had a job opportunity in Wisconsin. She told you her parents was abusive. She told you her parents were liars. And then you believed it without any proof whatsoever. She played you, dude. She straight up played you. And you want to know what would be funny if Shanny actually got on YouTube and admitted it? Because if this is real and they're really done, Shanny's gonna do it. and she'll try to justify it in her.
I'm Daddy Rev. I got my $750K.
Yep.
Money not
And
everything.
now I fully get that is basically what it was about. So she could put her ass on a couch and do whatever the hell she wanted because everything was paid for. Yeah. And I said that to her many times, and she said, no, that's bullshit. It was for love and Jesus Christ. And I'm like, okay. If you want to say so, Shanny, okay.
Okay. If you go to Fat Courtney Love, she's wearing green. She's wearing a tiara. This woman is a witch. She was into witchcraft. She wasn't into no Jesus Christ. She was into witchcraft. And we all learned the truth about her when we started watching those wiki dickies. And that is the reason why she lost the Christian community super fast. She got with him. They had all of that money, and then all of a sudden she thought that she didn't need the Lord no more. She didn't need the Christian community no more. She didn't need any of that stuff no more because she had money and whatnot. And it was going to last forever because it was a whopping $700,000 or $750,000. She thought it was going to last forever. Meanwhile, dragging all of them and laughing at them, saying that that's not a lot of money. It's not going to last that long. Not the way they're living.
That's how I got at the end, Rep. I was just like, if you say so, okay.
What?
Because the way she was treating me was not.
Wait a minute. She admitted it. Okay, so BELL Bell Abu 344 says she admitted it. Do you have a link to that? Can I look at it? Does anybody have a link to her actually admitting where she said she was just with him for the money? Oh, Christina Blackfeather is watching this too, I think. She had a job opportunity in Minnesota. Her mom and I were trying to help her after Chris. Oh, okay. I didn't know about that. Okay. So can somebody show me where she admitted that she was with him only for the money? I'm not talking about the troll video that's on Fat Courtney Love's YouTube channel. Did she recently make a video saying that she's using him for the money? I want that link. I'll use that as a short on this channel.
I love you. I love you in Christ. That is not how she was treating me anymore. It was just a meat sack to fucking dump her shit. That's what I became. So fine. I was done with that. I was done. This Thanksgiving, that was it. She was so ungrateful.
Gotcha.
People gave money for our Thanksgiving. She was ungrateful for that. And I got to the point where I literally didn't even want to sit next to her anymore. Her energy was so toxic.
Okay, let's see the video.
There was somebody toxic enough, you both become toxic for each other, and you both are bad at that point, and you both work off each other's energy, essentially.
Exactly.
And you both do things that you shouldn't be doing. You're both unhealthy for each other.
Yep. It's like Becky and Amber Lynn Reed.
Is this the first official time that she's actually like you're away from her in the last 8 years? Like you're separate, like you're not in the same space?
Yeah. I mean, there's been small amounts of time, and this is another one. Like it'll be a week period. We're not around each other. A couple week period. It was this last time, but that's it. Yeah. We're together like all the time. We were. Yeah.
When do you think the point in your relationship with Shanny did you come to the determine that you hate her? Like you genuinely want nothing to do with it? When was that exact moment? Was it Thanksgiving? A year ago, 2 years ago?
Well, yeah. The hate is a really strong word. What I would say is disgusted with.
I mean, hate and disgusted, they're not mutually, they work together.
Yeah, I guess.
I noticed he's not bringing up Izzy at all in this particular video. That might explain some things. Maybe Jules told him not to bring up Izzy. Or one of those guys told him not to bring up Izzy. Because I haven't heard him them talk about her one time on here.
Yeah, it was Thanksgiving. Because I was really jovial about donations. Like people were really nice. And so I was happy about it. And she was just like, I don't care. It wasn't enough for a Perkins meal after you bought the stuff. So what good is it? I don't get a turkey meal. I'm like, Jesus Christ, Shannon. Wow.
Because Shanny is on here for the fame and for the money. That is why she's on here. And Shanny will lie, cheat, and steal to get what she wants. The theme, I don't think, is ever going to go anywhere. People are going to talk about her forever. What cracks me up is that there are people out there dumb enough to donate to her, knowing what kind of a liar she is. It's not even about supporting a child abuser no more. Now you're supporting a woman who beats up men. Even if you don't like them, you don't.
That's how you feel.
That, man.
You have zero gratuity then. None. I literally felt like I wanted to vomit around her.
No, I've never seen her be grateful for anything. And like, even like in some of the streams that I watched of you, you were, anytime somebody would buy you like a simple little drink or something, you were always like, thank you so much, blah, 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 blah. And she was
sure.
like, nothing. Like,
you want to know
I agree with you there
about the donation thingies right now. Shanny and Rev was actually getting more donations, being broke and suffering here like during this time frame when they lived inside of the uncle house and living in the house that I had. They actually received more donations during this time than they ever did in Colorado. And it's not because they had money. Shanny, one of the things that Jason says, he's got a point, that Shanny had access to all of that money, and she could have did so many different things to get her sub count up and get all of that stuff up and whatnot. And all she managed to do was to become one of the most hated, the most hated YouTuber on the net, starting with him saying that he's going to child abuse one of the kids in the car. And then Shanny getting on here using all kinds of racial slurs, justifying her racial slurs, saying that she has a constitutional right to be a racist and all this other stuff and whatnot, not realizing that she was absolutely destroying herself on here. These two got the IQ of a peanut.
Very cold. Cold as shit.
Shanny to this very day blames me for losing. She blames me. She blames me for losing her Shanny for Christ YouTube channel, when in reality it was Jason in that statement that he made when he said he was going to beat one of their behinds if the cat wasn't found.
And people tried to befriend her, and she would just ignore them or throw them out of her life because she always felt threatened by females. Always. We couldn't have for real.
I know. I was in that stream the other day.
Yeah.
When she went crazy over you talk. I think it was it Jules and that other person. I think it was.
Yeah, it's so stupid, man. But that's how she was the whole relationship. If it was, oh my God, if it was an attractive female,
because any person who's not her is better than her by default, almost practically.
Oh my God, I would agree now. Yeah.
All right, let's get back to this video.
All right, are we gonna cut this after Betty or Mom's
done
here? I
also think that because I know that Jason said he doesn't like being called a Christian, and I know that Shanny said that they don't like being called Christians, but I think that these two behave more like I don't want to insult Von Helton because I mean, to a certain extent that they're practicing paganism, but I think that Jason is into black magic. And he's into, I would say as a Christian, he's into Wicca. But it's definitely what we see him doing is not Christianity. A lot of what he's doing is accepted in certain pagan circles. I just don't know what the specific belief is. Because I'm going to tell you something. As a Christian, and for those of you who don't know me, I have another channel called the G-Man channel. And I'm quite serious about my faith. I can assure you of this. Jason and Shanny are not believers in Jesus Christ. Ain't no Holy Spirit living inside of those guys. Now, could Jason be redeemed? It's possible. Nothing too hard for God, but he's going to have to stop getting on here lying and making stuff up. He's got to start getting real about stuff. Because Betty is telling the unadulterated truth about her daughter.
Yeah, we're going to probably finish it up. We got another 10 more minutes.
Gotcha.
So.
Okay. All right.
Because we're almost at 2 hours.
I remember clearly how she wanted to be with G-Man. She talked to me about it almost every night. But he was too smart for her, thank God. He even told her, you need to get out of your mama's house. Of course, she wasn't going to have that because she'd have to go get a job and she'd have to go actually, pay bills.
So, Jason, you ultimately got Shanny. Who do you think won that exchange?
I didn't want to pay nothing. I asked her for money to help pay. Once she gave me $140 with her first job. And that went towards the heat, the electric, and the water. So split that into 3, okay?
I remember one time I was in that house,
Less than 50.
and you ladies know how you are. I think it was like some candy or something in her hand, and the way she would take the candy from me, she would be like grazing my hand in a very sexual way, right in front of this dummy, and don't even know what the heck this woman's doing.
$50. Not bad, you know?
Or because Dragnut said something that was interesting too. And I don't know. I think Dragnut might have been right because these two, Jason and Shanny, are into some freaky stuff. I don't know. They were probably thinking some threesome. Oh God, I don't even want to talk about it. That's disgusting.
She could have been paying a lot more in a house that she lived in. When I think back in hindsight, I should have just, instead of bringing her to our house, I should have just said, Shannon, the house is yours now. Because we actually went, my husband and I went over there and cleaned her house out. Oh my
Wait a minute.
God.
Hold on a minute. I didn't know
Parents
this. Hold on a minute. I didn't know this. Who's this? April and Pedro 9823. Give him the credit for this statement. He says, actually, is that the right person? No, I'm sorry. I got the wrong person. My bad. I got the wrong person. Somebody by the name of Stumble, Repent, Repeat 2544 says they follow Aleister Crowley theology of do as thou wilt while they use the name of wow. I said, well, they use the name of Jesus. They totally wicked and selfish. No one matters but you know, if that's true, that would make Jason and Shanny Satanists. I don't know if they would qualify as the Satanic Temple Satanists or or they follow after theistic Satanism. I'm not 100% sure, but if what you're saying is true, that would explain why he believes that Jesus used magic. That's disgusting.
Not be doing that to their kid. Like you're a grown adult. Nobody should be fucking cleaning your house except you.
I'd talk about a mess. The bedroom up in the boys' room, you'd get halfway up the steps and you could smell the urine coming out of there. For some reason, they thought it was okay to piss on the floor.
Jesus God, what?
Okay.
What?
They thought that was okay. And this, I don't like talking like this, by the way, but I'm fed up to here with all of this stuff and her making videos.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
And people that want a greater context to see that she's not lying, go watch The Odd Irrelevancy. The Odd Irrelevancy, and go look at what Chris said about Shanny. Go look at it. Chris will tell you how many times Shanny cheated on him.
It hurts really bad. It hurts to know that my grandchildren have to live like this. It does.
Matter of fact, one of the things that
hurts me real bad.
I actually covered it on this YouTube channel. He said that Shanny could talk to all kinds of men, flirt with all kinds of men. He said that I was on Skype with her, although that wasn't very often. Veckel was on Skype with her, and Rand and some other people was on Skype. Jason was one of them too, and he never got mad. But if Chris talked to one woman, made a compliment about a woman, he was cheating. You should go check out The Odd Irrelevancy and actually hear what he has to say about a lot of this, because Shanny is a hypocrite.
Bad, because I know my other 2 grandchildren are living a decent life. They have 2 parents that love them very much, and they're happy in the way a kid is supposed to be. She's in the bathroom, right down the hall here, smoking on her hookah or whatever you call it, smoking weed.
Yeah, that's true. When I took over that house the first time, there was like about 6 hookahs, and I threw all them things in the garbage. They had like about 6 hookahs in that house. They were hookahing like crazy in that place.
With her boys down the hall.
No,
William told me one day, he said, that's got to stop. He goes, she used to do that when my dad was there talking about you, Chris. He said, but it's got to stop.
Yeah.
And he
when Shanny left Chris, that really negatively affected Zachary and William. It really negatively affected those two.
Wanted to put a stop to it, and I think the only way he knew how to do it was to try to get out, of here and make her take responsibility. He's smarter than you think.
Oh, he's smart kid.
He might lie, but he's smart. He knew what he was doing.
Very smart kid.
He didn't want to lose her again either. I mean, the
That's right.
boys really do love her.
They
If she
do.
could only just see that, and be satisfied with that.
So
Yes.
did her kids did love her, right? Like,
Oh yeah, there's zero doubt.
so when her mom says like if she'll can only be satisfied with what is was she like convinced her kids hated her or didn't?
No,
or like what?
no,
like
no, it wasn't that.
No,
No,
this
Shanny is
latest
just
thing with William.
no. Shanny is just an extremely selfish person. She's extremely me, I, me, I, and everything else is secondary. You know what I mean? And her kids alone ain't gonna just cause her to be this loving or whatever. You know what I mean? Her needs need to be met, and Jason was a fix. You know what I mean? He was able to satisfy. So she say he was able to satisfy her physically, in her ego as well too. She's one of them women. She's one of those women that can't be by herself, and she's willing to get rid of whoever she got to get rid of in order to prevent being alone. I think that's why she ultimately chose a child abuser over her own children.
William really bothered her though. The going silent. That's what triggered. I don't recognize her anymore. Who she is. I don't know that person. The person I spent the first 6.5 or 7 years with, that's not the same person. She had a complete mental, you call it, breakdown. And the silence of William triggered it. I'm telling you the truth.
I don't know about that. You can go look at how Shanny was acting recently and then go look at how she was acting on Fat Courtney Love's YouTube channel. I'm sorry. I don't see that much of a difference. Yeah, she was upset that William didn't want nothing to do with her and whatnot and everything and whatnot. But go look at Fat Courtney Love. Let me tell you something. He can say whatever he wants, but I didn't forget how these two behaved when they was on their racist tirades and when they had all of that money thinking they were deities on YouTube.
That's the
because
truth.
I swear I've seen a clip of Shanny saying that she regrets having Will.
Oh God, ew! If she said that, ew. That's
it. Might have
she don't
also
need-
been that her plan all along was, and I think I've heard several YouTubers talk about this, that she was going to wait for William and Zachary to get old enough where she can just basically have them take care of her for the rest of her life. When she saw that wasn't going to happen, she went cuckoo.
in that at all.
It doesn't
What-
matter if you never say that about a child though. That is
horrible. Is there a clip of that?
I've seen so many clips.
I'm sure.
I didn't get a whole thing of like clips just planned here because this is all unscripted. We're just going off the cuff here in the last 2 hours.
And Jason supported a lot of this kind of thinking that was against the kids. This is the one thing I do know. I may not have been keeping up with everything, but I do know this. There are a lot of videos that exist when they're living in the uncle's house where Jason is not speaking well of William or Zachary. And Shanny's sitting there nodding her head and agreeing with it. Again, continually accepting a child abuser over her own kids. Shanny had a brain. And then she had an IQ bigger than a peanut. You know what I mean? She would have dropped him the day he kicked Zachary in the back. The day that happened, it should have been done. Jason had nothing to offer. She could have had an argument. Okay, G-Man, it's just me and my boys. Please let us stay here for X amount of time. You know what I mean? Yada 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 or whatever. Because you remember, Jason was offered 2 jobs by contractors that I wanted him to work for. He could have made $11 an hour, you know, and working 8 hours a day, and he didn't want to work. She was just dumb. She made poor choices, and now she's suffering because of it.
But I swear I remember her saying something about that. Again, really, like I'm working on a Shanny for Christ's Files video. Like I have a huge documentary style video that is coming out, right? Awesome. And I have so much, like it's like almost 2 hours. I've had so much content. I've watched so much content of her. I've heard her say crazy things, but maybe I'm misremembering. I don't remember.
Okay, that's fair enough. But I just want to compliment you that you're a very good facilitator of an interview. You're very good at this.
Thank you, because this is my first interview I've ever done.
Is that for real? Oh my God, am I honored, dude?
Let's continue.
All right.
She's got to have that negative attention. Always just this negative attention. But anyway,
reason why I know Shanny thrives on negative attention, because I had a conversation with her over the phone and in person. And we talked about this because I kind of do the same thing myself. I don't thrive in it, but I don't particularly care if people like me or not. And there's people in the chat that will back me up on this. I don't particularly care if people like me, but for some people on the internet like her, they don't care if the attention is negative. They don't care if it's positive. They don't care if it's neutral. They just need that attention so that they can get whatever goal that they want. In her case, she wants to be the constant victim so that she can get people for money all the time, which is what her MO is. And she talks about it a lot on Fat Courtney Loves YouTube channel. I've been doing this for a long time. I want to make coin. I want to make money.
When the police came over to get her out of the house, yes, it was Christmas Eve, but she was screaming and yelling and causing a lot of trouble. She took, instead of cleaning the room, she took and she shoved a good portion of it under her father's bed.
Did you want to? Did you want to put mom back on, Rep? Because we're on, right?
Oh, my bad. Thank you.
No problem. Producer, a little producing.
That's the first time I've ever used Streamlabs too, so bear with me.
You're doing great, actually.
I mean, my husband works hard. We don't have the greatest house in the world. Our house is, over 100 years old. But he takes a lot of pride in trying to keep things nice in it, And he didn't deserve that. He didn't deserve that at all. We didn't do anything. She came to us after you left her, Chris. She came to our house, and I didn't know what to do because
the people that downloaded that video.
Yeah.
But if I think in hindsight, I should have made her stay there at the house that you guys were renting, because she could have gotten a job and she'd probably still be there. Well, until she roped Jason in. He's going to find out. He will find out the hard way. But I'll tell you what, if he threatens me or my husband again, he just needs to know that the Duluth Police Department know about them.
Okay.
Both of them. We have it written down. There's a paper trail. And he better watch his step.
Okay.
I have pictures of what the room looked like. I'm not going to show them here. But I have hung on to them in case anything else.
God is good, because not only did people see what happened in Boulder and how they kept the house over there in Boulder, you saw the mattresses, you saw how they left the place over there. But when it came to PA, you got to see what the house looked like when they was in the house there. And then you got to see how the house looked when they was with the uncle. This woman is not lying. She's telling the 100% unadulterated truth.
Happens. But now she's in Pennsylvania. She should just go on with her life. She should just go on with her life and stop making these crazy ass videos.
Jason should have woke up when Shanny was making all of those videos about Chris. I love you, Chris. And she was trying to get Chris back, and she was trying to reel him in. I guarantee you, Jason, that if Chris wanted her back when she was in Colorado, she would have dropped you like a bag of trash and went right back to him. Don't even get me started if I wanted her. Thank God I didn't. But if I wanted her, I could have took her from you a long time ago.
I agree.
And trying to get everybody all stirred up and just expanding the hatred.
I agree with that the whole time.
She's married now. She's married to this guy.
No, he is. No, she isn't.
She's supposed to be focusing on how much they love each other.
Or how much money.
But she won't do that. It's heartbreaking.
She wants his money. Yeah. Money. Yeah.
I apologize to my followers or
That woman
my
was buying
subscribers
YouTubers left and right. How many of you remember when she bought Brett Keane? Tried to buy my best friend, Evangelist Ken. She was buying YouTubers left and right to get them to speak positive about her. And then the first time they said something negative, I'm cutting you off. That's right. I'm cutting you off. I'm cutting you off. I'm cutting you off. Like all of these videos exist on YouTube. It's absolutely hilarious.
Video. This is something that had to be done. I'm not going to keep this video up here, and I promise you that I'm going to go back to my garden content, and I'm not going to ever make a video like this again because
that's not true. Yes, you
other
are.
Than what happened with my daughter, our lives are pretty much normal. But it had to be done because she won't listen.
Right.
And I just wanted her new husband to know that he needs to stop threatening us.
Wait, you were never married to her, were you?
Not on paper, no.
Okay, not on paper.
Not on paper. In Colorado, in Colorado, they accepted common law marriages. So they recognize us as married in Colorado.
It's my thing, though. You had $750,000. I know you could afford a $100 ring. You know, you could have just proposed and married her for real. But you didn't do it because Shani was still receiving her food stamps. Now, you're going to call me a liar and say that Shani wasn't receiving food stamps until later on. But the whole reason you didn't marry her, and you told me this to my face, you didn't marry her because she didn't want to lose her food stamps. But I'm the liar, Jason. That's why your lucky Repsion is the one interviewing you.
Colorado. That's not the case in PA.
Okay. Yeah. Some states acknowledge like domestic partnerships as like people like it's weird. Yeah. You're not officially married. So I get what you're saying. All right. We got 4 more minutes of this.
I mean, threatening a 62-year-old man who had his knees replaced and has to take blood thinners. And his heart isn't doing too well either. He happens to have AFib.
Okay.
You don't want to know what I think about you right now doing that. You don't want to know.
I remember that day.
What do you remember about
it? I was on the phone with my buddy Phil that did the radio the radio show with me. Sorry. Frog in my throat. And we were trying to talk to the father about some of the stuff that both of us heard Betty do to Shannon. One of the things was ripping the headphones off of her, but she said she dramatized it, so it sounded way worse.
Yeah, now we know the context of that in this.
Yes, exactly. So what I have to realize now is that she's very good at perception manipulation. Let's put it that way.
So
when you're with her, she can do things to warp your mind. I'm telling you, because she did it to me for years. So this was really good to watch because it's put a lot of things that I even lived through into better perspective.
Mm-hmm.
And exactly what I was saying when I finally stopped being friends with these two and I started realizing that they were playing me.
It really is. The fact of the matter is that Shani, for Christ, is abusive. She's
a master manipulator too. I mean, she's made it this
good
far.
At it. Yeah,
she's made it this far with everybody else doing things for her.
You see,
True.
On YouTube, it's really easy for Shani to look like a liar and whatnot because we have our computers and we can go and look at these other videos. I'm telling you, if you ever meet this woman in person and you talk to Shani in person, I'm telling you, it's not as easy as you might think. She's convincing. It's just different. I don't know how to explain it. When you talk about her on YouTube and you're able to have your proof with your videos and whatnot, that's one thing. You meet this woman in person, you'll swear she's a victim of everything else in the book. She's very good at what she does.
Yeah, she's really good at it. So it's a cautionary tale to anybody out there that if you want to try this one on for size, you better know what you're getting into. Okay, be careful. That's what I tell them, Rep. You better be real careful.
All right, it's almost done here.
All right.
But I can let it go because I can take a little bit of pleasure in the fact that you're going to find out. And I'm not going to say I told you so, but you're going to hear it in your head. But anyway, that's all I got to say. That's my side of the story.
Thanks.
Chris was a really good father. I don't believe he raped her. I don't believe.
Hey, you ain't alone on that one because she tried to say, as a matter of fact, there's a video that exists on Fat Courtney Love YouTube channel where she said that I was going to do that to her. I'm dead serious. Anybody who was a male that got too close, I think she even said it about drag too. She invites you to these events, and then when you don't go to the event or something happens where you can't go, she starts saying things. Well, I think he was going to try to. People like that, you don't even need to be friends with. You know what I mean?
Leave it for 1 minute.
Mm-hmm.
She has lied about this stuff over and over again with other people.
I believe that now for sure.
And I don't believe he abused her in any way.
I don't believe he did.
He's never been an abusive person. As long as we've known Chris, we've known him for several years.
Right.
He's never been abusive.
Y'all got to see the girl that he's with now. Way better than Shanny.
I know of. I mean,
Yeah, he doesn't seem
I
like
just
that type
don't-
of guy at all.
I mean, it really,
I don't know if he's still with the girl because I saw a picture of him with the lady on Facebook. So I don't know if he's still with her.
was when she explained that he raped her. It was so out of character that
Jason, if you ever want to be with a woman again, you better regain your masculinity and stop acting like a buffoon on here. You better start brushing your teeth. No woman wants to kiss a guy, well, except for Shanny. You know what I mean? One wants to kiss a guy with teeth that's so yellow it looks like a crayon. You know what I mean? You might want to start bathing and start washing underneath your arms and getting deodorant. You might want to wash your hair. And you might want to act like you can provide for somebody, because if you don't, you're going to be single for a very, 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 very long time.
I was like,
Yeah.
it's, you know, I didn't buy it, but I wanted to, I wanted to
Who said this?
stay on her side because she's my daughter.
You should get used to phone. Give himself another.
She didn't go and even get a police report on it for like a month or so. She didn't even go to get
I remember
ST
when this woman got mad at me, when Shanny got mad at me, and she did a background search and started naming like all my relatives and whatnot on YouTube. It says, "Oh, look at this, he's got a record." And I made a YouTube video and squashed that one real quick. I said, "Well, if you actually dig a little bit deeper, you will realize they're not talking about me." But you know, can't tell stupid anything.
D checks until several months after that.
That's not normal.
So I mean, who's telling the truth here?
Right.
I mean, this is miserable. I kind of wish I didn't make this video now, but
yeah,
it has to be said.
Yeah.
So I hope you got the message, Jason and Shannon. Good luck to you. I hope that you get the help that you need. Fine.
Now here's the thing. Another reason why Betty is right and Shanny is wrong. Basically, her entire immediate family just didn't want nothing to do with Shanny no more. According to Shanny, her cousins don't want nothing to do with her no more. Aunts, uncles, siblings, or whatever don't want nothing to do with Shanny. Absolutely nothing. Okay? If Betty was lying, Jason, Don't you think somebody in her family would want to stand by her side?
But it won't be coming from your family anymore. We're done. We're through.
Mm-hmm.
Just want you to know that. I don't take pleasure in it either. I think it's horrible how things went down.
Wow.
You would feel the same way as a mother, or maybe not.
But again, I'm requesting this. The next person that interviews Jason, I need to bring up the cancer scam. I'm dead serious. Bring up the cancer scam. Pay this guy $30 to go on your channel and make him answer the cancer stuff. Why did he lie about Shanny having cancer?
You seem to put yourself before your kids all the time. Right now,
That's the only thing.
Jason's
Also, find out why they lied about breaking up multiple times too.
only seeing the honeymoon phase.
True.
He said true.
He'll see what you're really about.
Wow.
Okay, that's it. That's all I got to say.
Wow.
How do you feel about that? No, I mean, the last part of the whole video was towards you.
Wow. That's what I would call shell shocking.
Truth from the grave. I'm sorry to say, Betty has passed away. She's not alive, and the father isn't alive either. They're both dead. So,
Rest
I
in
mean,
peace in them, yeah.
You're in a situation now where somebody.
I remember when Shanny was living in the house, she was crying, saying, G-Man, how do you cope with your dad being gone and whatnot? How do you cope with your dad being dead? And she would act like she was all sad. And then the very next day, she was making a YouTube video claiming she hated her parents and she's glad that they're gone. Like Shanny was a trip. She was an absolute trip.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
Almost 6 years ago is talking to you, and now you're in the situation that you're in, away from it all, separate.
She told the truth, man. I feel that as best as she could tell the truth, she did that, I think. And wow, it's literal shell shock. I'm like, I just listened to that, and it was
Hey, Jason, I got a question for you. If you never got involved with Shanny, would you have money right now? If you never got involved with Shanny, would you have money in your pocket right now?
really aimed at me at the end. Like, you're gonna get it. You're gonna
hashtag Betty was honest. Betty was right.
Yeah, she was. See, I would use that hashtag now. That would have been something that I would have defended her against.
If you join other streams, you should say that. You should make that a slogan. Hashtag Betty was right.
I'm going to make that definitely part of my repertoire now. Definitely. Holy crap. All right, Rep, are we going to wrap it up or what's the deal?
Yeah, we're good.
All right.
Guys, I want to say thank you guys for watching. Sorry, this was a long interview. I can tell you're a little.
All right, so I don't usually go through a Jason video that lasts that long, but it needed to be shown that from my perspective, how much of a liar this guy actually is, especially when my name got brought up into it. Me and him have issues because he likes to get on the phone and call people the N-word on multiple occasions, and I can't keep talking to a guy that doesn't understand that he should not talk to another person that way, especially when he does it is always over the phone or when I'm a far distance away from him. He never does it to my face. The only person who had the cojones to do that in my face was Shanny, and the only reason I didn't strike her was because she was a woman. That's the only reason I didn't do it. Now, let me show you guys something here. If I even have it here. This is what I'm gonna do with people in the future when people do this kind of stuff. You know how the police have body cams? I actually bought a body cam. I have one myself. For those of the people that's gonna meet me in a person and think they're gonna get away with saying that mess and thinking nobody's gonna know, you better make sure I'm not wearing this. That's all I got to say. Make sure you know I'm not wearing this. And I now travel with protection. So if Shanny ever comes near me and she tries to act stupid, she won't be happy, that's for sure. And she won't be comfortable. So just want to put that out there. Hope everybody enjoyed the show. Let me see what you guys are saying in the chat. I had almost 500 people watching me today. That's crazy. I can't even get 10 people to watch me on the other channel. Let me see something here. What's wild is he had 2 houses already paid. Yep. And 750. The guy was a millionaire. He literally was a millionaire. And he gave his uncle a house for $1, and he gave me a house for $1. That is a very wasteful person. That's like you having a child and you give them $100 and they spend all their money on candy. I'm sorry, on candy, and give the rest of it away just because he think he can get away with it or whatever. Just dumb. I'm not saying that he's dumb for being generous for giving me a house. He's dumb because when he was in Boulder, the house was still his. And then they thought I was going to be so stupid that I was going to fix the place up and then hand it right back to him. They actually thought this mess. Ain't crazy. All that money I spent, they must have been out there, man, please. I don't feel bad 1 second if they sleep on the curb. 750,000, 2 houses, and now this. People need to stop even buying them a $1 menu burger. He asked for this. Well, I'll take it a step further. What the Bible actually says about this. The Bible says that if you don't work, you shouldn't eat. If you don't work, you should not eat. If he's not working and he refuses to work, you know what I mean? Then he needs to. Suffer a little bit if he's not going to work. We all got to get up and work. I got to get up and work tomorrow. Y'all got to get up and work tomorrow, because if you don't do it, you're going to be sleeping outside, and we all know it. Wait a minute. I missed that last question. Hold on. How much do you have to put into that house to get it fixed? About 30 grand, maybe a little bit more. That house needed a lot of work, and I mean a lot of work. I'm talking about the foundation was even messed up a little bit. I had to do a lot of stuff. That roof was no joke, all the work I had to do with that roof. YG, man, why didn't you report the abuse? I did something about it. You know what I mean? At least what I saw as being like stupid or whatever, like them holding food or whatever. I simply took them to the store and bought them more food. And I made sure that when they got their food, I went right into their room and said, this food belongs to William and Zachary. Ask William, he'll tell you. But I'm not going to sit here and act like I was all against Shanny and Rev either, because when I was friends with them, they would tell me that the kids would eat all of the food. And I believed it. And I think when my mind started to change was when I started going there and I saw rice, beans, like they had cans of ravioli, they had spaghetti. Nobody wanted to cook. And then the food that they didn't want, if you saw the garbage, all of the food was in the garbage. Shanny got mad at me one time because all of her clothes was in the garbage and all of her stuff was going. I didn't throw that stuff away. Jason threw that stuff away. Like there were garbage bags full of clothes and all that stuff. And that stuff stunk. Smelled like urine. This smelled terrible, man. He threw all that stuff in the garbage. And what was funny is they had a washer and a dryer in the basement. They had a washer and a dryer in the basement. I can say this. I washed Shanny's panties and her bra and Rev's drawers and all that stuff. The washer back because they were too lazy to go themselves. Don't forget that this man defended Chinese, and yeah, it's in past tense. Past tense. Do I do it today? No. No. So the only thing I got to say is, what's your point? One of the things I got to repeat to YouTubers like this is don't talk to me like I'm Jason and Shanny. I actually got one of these. All right. And I'm not going to block you. That would be too funny if I did. I'm going to leave that there. Because if that's true, then, and you're who I think you are, and you're a Dragoon, if I'm not mistaken, I believe you're friends with Underhaven, or you were friends with Underhaven. Just saying. Underhaven likes really young people. You might want to be careful with the past tense argument, because it doesn't look good for you if you do. You know, and he ain't the only person that you were friends with. You're friends with Frank. Got a little problem with that one too, considering what we know about that stalker. Anyway, let's continue. Somebody who's a G-Man fan here. Appreciate it. Oh, nope, this one right here. Hold on. Let me see. Okay, I followed you, G-Man. I'm glad to finally meet you. All right, you too, Kayla Ladybugs. All right. So I just figured I'd make this stream. Some people was asking me to go to Hussey's channel to counter some of the things that Jason said on his channel. We'll see. If I get time, I might do it. We'll see. We'll see. But I'm a very busy person. Praise God for that. Praise God for that. Got away from those two. But anyway, I'm missing the bigger point. There's a bigger point. I ain't stopping at these compliments. There's a bigger point that I wanted to make on here. Those two are getting back together. I don't care what nobody say. I want to see 100% solid proof that they're not going to get together. Jason on Hussey's channel, I don't feel like going through all of that now because now I have a 10-hour video. If you go on Hussey's channel, you'll see him actually getting aggravated and agitated really easy, talking negative about Shanny. When that happens, you know that those two are talking. All right. Yep, 50 years old. I'll be 51 in May. No, you'll be surprised. There's some psychopaths out there that might actually want them. Actually, I don't want nothing to do with Jason, to be perfectly honest. This guy called me the N-word multiple times over the phone because I went and gave Shanny back her after they requested the GameCube, and I wasn't trying to hear it. After they lied to everybody about her not being in the house, and she picked up the phone and whatnot. Get the heck out of here. I ain't got no time for Jason and Shanny's stupidity. That's why a lot of these videos I didn't want to respond to, but I figured I needed to because my name keeps coming up in this. I need to remind him that he got on the phone and called me the N-word multiple times because he ultimately admitted it himself live on camera in front of you guys. And I made a video that I think I got on private that I will gladly put back in public if he ever tries to deny it. And the Blakely police knows that I'm on file calling there, asking them to do something about him getting on social media doing that. And then I learned about the freedom of speech. I said, really? So they have the freedom to say that stuff, huh? And that's when I learned that I can get on here and just say pretty much whatever I want about them. And there's nothing he can do about it. Nothing. Here we go here. Drunken Peasants always wins. Not when Billy the Fridge is on there. Billy the Fridge destroys channels, not builds them up. Not to mention, I wish that coward would do a rap response to what I did, but this obituary rap is my pride and joy. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna let you guys take a look at this rap at the end, and we're gonna get out of here because it's late. It's almost it's a little bit after 12, and I got to get some sleep. So enjoy.
It's the #1 e-beggar on the internet, Revelation News. I want to be the best e-beggar possible.
So, why do I make racist jokes? Well, I'm gonna be honest. Because I can.
Yo. Shanny been talking a lot of smack about your boy. So now it's time for them both to get owned. Shanny's a witch who got kicked from Twitch. She spent Rev's money when he was almost rich. To 900 pounds of a reprobate whose God is oil called Delta 8. Shanny the Hut, my answer is no. Never show your money to that 5-cent hoe. You're nasty and trashy, you look like a booger. You 700-pound looking barracuda. Shit, you got cancer, that's a bold-faced lie. You're breaking PA laws, making money off lies. Shanny's been dying for the last 10 years. Ain't nobody falling for those crocodile tears. Shanny, you're a con, a 6-foot whoopie. Ram kicker out, I'll buy you some cookies. Please take a shower, then get the weed. Go find a job and stop begging for weed. Then shut your mouth. I don't kiss butt cause you gave me a house. You beg for money just to get laid. Stop sleeping with Shanny before you get AIDS. Rev is a joke who's addicted to dope.
You rather buy drugs than buy Shanny soap. You don't love Shanny, you don't love God. You lazy little boy who won't get a job. This is for Zach, Revelation News. Did you like jail? Cause you're going back soon for supporting a scam done by your hunt who sold her body like a cheap slut. I don't play nice, but I do it sassy. We all know you ate that nasty, fat, nasty. She used you, Rev, and now you're broke. Now she begs G-Man to buy her smokes.
Talking about my wife. So, hey, G-Man, what's up? It's Rev here. You know, I've been waiting for you. But anyway,